It's officially summer here at Belmont of the Big A at Aqueduct here in Ozone Park, Queens. A nice show lined up today. 11 races here at Aqueduct. A bunch of races at Monmouth Park as well, including a strong stake there. I'm very happy to be joined by my friend Jonathan Kinchin. Go through, at least for me, the first half of the card.
Yeah, you leave me. I think I'm here for like 30 minutes without you, but I think
Greg requested 30 minutes with you. He said, I don't think it's fair that you get to hog Jonathan.
I understand that.
Yeah, you actually believe that happened.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Fun show today, and of course, welcome to the show. Welcome to America's Day at the Races, and really looks like an interesting card. Now, the card is going to start out with a couple of very short prices, as you can see, and I don't think we have a TV that's showing us. That's why I'm wondering why we aren't on camera. But I'm guessing we are on camera. Anyway, he's Jonathan, I'm Andy, and today's races are brought to you by Claiborne Farm. And we'll start out the first 11 here at Aqueduct. The pick 6 starts in race 6. Race 10 is the Wild Applause. Keep in mind, 3 pick 5s on today's card. Races 1, 4, and 8 and 7 for the pick 5s. 10 races at Monmouth, including the Goldwood race number 10. And of course, head on over to Naira Bets. If you're not a member of Naira Bets, no better time in the present. Gone over, use the promo code MATCH200. We'll match the $200 of your initial deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through Naira Bets, and maybe somebody can get us some track feed so I can figure what's going on. Race number 1, a heavy favorite, and this is a Chad Brown-Klarovich dominated double, a heavily favored entry that you're going to try to beat, Jonathan. And of course, they have the heavily favored Unmatched Wisdom in race number 2, looking to build on his maiden win. They're going a 1 3/8 to start out the card today, but you're going to try to beat this entry.
Yeah, look, I'm not trying to get cute and say the horses, I don't like the 2 horses. I just had a feeling because, like we had talked about earlier, both of these horses I think would be favored as individuals. Together, they're going to be an extremely short price favorite as an entry. And to me, I felt like there was more opportunity to try to beat these horses. I'm going to go with the 3, Stop the Press.
All right, we'll see what happens as we get more, as we head down to the paddock to our man on the ground, at least for now, Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Hey, Jonathan. I'm right along with you, Jonathan, with Stop the Press. When I came into the paddock looking at horses from a physical perspective, the first thing I looked at before I even go back to my form is who would I like from that physical perspective to stay the 1 3 furlongs. And the horses that stood out in that respect were the 3, Stop the Press, and the 7, British Seas. These 2 just horses that look like they want to stay. They're longer, rangier, scopier. Stop the Press, to me, then when you go back to your form, you're trying to connect the dots. He has the better of the form of the 2, although I do think that British Sea could be the horse that makes the pace here, particularly under Johnny Velasquez. I just thought Stop the Press closed into an absolutely paceless race last time. He looks like a horse that truly wants to stay as far as they write the races. Trained by Hall of Famer Shug McGahee, the 7, British Sea, like I said. I think he's going to be forward in a race that doesn't appear to have a lot of pace. And it's the first time he's trying this distance, a horse that looks like he should want that distance from that physical perspective. And then, listen, the entry is obviously going to be very tough to beat here. Of the 2, again, taking the 1 3 furlong distance into account, I would prefer the 1 Factor Analysis, but the good thing is, if you have 1, you get both of them. But I'm with the 3, Stop the Press.
Thanks a lot, Richie. It looks like Richie and Jonathan agree on Stop the Press, and both Stop the Press and Factor Analysis are coming out of a 1 3/8 race, and they hit the wire fairly close to each other with Factor Analysis a length and a half ahead. He, however, had a ground-saving trip and Stop the Press a little bit off the rail throughout the running.
I think they ran extremely similarly, but the problem is that you're getting 3 to 5 on the 1. I'm getting 4 to 1 on the 3. It's the only reason I went that direction. I wouldn't be shocked if the 1 Factor Analysis wins. You'll see here. I just thought the price was going to be better on the 3, Stop the Press.
Now listen, you know how I feel about entries. I'm not trying to beat them. The thing is, I like the 1A Vesting here. I think Factor Analysis ran fine in here. He improved in a 1 3/8, showed he's better going longer, but he did save all that ground. You're right. I thought Vesting was going to front in this race, coming out of a race that had a fast pace going a 1 16, knowing how Flavien Prat likes to ride. I think that Vesting is going to probably wire this field. They're a 2-pronged entry. My horse to try to beat them was the 2, Vintage Vino, who comes out of the same race Vesting comes out of, which I thought was a reasonably good race. And he ran like a lot of Linda Rice first-time starters run, like they needed a race.
Yeah, I've got no problem with that. Linda, does a lot of things really well. She's not known for having horses ready to really fire first time out. So there's always this expectation that their second time around, they're probably going to be a little bit tighter. I wouldn't talk anyone off at 10 to 1.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in here. You are going to try to beat the favorite. Another horse taking money here is the 6 De La Cruz. I know you like this horse's chances. I cannot look past the last race. You're just hopeful the distance will help this horse run a better race.
That's all it is. I think a lot of times when you're stretching these horses out to these 11 furlong, 12 furlong races, sometimes what you've seen from them in the past can be irrelevant. They can just kind of wake up, and it could be a slower run race, a longer run race, could play right into their hands. And I thought maybe that was the case here with the 6.
We'll see what happens as they're heading into the gate for race number 1. 11 races on today's card. The first of 3 pick 5s kicks off in race number 1. Keep in mind that 4 through 8 pick 5, that is a mandatory payout. There will be no carryover if nobody hits it. Chris Griffin has the call of race number 1 here at the Big A.
Thank you very much, Andy. There's Garden Leave to go in. Vesting. Last to load. Vesting backs away and moves forward. And in. All set. And they're off. De La Cruz gets the first call. It's De La Cruz with early speed in between horses towards the far outside. There's Vesting to join these early leaders, and also right there is British Sea. These 3 across the course, and now the front 2 will kick on. De La Cruz and Vesting, and they go at a quick tempo early as Vesting wants the front and will get there. Had to work, but is up now by a length and a half. De La Cruz is going to be settled into second, just a little green there, maybe took an awkward step. British Sea is tracking from third towards the inside to stop the press, is right there with a cruising along Factor Analysis. Is now taken back just a touch, is in the 5th position, right in behind this leading group as they slacken off the pace. 23 and 4 was that opening quarter mile. It's another 4 lengths back to ISO Marshall towards the back end of the field, Vintage Vino, and the trailer is Garden Leave as they've now slowed down the tempo up front. It's Vesting in front, who went quickly early, but now has really backed things off, went 49 and 4 for that half-mile time. And Vesting will take him into that turn and is doing it easily. It's Vesting at the rail. De La Cruz out wider now is British Sea. In between horses there, Stop the Press. Factor Analysis is still traveling nicely, is right there in 5th. It's a length and a half now, 2 off the pace setters as they really stack up. They're still 4 in front of ISO Marshall on the backstretch. Vintage Vino, the trailer, is Garden Leave. Vesting's got the lead. It's Vesting who's doing all the heavy lifting, went 1:16 and 3. 4 3/4 of a mile is now a half length in front. British Sea continues to stalk, and De La Cruz is tightly at the rail, now gets encouraged to move forward. Factor Analysis is waiting for the cue, is out wider, is now taken 4th, is Stop the Press. Jose Lezcano is going to wait for room, now pushes towards the outside. ISO Marshall moves to the inside of Vintage Vino, and Garden Leave has a lot of ground to make up. Vesting is still there, and Vesting is starting to spurt away. It's Vesting. De La Cruz at the rail is trying to kick on. Factor Analysis is looming up 3 wide, coming after the leaders as British Sea starts to drop back. The leader is still Vesting at the top of the lane, and Vesting is kicked on. It's Vesting. Factor Analysis is rolling down the center of the course as well. De La Cruz is chasing. These are the top 3. It's Vesting still holding them off. Factor Analysis, Vesting, and Factor Analysis. They're 1-2. Vesting, Factor Analysis. Vesting still up by a half length. Factor Analysis going to try one final time. Vesting holds off. Factor Analysis, they're 1-2, and they finished 1st and 2nd. De La Cruz, then came Vintage Vino, followed by Stop the Press, and 2 minutes, 17 flat.
Well, if you're a 1-2 entry, Jonathan, I guess that's the way it's supposed to finish. Came close to a dead heat, but the speed of Vesting was able to best Factor Analysis.
Yeah, absolutely. Vesting was able to take advantage of this pace scenario in which the 6 De La Cruz broke well, but it seemed like Vesting, Flavien Prat had their mind on making the front end, and it seemed to be the right choice. Set up really well. It's funny, you have an entry, one coming, from off the pace, one forward, and about 6 inches separates them at the wire.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing the entry would finish that close, but they were 1-2 for the reasons you said. Either one of these horses be favored on their own. I totally understand why you took a shot against them. Just because it didn't work out doesn't necessarily make it the wrong thing to do. And entries are bad betting propositions in general. In this particular case, running 1-2. I guess maybe they weren't that bad.
Well, I can assure you there's going to be a short price favorite with those exact same silks on coming up in the next. I will not be trying to beat that horse.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully that won't be a bad omen for Unmatched Wisdom in race number 2. But Vesting, Flavien Prat battles best her entry, or his entry made, excuse me, factor analysis, Manny Franco. And Manny's looking to pick up a little extra ground or put some distance between him and Irad Ortiz. With Irad at Churchill today to ride Vava, Manny has a chance to increase what I believe is a 5-win margin as we are into just the 10th, the 10 race days left.
Wow. And then it's then we're back up north.
I feel like we were just there. Looking forward to getting back there. Anyway, a lot of fun stuff coming up. The race number 1 is over, but the Wild Applause coming up in race number 10 today. And I feel like we have a lot of stake races named for daughters and maybe even sons of Glowing Tribute, but we don't have a Glowing Tribute. We do have a Wild Applause who won the Diana in her initial turf start as a 3-year-old with a very impressive performance. And Galabrand, one of the better 2-year-old fillies we saw in New York last year, she's going to make her 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, she was outstanding as a 2-year-old. You know, obviously the best 2-year-old that we probably had up at Saratoga last summer on the grass. And look, this to me is a situation where this race that she ran as a 2-year-old is competitive with what these horses that she'll face today have been running as 3-year-olds. If she improves a little bit off of that maturity from 2 to 3, I think she could be tough in here today. But it's not an easy race because there could be a potential superstar in here as well.
She does draw very well getting the rail, which will make it very easy to get position. And I don't think there's any situation where you see bigger increases in buyer speed figures than 2 to 3-year-olds, especially going long on the turf. They're just not necessarily quite that ready to go long when they're that young in the 2-turn races, and they'll improve immeasurably. I think she had a very tough trip in the Miss Griot, which prevented her from perhaps winning the race, a race won by the eventual Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies champion. But there's more going on in this race as well. We just saw those Klarovich Silks run 1-2 here. They're going to be well represented with Oversubscribed, who's going to look to turn the tables on Makenga, who will try to wire the field again.
Andy, right here, you'll see the 7 Oversubscribed in those Klarovich Silks, like you mentioned. This is serious trouble. I think a lot of time trouble can get blown out of proportion in races. They can cancel out a horse that gets an inside trip, getting steadied. This is real trouble.
Well, it's not just that she studies back. I mean, just think of where she was and where she ends up. So it's 2 to 3 lengths. You can see it. But also, she was just getting her momentum in a paced race that was dominated up front. She lost all momentum and position, and she did a pretty good job of almost overcoming it, frankly.
And like Richie Migliori always says, these horses are not like cars. It's not like you can hit the gas, hit the brake, hit the gas, hit the brake, and expect to have the same result. There's an energy situation that gets lost here. You got to think, Oversubscribed kind of revved her engines to make that run. She got stopped, and then she had to rev her engines again. And to be fair, I thought she did it pretty well.
And with a couple of scratches in here, she's going to move in a couple of posts, which is not going to hurt. But you know what? They are not the only 3 players in this race. There's something to be said about pretty much all of the players in here looking for that Wild Applause being run later today, a little bit after 5 o'clock. They've also got a pretty nice stake down at Monmouth Park as well. The Goldwood came up a very, very strong race. A couple of key scratches with Shoshana coming out, less so Freedom Sparks. But I thought this was still a highly competitive group.
Absolutely. My eyes went to the 2 Beauty of the Sea, a horse who has some tactical speed and has some really nice final figures as well.
No, I am interested in seeing what happens here. This is a good one down at Monmouth Park. And our man down at Monmouth Park, Paul LaDuca, sitting by with all the action today. Paulie, how you doing? How's everything going at Monmouth Park?
Well, it is a hot day here at Monmouth Park. Again, very... almost in the 90s, by the high 80s here. So again, just if you see some of your horses getting a little bit on the washy side or a little bit worked up, that's going to be the norm in here. Now the breeze is starting to pick up a little bit, but we're fast and firm. And you're right, race number 9 today is a incredible sprint turf race for a bunch of fillies and mares and a lot of horses in there. And Andy made a good point, a couple of key scratches in there as well. But Beauty and the Sea, Beauty of the Sea, she's, probably going to be the one to beat. I mean, she's really an honest horse. 4 for 9 lifetime. Her last race over at Churchill Downs, I mean, this was a tough beat. She was really, really game throughout this whole time with Gerardo Corrales aboard. The last time she won was the time before that at Gulfstream, and Paco Lopez was aboard. He'll be aboard today. But it's such a salty race in here that You know, when I look at this horse, I do think she's one of the horses to beat. But then you look at a horse like Queen of the Mud for Grand Motion. Shoshana is a giant scratch because I think Shoshana might have been the speed of the speed. So we'll see who takes advantage of that too as well. I also think the outside two horses got a little bit of a chance, or at least Hollywood Walk and All That Magic. All That Magic, if you go back and reach to some of her back form, Andy, she's got a big shot. So to me, it's about the horse who gets the best trip today in the Goldwood, and I think it's a very, very good race.
Agreed, Paulie. It seems like a very, very fun race later in the card, but a lot more action there as well. 10 races at Monmouth. 10 more to go here at Aqueduct on our 11 race card. And race 1 is official, and it was the number 1A, Vesting her stablemate, Vesting get it done over Factor Analysis.
Yeah, look, she was impressive. She took advantage of her tactical speed and was able to beat her stablemate. But, you know, it's probably how Chad drew it up, right? Let's put them both in there and try to get a dead heat. He was pretty close.
And it's a good situation when one entry mate's a speed and one's a closer. As you mentioned before, the 1-6 Exacta paid $7.60 for $1, 162 try, 1623 super. But that was not the only celebration in the winner's circle after race number 1. I feel fortunate to work with a man like Frank Langton. You see him saluting in the middle of the pack there. Frank is celebrating 50 years of working at NYRA. Frank is an instrumental part of our team and on the television team here at NYRA, and a great guy as well. In 50 years, that's a lot of races and a lot of historical events, and Frank was here for all of them, and a nice welcome for a guy who is extremely popular with his coworkers for good reason, Jonathan.
That's pretty impressive, Andy. You're probably, what, 50 around the corner for you?
Yeah, just 34 more, and I'll be there. Eric Donovan is moving into like 27. Was he 25 a couple years ago? Or was it last year? But Frank, 50 years is pretty impressive. And Frank started here obviously in 1974, and he goes around for a lot of those big races by some great horses, including Forgo. Thanks a lot, Frank, and thanks for everything you do for us in the TV department here at the New York Racing Association. A lot more to come here on America's Day at the Races. The first at Monmouth. They're onto the track. We'll be back after this break.
American Oaks. Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Flight line is in full flight.
Flight line turns it on at the top of the stretch.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Bet through Naira Bets. Oh, he's nice. You like a merry-go-round?
I like a merry-go-round. Yeah, it's, you know.
Got the old one in Congress Park in Saratoga. There was actually out at Cateros, out at Saratoga Lake, and a nice shot at the beach as well. And not a bad day to be at the beach as well, down at the Jersey Shore as they start the action. The number 3 on the dot, a heavy favorite in race number 1, and was likely helped, Paul, by the scratch of Dance With Me Babe, and it feels like she may be loose on the front end.
Yeah, you're correct, Andy. I think she's the one to beat. As I'm up here in the beautiful clubhouse, I'm staying in the air conditioning in here. Absolutely beautiful up here as well. But yeah, when you look at her, I think the only worry is why would you drop her for 16 after she won so easily for 40? I thought she'd be closer to 1-5. Now she is clicked down to 1-2 now, so that seems about right. I mean, I think that's your only worry, and I think the public's got it right with the other 2 horses in here. No Fake, the 2 got on the grass for the first time for for Jose Delgado, and got left in the gate and ran on well to be a pretty good third, or 6th that day, but only lost by 3 1/4 lengths. So that's where everybody else is going. Now the 9 on the complete outside is taking a little bit of money. And I guess the public is feeling like that she's the horse that can maybe compete in here. And maybe it's the Paco Lopez effect, but, her one race at 5 furlongs was pretty good. She showed some speed, but her last couple of races just not been good. Maybe it's just been the dirt, but she's going to get back on turf. But it just looks to me like the 3 is going to be very tough in here, guys. And we might be looking at a really, really low double. If you're going to play the early pick 5 here, the 5 in the next race could be 1-5. If you look at that horse has got 10 placings, 2nd and 3rd, Andy, and the rest of the field maybe has got a couple. So this could be looking like a short double, and maybe you can spread in races 3 and 4.
I was trying to look for an alternative to the 5 in race number 2 because the horses just had so many chances. What do you think of the 2 in there, La de Peluche? Do you think maybe she was an upsetter? I thought her race 3 back was not that bad relative to the field, and maybe the turn back would help her chances.
I thought she was the only other horse that could beat her in there. But when I look at the 5, I understand she's 0 for 16, but she's got 10 seconds and thirds, and the rest of the horses in there, none of them have a second place finish. So when I look at that aspect of it, and I think, okay, the rest of them haven't really even kind of hit the board. I do think you have the other right horse in there, but she's going to be tough, and she's probably going to go off about 1-5. The double right now, 3 to the 5. Last time I checked was $3.
Yeah, we've got a short double here at Aqueduct as well as the double to the number 3 in this race. Unmatched Wisdom is paying $4 even, Jonathan. I was telling you, one of the shortest doubles I ever remember was when Affirmed won the Jim Dandy against Sensitive Prince, and a horse named Rivellero won the last race for John Veach and Calumet Farm, and the double paid $340 back in 1978. 77 or 78?
I would text you and ask you the answer to that question, so don't ask me. Was it value?
I don't remember. I honestly don't. I remember Rivellero winning the race by a city block in the last race. Affirmed just got up by a half length over Sensitive Prince. It was a very, very good horse, trained by Alan Jerkins. An extremely good horse that, like Believe It, had the misfortune of being born the same year as Affirmed and Alydar. Horses are heading the gate for race number 1, and I got to agree with Paulie. I mean, when the chief competition, perhaps, to the number 3 are 2 horses that have no speed, the 2 and 9, it just makes this horse's job that much easier. I don't think the horse can underlay at 2-5.
I don't either. I mean, I got to tell you, if we're talking about short doubles, I don't have a problem with this 3-5 double to get started here at Monmouth. On the dot, I think should be tough here. But then I'm going to forgive the 5 Buck and Lucky in the second race, the next race. That horse is 0 for 16, but never really bet in the last few starts. 9-1, 12-1, 18-1, 47-1. I can forgive those types of horses, Andy.
I understand. I get it. I'm going to play a little 3-2 double here for some action. They're heading in the gate. Matt Dinnerman has the call of the opener at Monmouth.
The outside post. 10 races today. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Los Santa Clara was off slowly. The favorite on the dot had no problems. Darts to the front with Softster. These 2 hook up as they come out of the chute. Keep on rocking right about a half length off in third as they come out of the chute. Then a line of runners. No Fake to the inside of Emma's Abi. A Loper is there and Keep on Rockin' deeper on the course. Emma's Abi has to tap on the brakes when in tight. Get shuffled to the back of the pack. La Santa Clara, the slow starter out of the gate, is making an early move on the outside, about 4 wide, all the way a joint third as they sail into the far turn. Softster comes out of the crowd to take a half-length lead. Keep on Rockin' pressing from the outside second. Lisa's Palace 3 wide sent along. La Santa Clara is deeper on the course coming off the turn. The favorite on the dot in a pocket right now, getting outside of runners as they come down the lane, has 2 lengths to gain in the final furlong. Softster in front with Keep on Rockin'. On the dot is asked to accelerate, and here comes On the Dot on the outside, gaining good ground. On the dot to the lead. On the dot, 2 for 2 on the turf. Keep on Rockin' second, Softster third. No Fake was fourth.
Not sure that was the ride you expected and the ride that made people comfortable that bet this horse at a short price On the Dot. But Sammy Camacho able to get out top of the stretch and get the victory. But I don't know if this is winning like a 2 to 5 shot should.
No, I was pretty comfortable here in the stretch. But right about here, if you bet the 3, you started to maybe wonder a little bit if you were going to get late. But, yeah, look, I just take a horse like this, try to get him out in from behind horses, keep him in the clear. Don't ask for trouble. They definitely asked for trouble, but were able to avoid it.
Asked for trouble, but got the money, was obviously on the best horse, and things worked out as the number 3 On the Dot gets it done at a short price to start the day at Monmouth Park as we're back here in the paddock for race number 2 here at Aqueduct. And there's Unmatched Wisdom. And you know, Jonathan, this horse ran a 98 buyer in his debut. And as we talked about earlier, a couple horses came back this week and improved on that figure. And given the kind of numbers that we saw in the Triple Crown races, obviously a lot depends what happens today, the first race in the wet track. Could this be a horse that becomes a player in the division moving forward?
Oh, absolutely. If he takes another step forward, and like you mentioned, those horses that have come back and run out of that race, out of this race, it suggested that it's possible that Unmatched Wisdom might take another step forward. Military Road, who was behind Unmatched Wisdom here, came back and ran 7 points faster. Foxhole came back and ran 11 points faster. If this horse comes back and runs 5 points faster, up there with one of the fastest 3-year-olds we've seen all year.
You might be favored in the Travers if he's able to run 5 points faster. And obviously you don't want to get ahead of yourself because I've been around a long time and you've been around for a while as well. We've seen a lot of very impressive maiden winners that don't necessarily come back and build on it. But this horse was good and beat a solid field. Does it worry you a little? It has to worry you to some extent, and you and I expect this horse to win, as the public does. But it was a wet track first time, and maybe this horse to move forward in the wet going.
No, I mean, I think there's always a lot of questions, but one of those questions was answered when those 2 horses came back and ran faster. That answers at least one of the questions about whether that was a real race or not. It was a real race. Now, you do have to answer the questions. Is this horse going to, run well second time off second time out? Is the horse going to appreciate a dry track? There's a lot of other questions, but all signs point to yes.
But he's got at least a bit of a rival in the number 5 Paddington, though obviously his debut is too good for that one. We'll start out with the one Seeking Unity, Romero Mirage riding for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, I mean, this horse's last 5 races all look very similar, and none of them are good enough to beat the 3.
The number 3, the favorite Unmatched Wisdom, Chad Brown, and Flavian Pratt looking for a double sweep.
Yeah, this horse could take another step forward and could be a potential superstar.
The number 4, Grandpa's Kid, Trevor McCarthy riding this one for Randy Persaud.
Yeah, this horse has been stuck down on the inside the last couple of starts. Maybe this draw can help try to get away from that inside.
The frequent team of Jose Lezcano and Linda Rice have Paddington, the chief threat to the favorite.
Yeah, I thought this horse needed that race last time. Could take a step forward, but will need a big step if the favorite shows up.
Linda Rice won with Cool Operator last time. That was a big speed track, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I would think so. Look, I mean, send this horse away from there, hold your breath, and hope that maybe that the favorite gets in some trouble behind. I wouldn't talk anyone off of trying to take a chance with a 6 wire to wire, but man, things are going to have to really, really, really go his way to win this race.
And he's going to have to go quick if he's going to outrun the 3 early. Let's get more from the MIG.
Guys, it's really interesting, and listen, we're racing fans at the end of the day, and it's always exciting when you see a horse that just showed so much ability on debut and what they look like coming back. Unmatched Wisdom looks great here, the 3-horse in the paddock, calm, cool, collected demeanor. And, the big tell for me is this is a Cairo Prince that went for $450,000. Now, Seth Klarman's had incredible success with horses in that $150,000 to like $250,000 range. So the fact that they went to $450,000 for this horse tells you this horse really checked the boxes as far as his physical conformation. He's an extremely well-balanced individual. He seems like he has a great mind on him. And I'm just, as a fan, curious to see if he backs up that big debut. And maybe, like Jonathan said, we had a budding star on our hands here. We're always looking for that in this game. When you ride a big favorite, Flavien Prat, a horse that looks like they lay over a field, it's a little bit of like driving defensively. You just don't want to put yourself in a position where you can be compromised, where you have to, make too many decisions on the best horse. Put them forward, put them in the clear, make sure you don't get put in a position where you have to steady or you're taking too much kickback, and allow them to use their stride effectively. Now, it is a warm day, guys. We all know that. But two things that you need to know about horses. When horses have had an opportunity to acclimate to warm weather, they usually have no problem with it. Their internal body temperature kind of moderates, if you will. So the fact that we've had warm weather and everybody seems to be handling it that well, I don't think there's any issues whatsoever. Plus, we have a really nice breeze coming off of Jamaica Bay. And the other thing is, you want to see horses sweat on a day like this. When a horse is dry on a day like this is more of an issue. It means their internal air conditioning is not working properly. When a horse sweats, that means their coolant system is working properly. So that's the only thing I would tell people when you're looking at horses today. If you see one that's too dry, take that as a negative.
Thanks a lot, Richie. Well, I agree with what Richie's saying, and obviously no race is a foregone conclusion. They still have to run it, and he's still got to show that he has that talent in a dry track. But one of the fun, listen, we're bettors. You and I like to gamble as much as anybody and play this. But it's also exciting to see horses that were impressive in their debuts come back and see if they can take those steps forward and show themselves to actually be stakes competitors. A big difference between winning a maiden race and winning stake races.
Absolutely, but that's one thing that Speed Figures does for us, right? You don't have to, that saying we hear all the time is, well, who did they beat? Well, they beat the clock. And they beat the clock in a very impressive way for a first-time starter. And like we said, there's been horses that have come back to verify that what that clock told us that day is likely true. Yeah, look, there's plenty of races today if you're looking for great betting opportunities. This might not be that great quote-unquote betting opportunity, but man, as a fan of this game, I love horses like this that could be special, and it's always a lot of fun to watch them.
No, and I think we're more used to it with 2-year-olds, obviously, and you see impressive maiden breakers at Saratoga, and you sort of latch onto a horse, and you get excited to see them moving forward and see what they do. This is one they paid a lot of money for at a 2-year-old sale, $450,000. Still took over a year to get to the racetrack, and I imagine Seth wishes he could still buy good horses for $150,000 to $250,000. But as the world changes and people pay more and more for horses, you have to pay more and more for horses if you want to stay in the game. But he'll, buying up. I don't think he's an obscure sire. It feels like Cairo Prince, though. Most of his success has come with turf horses.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we've learned that there's the kind of the high-profile sires that consistently and constantly give you great horses. And then there's the sires that can occasionally get you a good one. They'll all get you a good one, and all get you a special one. I think it's just more the consistency of the sires, what you see when you separating Into Mischief from a Cairo Prince or a City of Light with the success he's having so far in his young stallion career.
But as Richie often says, a good horse can come from anywhere. And talking about unmatched wisdom, obviously not necessarily the kind of pedigree that you would expect to see. But based on his first race, we may be looking at a horse that we could see in Saratoga in some of those big races. But it's one step at a time. And the number 5 Paddington is a horse that you and I joked about how much we hated this horse in Saratoga on July 22nd. And we were completely wrong. He has run some respectable race since then. I thought his race off a layoff last time was pretty good.
I would argue that the second best race he's ever run, not the one when he won by 19, it was his last race.
I agree with you.
He ran extremely well, and if he could take a step forward off of that, he's definitely the main competition in here. But at 4-1 compared to the 1-9, I would rather have the 1-9 on I mean, you know what I mean? I think that the 6 is the better alternative if you're trying to beat the favorite in here. Not to me, not the 4-1 you're getting on the 5 horse.
Well, we'll see what happens in race number 2. Can Unmatched Wisdom live up to his 1-9 odds? We'll find out as Chris Griffin has the call.
Is it? All set. And they're off. Paddington has asked for speed, and so is Cool Operator from that outside draw, intent on getting to the front, and will. It's Cool Operator and Eric Cancel. They're on the front end, and they're up by a length and a half. Just off of them now. In between horses, here comes Unmatched Wisdom, is now securing the second position with Paddington 3 wide, is about to challenge and take third. At the rail, that's Seeking Unity, and the early trailer, Grandpa's Kid. They're chasing Cool Operator. Cool Operator at 12-1. Cool Operator went 23-3 for that opening quarter mile. Unmatched Wisdom, the big favorite, is now in the two path, is just stalking and challenging for the lead, and now Unmatched Wisdom is head and head with Cool Operator. Settling just off of them in third is still Paddington. 3 wide, just a touch wide up the backstretch. At the rail is Seeking Unity, is now tugging at Romero Mirage, moves forward. It's about to challenge for that third position. The trailer continues to be Grandpa's Kid. 47 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Cool Operator moving right along. Unmatched Wisdom is right there, ready to pounce as they approach a half-mile left to go. Paddington is out wide. Here comes Seeking Unity towards the inside, is now challenging for that third spot. The front two still duke it out. At the rail, it's Cool Operator. To the outside, Unmatched Wisdom. And here comes the run from Unmatched Wisdom, is now put ahead in front. Paddington is all in. Seeking Unity is in behind horses, looking for a way through. Grandpa's Kid starts to rally on from the back as they approach the top of the stretch. Unmatched Wisdom now gets the cue to kick for home. Seeking Unity is chasing. On the grandstand side, it's Paddington. Unmatched Wisdom is trying to put it away, and Seeking Unity is trying to gain with every stride. Still right there is Paddington. At the rail, it's Grandpa's Kid. Unmatched Wisdom approaches the final 16th and is going to win once again. 2 for 2 now in his career. Unmatched Wisdom wins it easily. Unmatched Wisdom will win it at 1-5. Grandpa's Kid is in a photo with Seeking Unity. Final running time, 1:49.3.
Well, Unmatched Wisdom lives up to the 1-5 billing and gets the job done quite easily. And I have a question for you, Jonathan. Obviously, it's hard. There aren't a lot of two-turn races. But that pace, you think the toll it took on the number 6 in here and where he finished, 47.10 the half, it feels like a pretty taxing pace, all things considered.
Absolutely, and throughout the backstretch, the 5 was being asked Paddington to kind of keep up, to stay with them. If the pace is slow, you're not having to ask your horse to keep up, especially horses of this quality. Look, I thought this horse was absolutely impressive. He did everything he was supposed to do. I thought the pace was quick enough and to be close to it. The other thing I'll say is I don't think this horse will be in a race next time that doesn't have a G in front of it, whether it be a grade 2 or a grade 1.
Well, Richie, you rode a horse that had a very impressive allowance win at Saratoga named Valponi many years ago, and they tried the Travers. Well, that didn't work out, but I think he won a big race later in his career. Does this horse have big races in his future?
He absolutely has big races in his future, Andy. His efficiency of stride is very, very impressive. He's also a very smart individual. He was waiting on Flavien Prat's direction all the way. Really critical to watch the start and the run of the first turn. When we talk about getting your position going forward, this is an exact example of it. The 6-horse commits. Flavien goes straight. He never deviated from the 3 path. He allowed that horse to drop over, and now he's in the clear. He didn't overcommit to a spot. He didn't take back. He allowed his horse to run free, allowed that horse to clear, and now he's in the perfect spot. That's why it's always critical to get your position going forward. Listen, you're on the best horse, but it's those little subtle things as a former rider that I really appreciate. And again, this is a horse waiting on his rider's cues, and when he asked him, he found a lot more. This is a really good horse.
You think in some ways, even though the pace was quick, that Eric Cancel kind of did them a favor with Cool Operator, being aggressive enough to allow Flavien to get in that perfect stalking spot? I mean, not an intentional favor, but ultimately did him a favor.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and gave him a horse to look at, a little more experience, 2 turns. We know 47 at Aqueduct going 2 turns is a very strong pace, but he was doing it so well. You know, and I know people laugh at me sometimes when I say it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. This is an example. This is a horse, because of the mechanics of his stride and how impeccable his stride is, goes fast very easily.
Thanks a lot, Richie, and he passes test number 2, Unmatched Wisdom, and I think there's a pretty good chance we'll see him in either the Curlin or the Jim Dandy in his next start, and hopefully that'll propel him to the Travers, and it's possible he could be a player in this division.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously the Curlin would be thought to be the path of least resistance, and there's no reason to win any awards in the early weeks of the summer. Let's get them ready for the Travers, and based off of what we just saw now, I think the Travers should definitely be the goal.
A long time ago, Foolish Pleasure looked like he had a 3-year-old division wrapped up, but Wajima changed that in the summer. We'll see if that happens with Unmatched Wisdom as America's Day at the Races continues.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch up both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and six-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and I'm here with Flavien Prat. Flavien, Unmatched Wisdom. He looks like a really, really talented horse, but he also seems like a very smart individual.
Yeah, very good mind. I mean, Chad and his team, they always had a, high hope with him. He always was training forward, and he's been doing so far very good in the races.
It looks like he's just waiting on you for direction. When he was easing to the leader, you had this long, long hold. He turned for home. He really didn't kind of drop his head and level off until you asked him a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. He won't give you more than what you ask, and he preserves himself, and it's a good thing.
You've been on some of the better 3-year-olds this year. You've ridden some of the top horses in our generation, including Flightline. This looks like a very talented individual. I'm not asking you to compare him to anybody else, but he looks like he has certainly stakes in his future.
No, he definitely has talent. As I say, he has a good mind. Now, you know how it is. The physique has to hold on, and the mind as well. But as of right now, he's been doing everything properly.
Flavien, now we're having this Belmont at the Big A meeting, and a little bit of a commute for you. How much are you looking forward to Saratoga and being a little bit closer to work and no traffic?
Well, obviously, Saratoga, it's something that you look forward regardless, where you are riding. But I mean, the commute is not terrible. I had a chance to live maybe 10, 15 miles from here, so it's not as bad. I used to ride in France, and I was driving an hour or two every day to get a few mounts. So trust me, I'm grateful with the commute right now.
Thank you for taking the time. I know it's warm. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Guys, he knows a little bit about a commute then if he's got to drive an hour or so every day to a race meeting. And what a welcome addition to this jockey colony. Just a rider that's an absolutely complete rider.
Couldn't agree more, Richie. A good guy, and we're lucky to have him here in what is an extremely deep riding colony. And the nice thing about a deep riding colony is even if you get 10 deep, you usually get a good ride.
Look, yeah, it's great. It's comforting when you're being a horse player here that you don't have to look at the rider as often as you would at other places. I just look at the horses. I handicap the horses. I handicap the situations. And the riders are typically just a bonus when you look over and you get Flavien Prat, you get Irad, you get Trevor McCarthy, you get Manny, you get Joel. It doesn't stop.
No, I agree. A terrific Colony and a nice win at 1-5 for Unmatched Wisdom. Well, Saratoga just around the corner. We are 19 days away from opening day at Saratoga, and we just announced yesterday what our giveaways are going to be, and they're always popular up there. We'll have more on that in Saratoga when America's Day at the Races returns.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Jonathan Kinchin and Andy Serling on the desk, Richard McLure in the paddock, and Paul LaDuca down at Monmouth Park. And Saratoga just around the corner, and we got a little taste of it a couple weeks ago, Jonathan, and it's always really the most exciting time of the year. There's nothing quite like opening day at the Spa.
It's just, it's, you know, what we just saw here a few minutes ago with Unmatched Wisdom. It's the promise of finding something special to get excited about. It always happens every summer, no matter what happens. There's always something that gets you excited moving forward. And you get to see greatness. You get to see all the best horses. And, of course, Andy, you get to get all the free stuff, too.
Now, there's no truth to the rumor that if you see any of these on eBay that Jonathan put them up there. I'm just putting it out there. I like that Saratoga baseball jersey giveaway. That should be extremely popular. The Saratoga Truckers hat, by the way, I believe is how they advertised this one. And what was a windbreaker, a Saratoga windbreaker coming up, and that's, I believe, closing weekend. 4 giveaways, always very popular, but there's just so much to look forward to at Saratoga. Of course, we're going to have 6 big Saturdays on Fox Sports as well, much like last year. We have the drink tumbler, the baseball jersey, the trucker hat, and the windbreaker as well, spanning most of the meet, July 19th, which is the second Friday of the meet.
Look at you. That's good.
I'm not sure what the dates on the other ones are, but I know they're 2 weeks apart.
That is also good. Very
you don't
good.
even live in Saratoga anymore, so you got to go back up. John, you moved to New York before the meet started. Isn't the idea to move afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from, but you know, you got to do what you got to do.
So, is there room in Lafitte's apartment for both you and Giovanna to stay there? Does he know you guys are gonna be living with him?
Look, I lived next door to Lafitte one time.
I heard.
And then he never hung out with me, and then so we'll see. Maybe
Or Marshall Graham have a house guest? Does he know? Do we warn him?
he doesn't know yet. I haven't told Marshall that you know, might need a place.
You know, I think our friend Bill Lawrence bought a house on that street, and he's got plenty of room in there. Maybe you want to be friends with him. Might find some room. Now that, you know, you don't really have a place. What are you going to do?
Homeless.
The rest of us, you're going to have to rent a place.
I'll just commute. I'll commute.
Yeah, that I don't believe. Judging by your performance commuting here, please don't commute. We might need you occasionally up there. We're looking forward to Saratoga as well, as horses are heading the gate for race number 2 at Monmouth Park, and there's a very heavy favorite right now, even money. And I'm looking at the fixed odds at Monmouth, and according to the fixed odds, the number 5 Buck and Lucky, who is even money on the board, they have this horse at 90 cents to 290 as the payout. Does this horse really look like a 2-to-5 shot, even in this field, making the 17th start of her career?
I wouldn't go that far. I definitely think it's the most likely winner. I'd like to be alive in the double, that 3-5 double that we talked about to get started here. Look, it's hard to make any horse that price off of 0 for 16. But I will say this, and I think we agree about this. When horses become those second, third, and fourth place horses that are money burners, they're only money burners if they're being bet heavily in all of those defeats.
She was 8-5 last time.
And she ran really well.
She has lost at 3-5 and 4-5 earlier in her career.
Yeah, and she ran well, though. She definitely ran well. It's the previous races, the 9-1, the 12-1, the 18-1, the 47, the 23. It helps me forgive her a little bit.
The horse that is the third choice of the board, Jam's Top Shelf, I don't think people have noticed that horse can't run in the dirt. The second choice is also 0 for 16, Baby Cakes. You don't see an 0 for 32 combined exacta as the chalk exacta too often.
Well, yeah, there's a first time for everything. Another one that hasn't been taking a lot of money. The issue is that this is a pretty light field. And so horses like this will take money in a light field like this.
Pretty light is quite a compliment. I like the 2, La de Peluche. I love a turn back. Horses cutting back from routes to sprint. This horse has been in 2 straight routes. And if you go back last time this horse sprinted at Tampa Bay, ran third with a 37 buyer. A 37 buyer makes this horse competitive with everybody except for that sort of outlying 62 figure that Buck and Lucky ran last time. Now, maybe Buck and Lucky is a new horse. But if you take away the 62 last time, the best races this horse has ever run were 38 and 39. So with a turn back, unless the 5 runs back close to that figure, and do you really buy that? I mean, Timeform US has the number a little bit slower. Did this horse really, the 16 start, suddenly get 10 lengths faster or 5 lengths faster?
Yeah, it doesn't seem, I think when you're trying to identify if a horse has gotten faster, you do want to see a clue, right? A trainer change, an equipment change, a surface change, a distance change. There's no changes to answer that question that you asked, do you believe it? So not totally, but I also don't believe that any of these other horses want to run significantly faster either, which is the hard part.
Oh, it is a hungry field. There's no doubt about it. And listen, your price is not necessarily based on your talent. It's based on your talent relative to your competitors. And based on the horse, listen, if the 5 runs the last race, the 62 buyer or even a 52 buyer, in all likelihood, this horse should overlay at the current 3-5. We'll see if she goes down either further. I don't know why they're sort of waiting to go into the gate here as the number 1 getting ready to go in. She's fantastic. When you name a horse She's Fantastic, I think you are hoping that the first 6 buyers horse runs are higher than a combined 26.
You're hoping.
You're hoping.
You're hoping.
It's like naming horses after friends of yours. It just has a way of not working out, but it has worked out. It certainly worked out with Frankel. You got that one right.
Yeah, that one was well. Bobby's Kitten worked out.
Yeah, maybe it was the magic of Bobby Frankel. Horses heading into the gate for race number 2, a heavy favorite, the number 5, Buck and Lucky. See what happens as we get the call from Matt Dinnerman.
Jam's Top Shelf to the outside post. Here's Jam's Top Shelf. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. Allie's Hannah a little sluggish out of there. Otherwise, everybody got out of there okay. Baby Cakes to the front. She's fantastic, aggressively ridden to get up there. Snatches the lead with Baby Cakes. These two hook up, and they put a length and a half on the favorite. Bucket Lucky, who's in the third position. Jams top shelf to the outside. SK Moon inside of that pair, and down on the rail on to Peluche, not far off. Allie's Hannah on the far outside. A tightly compact field separated by 4 lengths as they approach the 4-turn run. Baby Cakes emerges from that pack as a head lead. Bucket Lucky, the favorite, up to challenge now as they round the 4th turn. These two lead by a length and a half. SK Moon sent along from third, 3 wide, gets a tap on the shoulder to get after the front runner. Bucket Lucky, who puts away Baby Cakes, who couldn't keep up. SK Moon, a clear second coming off the turn, but Bucket Lucky in complete control has opened up the lead to 3 coming down the lane. Bucket Lucky all alone on the lead. SK Moon second, big space back to Allie's Hannah in third with a furlong to go. It looks like Bucket Lucky's got this one under Jorge Hernandez. All he's got to do is pose for the picture now. Bucket Lucky in a gallop. SK Moon was second. Battles for third. Baby Cakes held off Allie's Hannah for that position.
Well, an easy win for the heavy favorite Bucket Lucky, as we have seen short prices dominate the first 4 races on the card, but I think the racing is going to get a lot more competitive, especially in New York, as the day continues.
I mean, look, you could have done all right hitting both of these doubles. You'd have some money to spend later in the card, but they're all pretty easy too. It wasn't very close.
No, right. To be fair, well, the first race, maybe a kind of odd ride in the first race. First race reasonably close, but you're right, the other 3 were not close at all, as Bucket Lucky got it done quite easily. Manny Franco has got a decent lead on this jockey title here at Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A, as we get ready to head up to Saratoga, and he has an opportunity to increase that lead with Irad Ortiz out of town. More on Manny and the rest of the races when America's Day at the Races continues.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Hey race fans, this is your Fox Weather Risk of Impact report for America's Day at the Races. I'm Nick Koster. Let's look at the forecast for Monmouth Park. We're highlighting the Goldwood Stakes at 4:56 p.m. Let's check out that forecast. Temps going from the upper 80s to the middle 80s there through the afternoon at 4:56. Partly cloudy and 85. A little bit warm. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water if you're headed out to the track. Now let's take a look at Aqueduct Racetrack with the Wild Applause Stakes at 5:13. And as you take a peek here, you can see similar forecast in Queens. Temps in the middle and low 30s at 5:13. Partly cloudy, 82 overall, a pretty darn good day for a race here as well. Anytime you need a forecast before you catch a race, check us out at foxweather.tv. Always on, always free.
To America's Day at the Races, and it's amazing how much that backstretch shot looks like Belmont Park, but we are brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Post parade for race number 3 as the action's rolling along here on America's Day at the Races. This race also a mile and eighth. Be interesting to compare. I think 149.78 in race number 2. We'll compare how these horses run at a mile and an eighth. And number 1, October Bliss, Lane Luzzy riding for Bruce Brown.
Yeah, this horse has a dirt race 4 races back that could absolutely win this one.
He's my top choice. Near the 2 is Pappy on Ice, a horse that you and I are against, taking some money. Romero Mirage and Randy Persaud.
Completely against this horse, and also the 5 who are exiting that flashy Alex race.
1 for 31. The number 3, because the night is the new face, is going by. Manny Franco.
I think the 7-2. Oh, excuse me. The 7-2 on the 3 was a little bit questionable. The 4. I don't need that one either. A little bit too slow for me.
Creation of Adam, Eric Hansel for Chris Englehart. The 5, Opportunity Set. This one goes out for Rudy Rodriguez with Abnel Boca Chica. And the 6, All the Rage, a Linda Rice runner with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, this one's a little bit cold on the board. Has a race 2 back that was okay, but was pretty slow in that maiden 20.
You like the number 7, I'm Just, who's 3-1 right now. Dylan Davis for Clement.
Yeah, I thought this horse ran well last time. Tactical speed towards the outside. I think that maiden 30 might actually be an okay race.
And the 2nd Mike Maker entrant, Watch Hill, goes out for 3 diamonds with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, was actually favored over I'm Just a few starts back. The other one that I thought was interesting, and 5-1 makes a lot of sense to me as well.
Richie, Jonathan likes I'm Just. I like October Bliss. What are you seeing in race number 3?
Well, we'll start with the 1, October Bliss, and that's where I landed too as well, Andy. This horse is very consistent. I think he just kind of over his head the last couple starts, maybe the wrong surface as well. Bruce Brown does terrific work. His horses always look good. He's got an inside post position, short run of the first turn. I like that. I just thought he made a lot of sense, and he's just in a much more realistic spot than he's been in. And again, that consistency. I like a horse that shows up and gives you that kind of effort. And he looks great. The 2, Pappy on Ice, I think this horse was taking the money. He's the only horse in the race to actually win at the mile and an eighth distance. He's 1 for 1 at the distance. Deep closer, not exactly my kind of horse in this situation. But, like I said, he does sport the only win at the distance. The 7 horse, I'm Just, looks terrific, but you wouldn't expect less coming from the Christophe Clement barn, homebred from Merry Legs Farm. He looks terrific. I do question how much of the mile and an eighth he actually may want. He did win going a mile. It's just a different race, 2 turns. They jump out, they run to the turn, they moderate. Where you get those mile races and they kind of pick it up as they go down the long run down the backstretch. And then the 8 horse, Watch Hill, out of the Mike Maker runners, he also has the 3 horse, Because the Night, who is taking more money at this point. I just liked him better from a physical perspective, and you get Kendrick Carmouche for a horse that I would expect to be forwardly placed.
Thanks a lot, Richie. And I think I like the fact that we're running these back-to-back mile and eighth races on the dirt to give an idea and compare. And here's a question for you. Obviously, these are inferior horses. To put into perspective, these are horses that figure to run about 15 lengths. Would you say that's fair? Slower than Unmatched Wisdom did in race number 2. So do you think this time will be faster or slower than 152, the final time?
I'll go with slower.
Yeah. I mean, the general rule of thumb, contrary to what people believe, is 6 lengths equals a second.
Okay.
So 15 lengths, 2.5. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think this race is going to go somewhere about over 152.5 to 153.5.
What's it on buyer points in terms of a second? Is it?
Richie's 152. Is that 3/5 or 0.3? 3/5. I think it's around 1.6.
Okay.
1.6, something like that.
Okay.
1.7, something like that per length.
Per length. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. Roughly about 10 points. Might be 9 points actually. So it might be a little lower. Maybe 9 points for every second.
All right.
We'll take a look at the number 7 here that you like. I'm Just, who has not run since breaking his maiden about 2.5 months ago, but an easy win that day at a very generous price, by the way.
Yeah, it's interesting because this horse had a voided claim 2 starts back at Saratoga, then got all that time off. So you'd like to think, I'm making assumptions here, that there was an issue. They gave the horse some time and then came back and won. So Like I said earlier, I like to know or at least have something tangible to hold on to when it comes to a horse improving. I want to know why they improved. Clearly there was something wrong. They fixed it, and now this horse came back and ran well. Why I trust the horse here to run back again.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's 2-1. I misread this as well. I thought the number 3 would be favored here. And let's talk a little about Because of the Night. I mean, maybe I'm just seduced by the fact that he's a new face. Last time he ran in the dirt was for Brad Cox. He's run a couple of dirt races. I thought his last dirt race might make him the horse to beat. The public wants very little part of this horse, though.
And I think that you've just kind of made the point for yourself is the fact that this horse does have that big dirt number, and they're betting the horse cold on the board is a reason enough for me to kind of steer away.
We'll see what happens. Richie and I like the 1, October Bliss. Lane Luzzy riding for Bruce Brown. I'm Just For You, Dylan Davis. And Acacia's father-in-law, Christophe Clement. Acacia will be back next week. I look forward to seeing her again. Chris Griffin has the call.
Watch Hill steps forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Slight stumble at the break there for Creation of Adam. Breaking quickly was October Bliss towards the inside, and Creation of Adam does have early speed after that awkward beginning, but now gets the front, is up by a quick length. It's a host of pursuers in behind, a lineup of 4. At the rail there is October Bliss, also in that mix is Because the Night, who's going to take back. Moving forward, his opportunity set is now going to secure the second spot. Out wider there is All the Rage to join that leading quintet. They are 3.5 lengths clear from I'm Just in the purple cap. Second to last is Watch Hill, the trailer. Late running Poppy on Ice is the trailer as they work to the backstretch. Creation of Adam has the lead in a slow opening quarter, 25 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. They're stacked up to the outside. Opportunity set is ready to challenge. Here comes the big long shot at the rail, October Bliss, and also All the Rage. They're 3rd and 4th. Now at the back of that group of 5, Because the Night, and Manny Franco is well settled in the 5th position, now 2.5 off the lead. It's a gap of 4.5 back to I'm Just, who's now 2 clear from Watch Hill, and far back still Poppy on Ice and slow fractions to chase. 49 and 3 for that half-mile time as they approach a half-mile left to go. Opportunity set is kicked on. Creation of Adam is back to 2nd. Trying to rally on is All the Rage, and here comes the run. Is wide, but Because the Night is picking up rivals quickly, is 3 wide there in that second grouping. All in is October Bliss, who's back to 5th. From the back trying to run on is I'm Just is back there with Watch Hill, and trailing throughout was Poppy on Ice. They still haven't got to Opportunity Set, and Opportunity Set is still clear. Here comes the run from Because the Night out in the center of the racetrack. Because the Night has pushed on by. Because the Night has now taken the lead. Because the Night is trying to open up on Opportunity Set. The big long shot is still right there. A furlong left to go. Because the Night, Opportunity Set. Far back to the rest right now. They're rallying on, but it is still Because the Night and Manny Franco now up by 2.5 widening lengths. Because the Night will win it at 3-1. Opportunity Set, good run for 2nd. Then came All the Rage and Watch Hill. Final running time, 1:53 and 1.
Well, the horse that I thought would be favored wasn't favored, but he won like he should have been favored. Because the Night wins for fun here. Manny Franco, another win. Mike Maker, and my horse, the 1, had some position and ended up empty. Your horse, I'm Just, he was never in the hunt.
Yeah, and my second place horse, the 7 and the 8, neither one of them ran. Look, the 3 really kind of jammed me in a locker here because I didn't think this was a positive drop. I thought it was a kind of a give-up drop, and maybe it was, but they got the money here in this purse. The 7 and the 8 didn't fire at all either. They were far back early. They never really got involved. And the 5, who ran actually pretty well from a race that I was trying to fade. So basically, I was completely wrong about this entire race.
So let's talk about the time. 3.5 seconds roughly, right? 3:46 slower. So it's a good 18. Really, that's almost 20 lengths slower. So, this horse ran a 65. That makes Unmatched Wisdom at least a 95, I would say. So, a little slower even than we thought. I think I said 52.5 to 3.5.
Yeah.
Rich said 52 and 3, I think. Not easy to figure out those times, but I think it reflects very well on Unmatched Wisdom. And it's important to look at the times. And I know that there are people out there that think time only matters in jail. They're broke.
And the other thing I will say, too, and you mentioned this earlier before the race, the fact that it was back-to-back races, because weather can change the track, But obviously, if they're on top of each other, it's a better chance you're going to have a very, very similar racetrack.
No, I think it's a great point. I mean, they're not always run that closely together, but it's one reason why in the past when we were at Belmont Park, running the Brooklyn at 1.5 miles on Belmont Day gives you that other 1.5 mile race to judge it by. I think it's invaluable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think they do that Derby week as well. They always run 1.25 mile race. I think it's probably more about getting the gate in order and all of those things. But yeah, it definitely makes it easier.
Well, we've got a lot more racing to come as the number 3 bouncing back to the winner's circle because the night winning it for Mike Maker, Manny Franco, and owner Jordan Wyckoff. This horse is not named for me. My last name's not Sterling, but I'll tell you, she is pretty good. Sterling Silver, now in Bill Mott's barn. She's the favorite in the Dancing Renee tomorrow here at Belmont at the Big A.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. A nice view of the front side here at one of our favorite racetracks, Aqueduct, the first track in the NYRA circuit besides Saratoga that I went to back in 1974, and a track that our friend the MIG had a great deal of success, but he had a lot of success at a lot of racetracks. Heading back to the winner's circle, Manny Franco. We believe he extends the lead to 6, I think, with this win over Irad, and he's going to look to take advantage of Irad's absence as the number 3. It gets it done in here quite easily, actually, and that was because of the night.
Yeah, this is one of those races that reminds you about class. It just, sometimes it doesn't really matter. These horses are just better than some of the other ones, and in this situation, that's exactly what happened. It dropped in here for a tag and was well meant and did it pretty easily in the end.
Yeah, and if you like this horse, you kind of benefited from the fact it was a second choice to the number 7 who failed to show up at all, but gets it done quite easily. 3.4 seconds slower, however, than Unmatched Wisdom as we move forward on America's Day at the Races, race number 4 here at Aqueduct. They'll be going a flat mile, and I think both you and I like Certified Loverboy in here.
I believe we are, yeah. The 2 Gun Maestro, big scratch. I went with the inside as well, wire to wire here with Kendrick Carmouche.
feels like the controlling speed in this race, and a horse that'll be a fairly heavy favorite. And I think had Gunmeister not been here, morning line maker David Aragona would have made him a far shorter price. Tomorrow's feature here at Aqueduct, Belmont, the Big A, is a Dancing Renee. Here's a piece of trivia you don't know. I once presented the trophy for Dancing Renee back when I worked here in 1997. Fired a week later. Sterling Silver, the 4-5 morning line favorite. I gotta tell you, that's a big price on Can't Hurry Love as her competition, isn't it?
Yeah, I got to tell you.
It's actually true, by the way. I have the picture.
I want to know so badly a bit more about this, but we'll wait. Yeah, Sterling Silver, to me, is definitely the horse to beat, and I'm not telling you that you don't already know what the 4-5 on the morning line, but you'd like to think this horse probably has an opportunity to improve as well, switching to Bill Mott.
I thought you could argue, I mean, she had no chance to win last time. Might have moved a little too soon last time in the Derby City Distaff. Still ran a big figure. She's the horse to beat. The question is, are you worried it's not going to be that strong a pace? And could that give a little bit of an advantage to the number 2, Can't Hurry Love, or even Lilu?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something to consider. But I'm also kind of excited to see Sterling Silver try the 6 furlongs, right? I mean, there's this conception, or this idea all the time that horses want to close going longer. And I love the idea that she might want to close going a little bit shorter.
I think Bill Mott had a pretty good closing sprinter at 6 furlongs in the last couple of years.
Absolutely. Elite Power was... Anyone who doesn't believe that Elite Power was better going 6th than 7 has lost their mind.
Well, he lost one race in his streak, and it was at 7 furlongs where he fell victim to a slow pace. I totally agree. He was a tremendous racehorse. And Sterling Silver, of course, Tom Albertrani, her past trainer, he retired. We wish him well in retirement. And Bill Mott has a close relationship with Tommy because Tommy worked for him for many years. Here's Can't Hurry Love, the good Can't Hurry Love. And I'll tell you something, the good Can't Hurry Love's pretty good.
No, absolutely. The only issue that I have with Can't Hurry Love and the blinkers on in this situation is I don't necessarily buy that Can't Hurry Love is that fast early to be able to take advantage of the fact that it's a paceless race. She can be forward, but I don't think she's going to go out there and really try to run them off their feet.
I think that's very, very fair. She is not a super, super fast filly. But with Sterling Silver, I don't think you want to take her out of her game. You're going to have to let her settle and let the chips fall as they may. And I think that one of the things about really good closing sprinters, they aren't at 6 runs totally pace dependent. Obviously, a super slow pace by a main rival will give you a disadvantage. But in general, they produce those runs.
It's a super slow pace by the right horse on the front end. The wrong horse on the front end and super slow pace, I don't think it's that much of an edge. And plus, I think her late kick going 6 could be devastating.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing her run. She's kind of a neat horse and has been around for a long time. Lilu as well. Lilu is a horse that does run a little bit better maybe in a wet track, but she can run well in a dry track. And Nacho Correas, who had that big win with Didia, will be returning with her. Race number 3 at Monmouth coming up, a mile and a 16th on the turf course. These are maiden claimers, $16,000 tags. The favorite right now is the number 2, the elusive Dr. Wong.
The elusive Dr. Wong, huh? Blinkers off.
And there's the number 1 horse. Excalibrate goes out for Amir Shishakli and Ramon Moya.
Yeah, the stretch out was sprinting last time. I don't mind stretch out sprinters on the inside. This one just might be a little too slow.
The number 2, elusive Dr. Wong. Waiting for that one. Apparently there we go. Joe Bravo riding for John Kimmel.
The horse is also elusive. Has an okay turf figure on debut. Has been running on the dirt since.
0 for 24 American Day.
Yeah, was trying to close into a slow pace after a little bit of trouble last time.
Spectacular Luck, the number 4, Sammy Camacho, looking for another win.
Just feels a little bit light on numbers, unless they can reach back to those numbers from earlier this year.
Matty Oliver and Lonely Ride passed by. Street Outlaw, the long shot, also passed by the 7, Ballyhue. Bruce Levine, a second-time starter.
Yeah, puts the blinkers on and gets Lasix for the first time.
Slew of Talent, Manuel Barrios.
Yeah, had a little trouble last time sprinting, and also now gets to drop in here for a tag.
Editor's Choice went by. The number 10, Jersey Greg Sacco. Sounds like it was named for him.
Yeah, this horse has a couple of back turf races that absolutely put this one into the mix.
And Different Flame rounds out the field, going out for Kathleen O'Connell.
To the blinkers on. Another one was trying to close into a slow pace and ran pretty well. There's been a winner out of that last race as well.
After taking race 2 off, he's tan, he's rested, he's ready. He's Paul LaDuca.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, JK. This is a tough race. I'm going to tell you right now. And I know the board, and when you look at the will pays, the 2 and the 3 are smashed in the pick 3s in here, and a couple other horses, but they're really betting the 2 and the 3. Now, I can understand the 2. I think the 2's the horse to beat in here. The elusive Dr. Wong taking the blinkers off for Johnny Kimmel, just based on the drop in class. But this horse didn't do much running at 41-1 at Saratoga, but obviously that's a much better group. Now the 3, American Day, yeah, the numbers are there, but then again, this horse is 0 for 24 lifetime and 0 for 14 on the turf, 0 for 8 over this turf course here at the Jersey Shore. So I don't know if you want to take 5-1 on that horse. I just thought there were so many different horses that you could take. Now, I will say this, the 1 was really washy, and I do think the 1's the horse that's going to be the pace in here, but it could be a faulty pace. And the 4, Spectacular Luck, who I kind of liked a little bit on paper, was kind of losing his mind on the racetrack. I think the 5 for Derek Ryan is very dangerous. Matty Oliver gets aboard, Lonely Ride, a horse that, the Dam was a stakes winner on the turf, so they tried turf, and then with the drop in class, it did help this Son of Candy ride. But you know what? I landed on the outside horse, the 11, Different Flame. And the reason why is there is not a lot of pace in here. I think this race could set up 110. I think with the blinkers going on, the 11 maybe could set up shop. This horse kind of ran in spots last time, first time on the turf for Kathleen O'Connell. I think that's why the blinkers are going on. And Jairo Rendon's been riding really well over this turf course. So I'm hoping that he can save a little ground with the rails back to normal, Andy. So I'll go with the outside horse, Different Flame, at 6-1 in a wide open event.
All right, Paulie, 6-1 on Different Flame getting on the turf. Has 1 turf effort. Kathleen O'Connell having a big meet so far at Monmouth Park.
Yeah, look, this is one I thought was interesting. Like I said, closing into a slow pace last time. I'm not crazy about the draw. That's not ideal. But took a little money on debut. Or not debut, excuse me. Took a little money last time. And then there's been a horse to win out of that race. Puts the blinkers on. Maybe that kind of puts a little bit more speed into Different Flame a little bit earlier. But we'll have to work out some sort of a trip from that outside position.
Editor's choice, the 9, will likely drop down precipitously from the 8-1 to probably the 5-1 range. Looking at the fixed odds, this horse's last turf race at 1 1/16 was a 68 buyer. I realize it's aberrant to the other races, but if he runs that race, he'll win this race by a city block.
Yeah, my only issue is the pace wasn't particularly quick in there. So, how much better of a trip can Editor's Choice get here today? But, you're right. If they can run back to that figure, he looks to be pretty tough.
Yeah, he's currently 9-1 or 8-1. That's not likely to continue.
No, I wouldn't think so. I would think that, this is a field where there's nothing that really jumps up and grabs you. I think the 3, American Day, is at least a little bit interesting. And then, like you said, the way they've been betting this favorite in here, I don't necessarily need that one. I think the 3 or the 11 are the ones that make the most sense to me, and they're both 5-1.
The elusive Dr. Wong seems like a terrible gamble. I'm not saying the horse can't win, but 2-1 on this horse. The one time this horse ran in the grass, did absolutely no running from an inside post. I understand this is not a particularly strong field, and I won't be shocked if he wins. But 2-1 to Joe Bravo money.
Yeah, it must be. Look, got okay numbers that day, but that was as a 3-year-old. Now you're 3-4. Not going to be that much of a difference here. Hasn't really done much running since. Takes the blinkers off. I just think there's much more interesting horses to take in here than the 5-2 on this horse that hasn't been on the grass in quite some time.
It just feels like a Joe Bravo type play, and it just seems like the horse is being overbet. Listen, I'm not saying he can't win. I wouldn't take a massive stand against anybody in here. Are there any fuzzies? I couldn't find any particular fuzzies to come up with here.
No, the cutest I could get was 5-1 on the 3 or the 11. The 3's clicked down to 9-2 at this point. So it was one of them for me.
They're heading into the gate for race number 3 at Monmouth Park, where Matt Dinnerman, we had him at Oaklawn. He followed us to Monmouth Park. Few left to load for race number 3. Matt will have the call.
working with Editor's Choice. Editor's Choice goes in. Jersey Greg, second to last. And Different Flame to the outside post. We're ready to go. And Leroff. Excalibate from the inside post put into play, has the lead coming out of the chute. Editor's Choice takes the second position. Spectacular Luck third as they come out of the chute. Different Flame moving up to claim that third position. Jersey Greg follows into fourth with Spectacular Luck. A gap of 2 to American Day. And then Ballyhaig settling off the pace with Slew of Talent. Lonely Ride third last with Street Outlaw. And the elusive Dr. Wong can see them all as they're strung out entering the clubhouse turn. Different Flame leads the 11-horse field by 1.5 lengths here. It's Excalibate on the lead, 1.5 lengths in front. Editor's Choice takes the second spot. Different Flame off the pace third. Spectacular Luck to the inside. Jersey Greg fifth. He's 4 lengths off the pace, swinging up the back stretch. He's 2 lengths better than Ballyhaig and Slew of Talent. Another 3 to Lonely Ride. Off the pace in the blue jacket, the elusive Dr. Wong, Street Outlaw. Those two trail together as they're halfway home in the third race. Excalibate 42-1 as a 3/4 length lead on the lead. Editor's Choice pressing, approaching the forward turn run. 1.5 lengths to Different Flame in a good position going into the turn. He's third, creeping in. Spectacular Luck sent along from fourth, so is Jersey Greg, who moves up alongside of him. Ballyhaig 5 lengths behind, riding the rail as they come to the top of the lane here. Excalibate has dropped anchor. Editor's Choice finds himself in front. Different Flame on the outside, poised to pounce though, and these two square off with a furlong to go. Spectacular Luck is trying to get there on the grandstand side. Spectacular Luck finding good momentum on the grandstand side, and Spectacular Luck is picking him up. Spectacular Luck gets the win over Different Flame, Editor's Choice, and American Day.
Another win for Sammy Camacho, this time for Mike Deeney, a Spectacular Luck. Not sure where you find his form, but he got it done with a very good trip and ride.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm still baffled how he won.
Yeah, look, there's.
I saw it.
five or six races ago, there was a number that made a little bit of sense, but there's no reason as to why that number showed back up here.
He was a little wide last time, but he was a tough one to like, but he got the trip today. The 11 who you and Paulie liked ran very well. Different Flame to be second. Editor's Choice, not bad to finish third. And the odd favorite was an absolute no-show, the exclusive Dr. Wong. Sometimes it's good to bet against jockeys that are being overbet. A jockey, however, we love around here is our man Kendrick Carmouche. Gain a little momentum as we head into the summer. America's Day at the Races continues after a quick break.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze. You have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Gunrunner is the sire of 12 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, Two-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknife. Three-time Grade 1 winner Taba. Track Record Setter Society. Locked. Two-time Grade 1 winner Gunite. And Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner. Standing at 3 chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm here in the paddock, Richard Migliori, watching these horses. They're all saddled up. Jockeys are out getting their instructions, talking to the connections. And we're just going to talk about 2 horses here before I watch them warm up. Starting with the 6, Timaeus, Linda Rice, first time off the claim. This horse was claimed for $25,000. You could say this race is a bit tougher, but just from a physical perspective, he's really checking the boxes for me. You get Jose Lezcano, who's just been riding in tremendous form for an elongated period of time. And he's been very consistent in his races. The 7, Principe d'Oro, Gus Rodriguez, you get Flavien Prat. This horse just looks outstanding, making a great impression. This is a Ridgeling by Medaglia d'Oro, bred by Chef Bobby Flay. And a Ridgeling, for people that don't know, is a horse with 1 undescended testicle. He checks the boxes. He would absolutely get the appearance pick from me, but we got to watch him warm up, guys.
Thanks, Richie. It is very hard to play Principe d'Oro after his last race. He really ran poorly that day.
Yeah, and he was bet a little bit too. Was meant to run better. But his race 2 back absolutely makes sense. But there is a reason that he might have run it slow. You know, the trainer change away from Linda Rice.
Kendrick Carmouche, we just mentioned, on the favorite. Certified Loverboy looked to wire the field for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I look for this one to pop away there from the inside.
The 3, Storm and Chrome, a tough loss last time. Trevor McCarthy rides for Horacio de Paz.
Yeah, not impossible. Needs to show a little bit more early speed.
Warrior Richard goes out for Dave Donk and Jose Gomez.
This horse has some back numbers. Dave Donk likes to take his time.
Gut Feeling, the number 5, is off the claim for Gus Rodriguez. Dylan Davis with the mount.
Yeah, this one just didn't really feel like one that was going to get back to some of those back numbers. They might not even be fast enough.
Timaeus, the other one for Linda Rice, goes out, number 6, with Jose Lezcano.
If this horse can find that debut race for Jimmy Jerkins, they can absolutely win this one.
And rounding out the field, the number 7, Principe d'Oro for Gus Rodriguez and Flavien Prat.
Yeah, has some back starts, does have a heck of a pedigree, like the MIG pointed out. Dame Dorothy was one of my favorite. I liked her.
I think you hit a pick 3, a cold pick 3 many years ago when she won the Derby City Distaff by a nose. Would that be correct?
Absolutely. We were heading into Churchill Downs. We parked, had to cut through the infield. I was running to the window. I made the wager. It was a large, like kind of a pick 3, cold pick 3 wager with the Visadero in it. And the teller said, "Are you sure?" I looked back. They were in the gate. I said, "Yes, hit it." She hit it. I looked back. They broke. $300 pick 3 paid $42,000.
Very nice, very nice. You still have all the money, too, so it's really good.
It was gone before the end of the day.
Jonathan likes the action. The number 1, Certified Lover Boy. I mean, I think you and I were in this horse with Gun Maestro in the race. Without Gun Maestro, win or lose, he is supposed to be the controlling speed.
Oh, absolutely. From the inside. You know, I was going to try to beat Gun Maestro because I thought Certified Lover Boy was going to put some pressure. Now, Gun Maestro's not even there, so I don't have to worry about that. Now, to me, it feels like Certified Lover Boy is going to get loose away from there on the inside.
And it's interesting. Ray Handel had this horse in New York, never ran him for a tag in New York, shipped him to Keeneland, ran him for a tag, and Linda Rice was laying in wait to claim.
I'd love to see Linda Rice's stable mail. She probably, all these horses she probably has alerts on.
I read some crazy person on Twitter one day saying that Linda Rice wins every shake versus no, she's involved in every shake. And you know what? She wins it pretty much exactly the percentage she rates to win based on the number of people in shakes. You're in a lot of shakes, you're in a lot of claims, you're going to win your share, but really no more over time. That's the way math works. Storm and Chrome, a little painful for me. I bet this horse last time at 12-1 and really had no excuse. Got a very good ride by Trevor. Maybe cutting back to a one-turn mile could help, but I feel like last time was supposed to be the time.
Yeah, but for whatever reason, if Certified Lover Boy doesn't show up off of that break since April 18th. Storming Chrome, I've got no problem, could be right there in the mix. Probably needs to get just a touch faster early to stay connected. Although the horse was a little bit closer last time, the pace figures don't indicate that horse was really doing it well, doing it fast. So we'll need to be a little bit closer to take advantage of this paceless race.
No, I agree with you in that situation. And these are the ones that come in with the best recent form, Richie.
Yeah, listen, I think this is a very intriguing, interesting race. A horse that didn't really catch my eye in the paddock, but did catch my eye in the warm-up, Trevor McCarthy with the 3, Storming Chrome. This horse left the pony and really got into the bit. And you guys know I'm a big fan of warm-ups. And I believe they're even more important on warm days. Again, get a horse to get a sweat on. You don't see boxers going to the ring dry. They go in there with a good sweat on and shows that they're prepared and ready to compete. Again, a horse that caught my eye in the post-parade, not so much in the paddock. I'm going to pick the 7, Principe d'Oro. If you look at this horse, anytime he's forward and he's not getting dirt in his face, he runs his better races. He didn't break particularly well last time. It wasn't terrible, but it did put him out of position, and he got hit with the kickback, and he just backed out of the race. He's 7 of 7 with Flavien Prat, who is shown to be a consistently aggressive rider, or at least a very position-conscious rider, and I just think he's going to get into the race the right way. I liked him in the paddock. I continued to like him in the warm-up, and 7 of 7 wins me over in a one-turn race, like inside posts around 2 turns, outside posts around these elongated one-turn races. And then just getting back quickly to the one-horse Certified Lover Boy, making that first start for Linda Rice. This horse has gotten post 1. This is the 5th time in his last 6 starts, and going the one-turn mile, he's going to have to be aggressively handled to make sure he gets up into position. But he certainly has the right rider in Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, I think that Certified Lover Boy is going to have a real pace advantage over these horses. And this is a horse that has just been running against significantly better horses than these throughout his running lines. And I think, Jonathan, I know he's a short price, and you and I are on him, but I agree that he's very, very much the one to beat.
No, he's definitely the one to beat. But, you know, I will say this. I do think the 4, Warrior Richard, is just at least a little bit interesting. You know, I always give Dave Donk the benefit of the doubt. When it comes to horses, he takes his time. And sometimes that third off a layoff performance could be the one. And now he's getting to go a little bit longer. He's been sprinting the last couple starts. I think that one's at least a little bit interesting at 10-1, but I agree with you. The 1 should be tough to beat.
See what happens in race number 4. The middle pick 5 kicks off in this race. Chris Griffin has the call.
Timaeus. Principe d'Oro. All set. And they're off. Breaking outward there was Certified Lover Boy, but does have early speed now, and now straightens up, and Certified Lover Boy right out towards the front with Storming Chrome. They're going to be 1-2, but having to work there was the favorite, Certified Lover Boy, who's now a neck in front. Pressure to the outside from Storming Chrome. Timaeus is towards the outside, 3 wide. 4 wide is going to be Principe d'Oro, and they are lined up 4 across the racetrack. No easy leads here. 4 across the racetrack through a 23-1 opening quarter mile. The 2 at the back, Warrior Richard with Gut Feeling. They're the duo at the back end of the field, and a lineup of 4 up front. Certified Lover Boy is having to work to keep that lead. It's Certified Lover Boy back up by a half length. Storming Chrome is right there stalking from second. 3 wide Timaeus is there in third, 45.42 for that half-mile time. It's a wide journey for Principe d'Oro, is trying to rally on here. 4 wide coming after the leader. Certified Lover Boy is still there, but really having to work. From the back, Warrior Richard, Gut Feeling. They start to travel as a pair, and they are catching rivals quickly, still with about 7 lengths to make up. Certified Lover Boy is dispatched of the 3 pace setters, and here's Certified Lover Boy at the top of the stretch, still traveling very nicely. Certified Lover Boy went 109.3 for 3/4 of a mile, and Certified Lover Boy is still there and opening up. This is a big effort here. Certified Lover Boy inside the final furlong is now 5 widening lengths in front. No doubt, Kendrick Carmouche, Certified Lover Boy, is going to win this one easily. Certified Lover Boy wins it well. Principe d'Oro is in a photo there with Storming Chrome. Then came another photo. Gut Feeling with Warrior Richard in 1 minute 35 and 4.
Well, when you see 4 across the track and you have the inside speed at a short price, it's usually not a great sign. But Certified Lover Boy just dominated this group.
No, he sure did, and it was actually more impressive than it even looked visually. He broke a little bit inward, didn't make the lead, had to press up in there. Then he started getting pressure from his outside, had to make a middle move to kind of open up the race a little bit. One thing I think Kendrick is outstanding at is opening up a race at the right time with a horse who's forwardly placed. And then he just ran away from him. I thought he ran outstanding here today.
Yeah, and despite the fact that they were moving up front, it feels like a very tight photo, and it might have very close for second to see who got second here. We're watching another monitor between the number 3 and the number 7. Man, we're looking at another monitor. I don't know if we can pick that up there. If you have the exacta, I think the 3, Storm and Crow might have got second, but this was easy. We've had some easy wins today. This was the easiest.
This is going to take a little while, I think. This is very close to a eater. I thought it was very close.
Yeah, that was very close, matching strides down there. And even though there were 4 across the track and what seemed like a 22-1 second quarter, the speeds held together. But Storm and Lover, Certified Lover Boy, good claim by Linda for 50,000. He absolutely annihilated this field.
No, he was unbelievably impressive in here. It wasn't just the fact that he won by 6-7 lengths. It was the fact to me that he took all of that pressure and still won like that.
And that was a very, very fast race. This will turn out to be a good claim for Winning Move Stables and Linda Rice as well. Kenner Carmouche, our man, gets the win, and Storm and Chrome, in fact, did come back over the 7. Principe Doro with gut feeling getting 4th. Deterministic. We thought he was going to be a Derby horse. I had him in the futures. Well, things didn't pan out after his impressive return in the Gotham. He's going to try the turf in the Manila. The Manila is coming up next week, and the Manila has seen some very good horses, including an eventual Horse of the Year win it. Much more on him and others as America's Day at the Races continues.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
America's Day at the Races is sponsored by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. He was favored, but he won like a short price should. In fact, a very impressive performance by certified lover boy for Kendrick Carmouche, Linda Rice, and Winning Move Stables.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've seen some really nice performances here to get started in this card at Aqueduct, some very impressive ones. Like I said, the margin of victory here doesn't tell the whole story. It was even more impressive than the margin of victory. This horse took pressure all the way around there after breaking a tad bit slow, had to middle move to kind of open up the race a little bit, and then ran away from him like this. I thought this was a very, very impressive performance.
And he really just blew away the horses that tried to keep up with him early, and even though they finished second and third, they finished way, way back in second and third. Certified Loverboy, $5 to win. The 1-3 exacta, $9.40 for $1. A dime super, 1-3-7-5, $7.60. Deterministic, well, I know I thought he could be a real player in the Kentucky Derby, but he was just flat in his next two starts. And okay, maybe something went wrong in the Wood Memorial. A no-show in the Peter Pan. We'll find out if he's a different horse when he runs next week in the Manila. I believe next Saturday.
He ran entirely too well in the Gotham to have fooled us that he's not a good horse. So I'm just hopeful that his switch to the grass will kind of bring him back to the forefront of being a good horse. Look, he was very good here. Just a Touch is a very nice horse that he ran by in here. There's no way he's not good.
And we've seen some very good horses win the Manila. You know, last year More Than Looks won it for Cherie DeVaux, and he's getting closer, I believe, to making his debut, his 4-year-old debut. I thought he was one of the best turf horses in the country. Win. Beat Casa Creed in this race a few years ago. Win, a Grade 1 winner of the Forgo over Complexity. And Bricks and Mortar won this race as a 3-year-old as well. And Manila is a race that has a pretty storied history, actually. And there are the stake races coming up. The Manila, the Victory Ride on July 4th, along with the Perfect Sting. The Brooklyn on the 5th. And, of course, the big day, July 6th, where we'll run the Belmont Derby and Oaks, as well as several other stake races, including the John Nehrude. But the Manila's a good one. Manila's before your time. He is one of the best U.S.-based turf horses I've ever seen. Really a brilliant racehorse.
Wow.
When Theatrical arguably could have been Horse of the Year over Ferdinand back in the late 80s, Theatrical's one real loss, and he ran Grade 1s throughout the year. He did get put up in a Grade 1, I think the Sword Dancer at Belmont, but Manila just blew him away in the Arlington Million, just blew him off the track. Unfortunately, Manila got hurt after that, was retired. But he won the Breeders' Cup Turf as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, it's not something we often see, right? Horse of the Year or those getting from turf horses. Bricks and Mortar, the last one I can remember. I don't think Up to the Mark was too far off last year.
No, I don't agree. It was terrific. I was sorry that Up to the Mark retired, frankly. I thought he was, he was good during the year, and he showed in that Breeders' Cup Turf at 1.5 miles just what kind of racehorse he was from a mile and a half, almost beating Auguste Rodin with a wider trip. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Races. Jonathan, Richie, Paul, and I will be joining you in just a moment as we come back with race number 4 at Monmouth Park.
Introducing a stallion. As top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
They're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winter Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. There it is, our home until we build a new Belmont Park. Aqueduct here. America's Day at the Race continues. Let's head down to Monmouth Park. We're just a couple minutes away from race number 4. Let's get more from Paulie.
Well, thanks, Andy. Here we got a good race here. 5.5 furlongs, $6,250 claimers, and you know the two's getting bet in here. Bayron right now for Dan Ward, who won last time out. And think about Dan. He's one of those type of trainers, when he does win, he'll take his time a little bit. So I do think the 2 is going to be toughing here. And when you look at the fixed odds, which you need to pay attention to here, it looks like he's going to go off at like 6-5 or 7-5, somewhere in that area. Now, the 1, Face Abarrio, I think it's the speed of the speed. I just don't know how far he wants to go or how far he can take him. You know, he's 3 for 21 lifetime, 0 for 4. He does get the bug boy and gets that 10 pounds. So maybe Jose Delgado's thinking, okay, let's go on the send here. And I think they're going to be on the send. We'll just see if he's good enough. The surprise horse to me, like, you know, he's the second longest shot on the board. And I like the 7 in here. I don't understand why. If you look at Louis Linder, he already had a winner yesterday. His horses have transferred over here from Parks. This horse has basically been in this kind of condition a little bit, gets an outside draw. Samuel Marin's an actually very good jockey. I think this horse can sit tactically very well in this race. And right now at 10-1, I just don't get the odds why this horse is 10-1. I might be way off in here. I get it. But at 10-1, I got to go there, Andy, with the 7 horse and try to beat some of the favorites in here.
I got to tell you, I don't disagree. I didn't love Would Be Wild, but even 8 or 10-1, it seems like too big a price on him, doesn't he? Why is he a significantly higher price than the horse inside of him, Fly Away? Both are dropping.
No, absolutely. I mean, I would look between those 2. I would definitely prefer the 7 towards the outside. But look, my eyes went to the 1, Face Abarrio. We don't often see, especially with older horses, you don't see 5.5 dirt sprints very often, or 5 furlong dirt sprints. Those are usually turf sprints. I think even more than turf sprints, speed going 5.5 on the dirt is a premium, and I just feel like Face Abarrio has a huge advantage in that arena.
Unless he fails to get out of the gate, he's got to be way in front of these, and he's 9-2 now, but he's 3.5-1 in the fixed odds, so I don't know how much lower he's really going to be expected to go, and I agree. I mean, Face Abarrio's in a position to lead these on the merriest of chases.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they feel, I don't know. I don't know why they're kind of ignoring him here at this price, but he makes a ton of sense to me. He's got the fastest pace figures, and he's right there with everyone else in terms of final numbers. I think he's going to be hard to beat if he pops away from there clean.
And Bayron got it done on the sloppy track at Oaklawn last time, but that was early March. It's been almost 4 months since we've seen him. Claimed for $7,500, wins for $10,000 at Oaklawn, and now comes back for $62.5 at Monmouth, and he's a heavy favorite. I guess he can certainly win, but I don't know, man. In a race with a lone speed, couldn't he be a bit pace compromised?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a ton of early speed. I guess if you look 4 and 5 back, he could be a little bit closer. But why all of a sudden is he 3 lengths out of it, 6 lengths out of it, 10 lengths out of it? Sometimes they say when a horse kind of starts to go the wrong direction, it kind of shows up in the gate first.
Boy, that was snatching victory from the jaws of defeat there, getting the job done with the apprentice Joseph Belmire. Yeah, I'm not saying he can't win, but I think, and judging by the fixed odds, he could be as low as even money or 6-5 in this race. 7-2 right now in Face Abarrio. I'd much rather bet him at 7-2.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 2 winners probably come from the inside, but yeah, give me the one that's a better price, who's going to be in front of the other one. I'll go with the 1, Face of Barrio.
And Paulie's Would Be Wild is still a very generous price at 7-1. I agree. That horse does look like the value on the board as they head in the gate. The number 4, I don't know how much the 4 is going to affect the pace, but he was a potential thorn in the side of the 1. I think his scratch certainly helps Face of Barrio's chances as he's dripped to 3-1, 8-5 on Bayron as they're heading in the gate for race number 4 at Monmouth. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Bargaining Power coming forward. Two back. Fly, Fly Away. Would Be Wild to the outside. We're ready to go. And Larough. Bayron had to take up after breaking a little bit slowly. He's at the back of the field. Bargaining Power has speed. Face of Barrio from the inside, flashing forward to snatch the lead away. And it's Face of Barrio showing the way by about a length here. Bargaining Power off of him running in second. Fly, Fly Away. The gray horse is next. Would Be Wild to the outside. Sneakiness is second to last. And Bayron, the 6-5 favorite, has to pass them all and make up 6 lengths. In the final 3 furlongs begins a move. A contentious pace, a quartet. Line up on the lead here. Face of Barrio being tackled and passed by Bargaining Power, who has a narrow lead. Fly, Fly Away alongside now. A deeper Would Be Wild at the top of the stretch. Bayron trying to rally on, gets to the outside as they come down the lane. The early leaders starting to struggle. Would Be Wild has a short lead, but here comes Bayron, and Bayron on the outside tries to get to Would Be Wild, who's hanging tough from the inside. Bayron outside, hanging in second, and Would Be Wild would not let Bayron by. Would Be Wild and Samuel Marin win it. Bayron had every shot to run by that front runner, just never got by. Fly, Fly Away third, and Sneakiness was fourth.
Tremendous call by our man Paul LaDuca as the number 7 Would Be Wild stalks the pace. Looked like the number 2, the favorite Bayron, was going to swallow him up. He got the lugging in the stretch, and Would Be Wild gets the job done in an upset, and a great pick by Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, it was a great job by Paul. You know, the last 2 races didn't really get you going, but if you got a little bit deeper into the past performances of the 7 Would Be Wild, you could see this performance, and Paul did a great job smoking that out. The 1 broke well, or I'm sorry, did not break well from the inside, but I don't think that mattered. I don't think the horse was running well no matter how they broke. And then the 2 had dead aim and refused to run by.
Went down to 5-1, but still not a bad price on Would Be Wild, getting it done and upsetting the heavy favorite, Bayron. Great call by Paulie, race number 4 at Monmouth Park as we are back here at the Big A. And this is a race where you and I are in agreement here, and seems like a pretty generous price in a horse unless one of the firsters is quick. The number 8, Launch Control, is supposed to be the controlling speed, but the 1, King Puck, makes his debut for Christophe Clement with plenty of pedigree to sprint in the grass.
Absolutely. You know, my eyes are going to 2 places right now. The fact that the 2 and the 8 are the same price is bizarre to me. The 8 was involved in that pace, set that pace, moved into that pace. The 2 just picked up pieces. I'm confused why these horses are the same price.
I am complete agreement with you. Let's find out what the MIG thinks.
Yeah, guys, I mean, a really interesting group here, going 6 furlongs on the turf. The 1, King Puck, first-time starter for Christophe Clement. This is a half to Epping Forest, who won half of her 12 starts. She was a nice turf sprinter for Christophe and Waterville Lake Stables, the owner-breeder. I will say, though, looking at this guy, I do think he'll be better for a race under his belt. I just think he'll tuck up a bit. And again, not knowing this horse as an individual, maybe that's just him. He carries a bit more weight. But I'll kind of watch him one time before I'll jump all in. The 2, Daybright Delights, did run well on debut, closed. I mean, obviously a wickedly fast pace. I like when I see a second-time starter acting as composed as he is, particularly after that first run. They can go one of 2 directions, and it looks like he's really kind of got a good mind and kept his composure. I think the 3, Price is Truth, the other Clement runner, is way too big a price. I think if you look at this horse's turf races as a 2-year-old and just natural progression from 2 to 3, 3. He's back on the surface he really wants. They put him on the dirt heading into the winter. Then he had one run in April back on the dirt. I think he's back in the proper surface. He definitely looks like a turf horse. And I thought his trio race on the turf, he could take a big step forward off of those races. And then the 10-horse Reno, another first-time starter. This is a half to Bricko for the Jimmy Bond barn. He's just being a bit vocal and a bit studdish here in the paddock. And sometimes it's not even that a colt is actually really feeling studdish. It's their way of almost that nervous energy, kind of them dealing with things. So he looks just a bit unfocused today. First time throwing a lot of new things at him, shipping here from Saratoga, paddock and what have you. But he is a really handsome son of both. They are a really good-looking individual, guys.
Seems to me like he's taking a lot of money, and of the firsters, he was kind of the least likely to get bet. The number 10.5 is Richie Meant to Bricko, and I think this horse is live for the Jimmy Bond barn, this firster. I think he's more live at 6-1 than either the Clement, the 1, or the Mark Casse New York Scrappy are live at 7-2 and 4-1.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you have to look when you're identifying what's live and what's not live. It doesn't mean the horse is just bet off the board. It means that the horse is bet to a number that you believe is shorter than it likely would or should be. And, you know, Jimmy Bond, absolutely, they'll fire with you and get you with first-time starters all the time. But, you know, this horse being bet to 6-1 into the teeth of two horses that have experience and two horses from connections that seem to win a little bit more often with first-time starters, I agree with your point that this horse is definitely being bet. Yeah, could be interesting in here, but you and I both prefer the number 8, Launch Control. And even though he finished behind the 2 Daybright Delights in that one's debut, I think we both feel he ran a much better race because he was the one cutting what was a pretty quick pace. He ran a much better race, in my opinion, and his style is also the more advantageous style to have in these types of races. So the fact that they're going off at the same price, I think is a mistake by the public to assume that this late-running closer in the 2 Daybright Delights, is the same price as the 8. I much prefer the 8 Launch Control. No, I agree. I feel like, now listen, you never know if a first-time starter is going to have speed, and it's certainly possible that one will. But unless a firster has a lot of speed in here, the 8's supposed to find himself in a controlling position. Yeah, I mean, look, I would be shocked if the 8 doesn't go off favored over the 2 in here. And look, I'm not like mad about the 2. I just don't think that the horse fits at that price. We're on the same page where the 8 is supposed to beat the 2 based on the last race. The number 1, King Puck, the firster, goes out for Christophe Clement and Joel Rosario. Yeah, got 4 turf winners in the family. This horse is the one that makes the most sense as the first-time starters on paper. The 2, Daybright Delights, goes out for Ray Handel and Dylan Davis. Yeah, it was 27-1 last time and came running into the teeth of what I thought was a pretty fair pace. The number 3, Price's Truth, Christophe Clement and Manny Franco. You know, this one's a little sneaky. He does have a back number as a 2-year-old that puts that one in the mix. The number 4, Charles J. I thought he was a little bit interesting, cutting back in distance. Yeah, I had no problem. The 2 races back, he was pretty involved in that pace. The number 5, Silver Pocket, a firster for Russell Cash at a huge price. Yeah, 34-1, not taking much money here. The number 6, Out of Waterbury, seemed to cuts back in distance after showing a little something last time out for Dave Donk. Showed some speed on the dirt. Didn't show as much speed last time, but ran okay considering. Firster New York Scrappy, Mark Casse and Flavien Prat. Has some very, very, very fast early siblings. The number 8 we talked about, Launch Control, our top pick, Kerry Bryan and Johnny Velasquez. Yeah, I thought this horse ran exceptional last time and looks to take another step forward. Number 9, Sebastian the First, goes out for Jose Delgado with Jose Lezcano. Exits that same race, but kind of... I apologize, 9 scratched. Oh. Do you have this horse scratched? I did not. That must be late. And the number 10, Oreno, the firster we talked about. Thank you. Jimmy Bond and Kendrick Carmouche. Sneaky taking money here. Starting to creep up a little bit here now. I'd keep an eye on that 8-1. Nice little warm-up here for Kendrick Carmouche as well. Maybe some intentions to show a little bit of speed. See what happens is Kendrick's warming him up. We'll see. He usually gives him a bit of a warm-up, but Launch Control seems to be tough in here. New York Scrappy, I know you want to talk a little more about him, has a lot of pedigree on the dam side. Yeah, when you look at that situation, it doesn't always have to be. When I'm looking at pedigree, I don't always, and this is for turf and for like precocity, you don't always have to look for winners. sometimes I just want to look for signs. When it comes to horses like this where I'm wanting speed, you can just find horses that had a lot of early speed, horses that were fast, that were sprinters. I think sometimes that can lead you into a horse that will show some precocity. And the same can be said about turf. I don't need to see 7 turf winners in a family of 9 runners, but I like to see when horses run better on turf than they did on dirt, when horses were running well on turf without necessarily winning. I think you can find clues, or even another one I like to do, Andy, is just to see if a horse ran their fastest figure on the grass. To me, that's a sign that was a grass horse. Not a good grass horse, but a grass horse.
Well, I do. I think you want to see that improvement, and that is absolutely true. And it's not always about winning. It's about whether or not they're better horses, an improvement. Because sometimes you see a horse, and, people get seduced. They say, oh, this horse has a couple stake winners in the turf. Okay, fine. But how about you find a horse that couldn't run at all in the turf as a claimer, and then got on the turf and couldn't run at all in the dirt, running 30 buyers, suddenly ran a 75 buyer. That's a big move up, even though it's a lower level horse. And also, you do want to look at sires. Were the horses did well in the turf sired by turf sires? Does this horse have a turf sire? Now, New York Scrappy, Salomini, the jury's out. It's a new sire. We don't really know. But I will tell you one thing. He's a 3-year-old first-time star in a turf sprint. Mark Casse, over the last 5 years, is just 2 for 38 with 3-year-old first-time stars in turf sprints with a 54-cent ROI.
What does that tell you? Like, what if I know it doesn't tell you, you don't want to guess too much, but what is it? Does it tell you that
the good ones run it too? That's what it says to me.
Yeah.
We'll see what Richie thinks, as the 9 was a late scratch, Sebastian the First. Let's get more on that from the MIG.
Yeah, Andy, the 9, Sebastian the First, was a late scratch. He had the incorrect shoes on for turf racing. In dirt racing, horses run with toe grabs. Think, kind of a version of cleats for a base runner in baseball. They have a tendency to slide on dirt. It gives them a bit more traction. You're not allowed to use those in turf racing. First of all, it tears up the turf a great deal. Also, in turf racing, you're racing in much tighter quarters than you will in dirt racing. And when horses clip heels, a lot of times it's the toe grabs. When they catch one heel and it catches a toe grab, it'll kind of pull their legs out from under them, where you can actually get away with clipping heels straight away if you've got flat shoes on. It almost like, kind of hits and backs them off, and they won't stumble as much. Although I don't recommend doing it in either case, but that is why the 9 Sebastian the First was a late scratch. I'm picking the 3 Price is Truth, guys. Couldn't get past what I saw physically. Think he's back to the proper surface. I know he's a big price, but I just really couldn't get away from him. And I'm going to go on purely the fact that he looked as good as he did, and I thought his 2-year-old races maybe were a little better than they looked, and with just natural progression could be tough. I agree with you guys about the 8 Launch Control, who now is decidedly your favorite at 2-1. Set a wickedly fast pace, ran extremely well, ran a better race than the 2-horse Stay Bright Delights, but he also did have more experience. But I think he will be a handful, because I just don't think anybody can entertain him early on.
Thanks, Richie. What about my long shot, Charles J., who I thought ran a respectable race when third, Instamatic, who's a favorite on Morning Line against a winner's field, and then they tried to go long, getting back to a sprint.
Yeah, look, the horse ran well sprinting. And if you take that cutback and you figure there's going to be a little bit more finish there off of the cutback, and you can say that this horse improves a little bit off of the sprint 2 back. This horse could be right there, 15-1. I've seen worse 15-1 shots. I guess the issue you need one of those firsters probably to show some speed to try to keep the 8 occupied. That would be my biggest concern with the 4.
We'll see what happens. We'll see how much speed the 8 shows, and we'll see if any of the firsters can keep them company. An interesting 5th race coming up. Chris Griffin has the call.
Price is Truth. Here is New York Scrappy. Launch Control. Orino. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Out of Waterbury's got early speed, but now gets passed by Launch Control towards the outside. Launch Control and King Puck. Here comes King Puck with a head in front. To the outside there is Launch Control. They're 1-2, moderate tempo. Then Price's Truth is a gray in between horses. Wants to move forward, is right there in third. From the outside, Reno has now settled into the 4th spot to stalk those pace setters. At the rail in 5th is Daybright Delights, is followed by Out of Waterbury, who's tracking from 6th. And 7th is New York Scrappy. At the rail, Orange Cap. In 8th is Charles J. The trailer is Silver Pocket. They work into the far turn. King Puck has got the lead, 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. King Puck is right there with Launch Control, the favorite, ready to pounce towards the outside. Reno is making up some ground and tips towards the outside, and here comes Reno with a run. At the rail, it's Price's Truth, but the front two continue to duke it out, 44-4, that half-mile time. At the rail, it's King Puck and Launch Control pushing on by, and Launch Control has now put a half length and now a full length on King Puck, who's alone in second, far back to the rest. The front two are well clear, and Launch Control is much the best. It's going to be Launch Control opening up here by 3 lengths. Launch Control, John Velasquez, they win it nicely. Launch Control wins it over King Puck. Then came New York Scrappy. Then a 3-way photo for 4th between Daybright Delights, Out of Waterbury. And to the outside, Charles J.
John Velasquez was content to stalk with the number 8 Launch Control over a moderate first quarter and prove much the best, but the firsters also ran pretty well. King Puck and the 7 New York Scrappy, who totally blew the break.
Yeah, look, I mean, the 1 popped away from there and set some nice, comfortable fractions, and the 8 Launch Control just sat comfortably to the outside. And when they turned for home, it looked interesting for a half a second, and then Launch Control, with all of that experience, just happened to kick away. I thought the 7 New York Scrappy, like you mentioned, after breaking slow, ran well. And the 4 Charles J, another one who I thought ran on pretty well.
And as you said, that distance race may have dulled his speed. We'll take a look at the start. And, I mean, he doesn't break that slowly, but then he has to steady badly after that. And when Flavien Prat steadies badly, you know something happened.
Yeah, it's like he took a bad step here or
well,
something.
The 6 came out into him severely.
Yeah.
Severely. He wasn't winning, but he didn't run badly for a firster, given that trouble. Nobody was beating Launch Control, the 9-5 winner for John Velasquez, and Kerry Bryan in race number 5. And my man, Kirk Wyckoff in 3 Diamonds Farm, my miniature golf partner. He plays a mean miniature golf game. Launch Control getting it done, and John Velasquez winning it for 3 Diamonds and Kerry Bryan. And the number 1, King Puck, the firster, getting second. A couple of firsters behind him. Jersey Shore. We'll be heading back there in just a few minutes. Race number 5 is coming up, the start of the Jersey Shore 6.
Such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
that weird?
Strong, speedy. Just a few of the S words Rockridge owner Larray Visagi uses to describe the first foals of stallion Disco Partner.
It's a horse that, with what we've seen on foals so far, there will be a lot of upside in this horse in the next couple of years once this first baby starts running.
Time flies if you're having fun or reliving Disco Partner's back-to-back wins in the Jaipur Invitational Stakes. In the 2017 running, he stopped the clock in the 6 furlong turf race in world record-setting time.
Holy mackerel!
105.67.
They're off.
When he won the Jaipur again in 2018, it had been elevated from Grade 3 to Grade 2 status.
And Disco Partner did it again.
His speed wasn't the only astonishing thing about Disco Partner.
He was actually a horse that ran 33 times, so if you ever wanted something sound, this will be the horse.
From those 33 starts, Disco Partner won 11 races, including 4 stakes, placed in 12 additional stakes, and amassed nearly $1.5 million in earnings. Disco Partner was bred by outstanding New York breeder Patricia Generazio, who is now supporting the stallion with some of her best mares.
He himself is a very balanced horse. He's not a big horse, but balance I think is what helped him to be so sound in his career, and you see that in a lot of his young foals, that they are balanced and they are very, very interesting, and I think you'll be very happy as they mature.
How can you not love Disco Partner? He was a cool horse. I don't know why we haven't renamed the Belmont Turf Championship the Disco Partner.
Wow.
Right? Shouldn't it be the Disco Partner?
He was cool. No, he was definitely a cool horse. I love their silks as well. I mean, I'm a silks fan.
Generazios,
Yeah,
the
nice
best.
silks, nice silks.
Best. I miss Frank. He was great. I remember actually came on my radio show once. He was terrific. And Generazio was such a huge presence for so many years in this game. They had different silks in Florida they did in New York.
I didn't know that.
They did. Yeah. They had the green and pink up here. I'm not sure what they were. Mitch, do you know? We counted him to know something. Our director, Mitch Levitas, and as usual, he knows nothing. Jonathan Kinchin, Andy Serling, the MIG down in the paddock. Greg Wolf is going to be joining us. He's going to be replacing me soon, but it was the favorite, the number 8, Launch Control, a convincing winner of race number 5.
Speed and turf sprints. It's not a coincidence. I just feel like when you can find yourself in that advantageous position, so many more things good can happen than bad, and Launch Control was evidence of that.
Yeah, he was impressive getting it done. Listen, a solid first time out for the number 1 in here, and I think a first-time starter, a little unlucky at the start in New York. Scrappy finished 3rd, despite having to be steadied severely after the break. $5.90 on Launch Control. The 8-1 Exacta, $13.90 for $1. Aqueduct's 6th race coming up, and you'll be here with Greg for that. The horse that you and I picked is the early favorite, the number 8, Jackie the Joker. But it appears, looking at doubles, she will not be favored. It appears the number 6, Condiment Girl, coming in from Churchill Downs with Kendrick Carmouche, will be favored by post time.
Yeah, it's always a nice little trick if you're new to the game. Don't be fooled by the early odds. You can always look to see what the will pays are for the double, a pool that's already closed. It can let you know, give you the clue who's likely to be the favorite.
Yeah, especially when you see a horse that surprises you as the favorites. The Pick 6 starts here. Race number 7, you like Muzara, who I didn't see. I kind of like the 1, Bon Chance, maybe him and the favorite, Messi the Magician.
Yeah, look, I've taken a chance with the 7. I would definitely make sure that I had the 3 as well.
Yeah, I thought the 1 was a potential upsetter.
Okay.
But you guys, you'll be here for the 6th, then you're leaving. The MIG's coming up here.
Yeah.
Maggie's going to be in the paddock. Things are going to get much better when I leave the set, I promise you. An actual professional host will be up here as well. The field for race number 5 at Monmouth Park. They're going 1 1/16 on the turf. This is an allowance optional claiming race, and they're heading out to the racetrack where currently the favorite is, wow, it's an open board, huh? A couple of 7-2 shots, a 9-2, a couple 5-1s, a 4-1. It's a wide open board.
Absolutely.
Here's the 2. Be Here will be favored by post time, is favored in the fixed odds.
Yeah, that one makes the most sense to me. Trying to close into a slow pace last time. And in the last 3 races that Be Here's run in, there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 winners out of those 3 races.
Wow. Yeah, he's coming in off the claim for Greg Sacco, claimed away from Mike Deeney. I ran fine to be third. I worry a little bit, though, that he's been bumming close at shortish prices but not getting it done. His last win is off the page. Jonathan, does that worry you? He hasn't won a race in the last year and a half?
It's always a concern, but if you look through the field, there's a lot of horses that, the wins can be a little sparing, but I think Be Here makes a lot of sense in here just based off of kind of the strength of schedule, who that horse has been facing.
Not a ton of speed in here. It'll be interesting to see if the one Ocean City for Brittany Russell goes from the rail. Otherwise, Magical Marriage could be the speed, maybe?
Yeah, I always defer to horses that are drawn towards the inside that have speed, because what else are you going to do? You're going to take a speed horse in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed and take them back? I'm sure there's some riders out there that will do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've seen plenty of guys around here do that, but I'm with you in theory, and I know the MIG would agree. As the horses have entered the track for race number 1, we're just about 4 minutes away from race number 1. They mentioned the one Ocean City. Fernando Hara, a blast from the past coming. He's riding at Monmouth now, and he's riding this one for Brittany Russell.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of tactical speed. That race 4 back going 11 furlongs makes me wonder how much speed he actually has.
The number 2, Be Here, the gray, easy to see.
Yeah, look, I think this one has some tactical speed, too. You look at that race 2 back. Those pace figures were honest down at Tampa, maybe getting themselves into that pocket position.
Number 3, Mose, a horse that looked to be a stakes horse earlier, dropping down here for Patrick McBurney. Went by the 4, Magical Marriage. Sammy Camacho looking for another win.
Yeah, another one with some tactical speed. Hasn't found the lead very often, but should be in a good position in a race that doesn't have a ton of speed.
The 5 went by. I'm surprised that horse is 5-1. Optic Way is scratched in here. The 7 is hot-blooded. Currently the favorite for Mike Baker, but probably won't be at post time.
Yeah, probably won't be at post time and does not have any early speed.
And you're a Linda Ronstadt fan? Closing out the field?
Yeah, definitely. Look, yeah, huge fan.
I love Linda Ronstadt. I do prefer the Warrens. Here's the question for Paulie. Which poor, pitiful me is better, Linda Ronstadt or Warren Zevon?
That's actually pretty crazy. But here's the thing about Linda Ronstadt. A lot of people don't realize that she cut some albums that were in Spanish, too, as well, and did probably as many duets as I would say Dolly Parton did with Kenny Rogers as well. So I'd have to go with Linda Ronstadt on that. So, and she was easy on the eyes, too, Andy. Okay, so let's get to Ronstadt in here. The 5. I've had 5-1 with Samuel Marin looking for back-to-back wins in here. I think it's going to have to improve in here. Let's start with the 1, and let's start with Ocean City. And I think this is the horse that goes to the front end. And one thing I will say of the wins so far this meet for Fernando Hara, a couple have been on the front end. He's been really done well with rating horses. Now, I just don't know if he's going to be able to get away from this group. We'll see what happens. But Brittany Russell is a very, very good trainer that usually hangs her tack up in Maryland, and she brings this horse down. I think 6-1 is pretty good value. Now, the 2 Be Here, you guys made a good point. 0 for 12 the last 2 years. 0 for 4 over this turf course. Never hit the exacta. So why is this horse your horse to beat? And when you look, the 2 and the 7 are battling between favoritism when it comes to the fixed odds. They've been going back and forth in here. So, again, I think the 2 can win this race, but when you haven't won in a couple years, it worries me. The 4 for Patrick McBurney, I just thought was the horse to beat in here, to be honest with you. The horse's last race and recency is a little bit better than the rest of this group. Like Jonathan said, he has tactical speed to at least stay close if the pace is slow. And then the outside, the 7 horse, hot-blooded. Obviously, a horse that you would think that would love coming out here, but it is pretty hot getting away from the Gulfstream Park weather in Hollandale, Florida out here. But I would think this horse would fire a big shot for Michael Maker and Isaac Castillo. He's using Isaac a lot. But I'm going to land on the 4 here, Magical Marriage here with Sammy Camacho and Patrick McBurney here. Andy, yeah, and Linda Ronstadt all day long.
I'm with you, Paulie. I like Magical Mirror as well. I like Linda Ronstadt. A lot of rock and roll in here. Hot-blooded, foreigner. I mean, it's all happening on this show. Of course, Jonathan's never heard of any of these people. He's gonna get a little Linda Ronstadt education. Warren Zevon. Greg knows who Warren Zevon is now. After I broke his phone when he didn't know who it was, who he was. You guys gotta learn. You young children. You're old enough to know these people.
You're so mean to me, Andy. I let you go with Certified Lover Boy winning. I didn't make you guess that was Drake's song. I let you.
How do you know I didn't know that? Isn't Drake is he the guy that goes to all the games in Toronto?
He does.
I've
yeah.
seen him. Yeah,
See,
he watch
There you
watch
go.
the
There you
Raptor
go.
games. He goes there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See? I let you go there, and then you're running me over the coals here.
Linda Ronstadt? I don't know.
I Googled it. Now I know.
You know, if you were a kid in the 70s, you would have had a crush on Linda Ronstadt. Believe me, just like every other kid in the 70s had. Believe me. No, she was terrific. I agree with Paulie about the number 4 Magical Marriage. Even if the one goes the lead, I think should get a pretty good trip here. And, like you, I just prefer horses that are more forward in general.
I just think that you have a lot less to overcome.
Yep.
And when you come from way out of it, you're pace dependent, you're trip dependent, you got a bunch of horses in front of you, you're dependent on what they decide to do. It just I've always found myself to get a little disappointed. I'll tell you one horse that was a closer that never really let me down, or at least on a big stage, was Practical Joke that one day. Coming from off of it from that inside post position. Looking back at that now, what I feel like I know now, I would hate him in that spot based on that.
But I had a big argument with Chad Brown when he got the rail and he was all mad. He was a rail runner. He liked to run inside of horses. He did it in the Champagne, and he had no problem running in the rail. And if you look at that race, now the Alan Jerkins, he cut the corner and he went from like 7th to 2nd in a split second because he was a horse that was comfortable rallying inside. So drawing the rail for him, not a problem. And Practical Joke, one of my favorite horses, broke his maiden at Saratoga and won the Alan Jerkins and the Hopeful up there. He was a good one, and he's turned out to be a terrific sire as well. Loading into the gate for race number 5 at Monmouth, Matt Dinnerman has the call.
Two back, hot-blooded, make it 1, Ronstadt. We're ready to go. And Larough. Ocean City bumped with B here at the start of the race. B here rather, and Ocean City, both runners hard sent for the front end, and Ocean City has the lead from B here, and Mose second and third. American Law and Restraint fourth, easing off the aforementioned duo. A gap of 2 to Ronstadt with Magical Marriage, and Hot Blooded takes his customary spot at the back of the field. He'll attempt to do his best running later. 7 runners charge into the clubhouse turn. Ocean City paving the way by 1.25 lengths. B here right behind in the second spot. Mose clearly third. American Law gets to the rail. He's 4th, still on a hold. 3 lengths off the lead approaching the backstretch. Another 2 to Ronstadt. He's alongside of Magical Marriage, and Hot Blooded gets outside down the backstretch. 6 lengths from tip to tail, where Ocean City is the leader by about a length. B here getting closer, now just a 1/2 length back, and turns up the pressure with a 1/2 mile to go. 1.5 lengths to Mose outside of American Law. They're side by side. They're 2 ahead of Ronstadt, who's being sent along from that position. Magical Marriage at the back of the pack now, losing position. Hot Blooded's on the move. Hot Blooded takes the 5th position, sent along. He's got 6 lengths to gain as they start to string out. Ocean City still doing it nicely on the front end. B here chasing hard in second. Hot Blooded into the 3rd position. He's lost some ground on the far turn and turning for home. Has to get going. Ocean City is spurted away to a 2-length lead. Hot Blooded continues to run on here. Ocean Hitty desperate for the line, and here comes Hot Blooded. Hot Blooded on the outside to the front. Magical Marriage surging late into second. Hot Blooded to win it. Magical Marriage second home, then Ocean City and B here.
Mike Maker, Isaac Castillo, and Hot Blooded get the perfect trip and get the job done. I don't think we could have expected Magical Marriage to be coming from the back of the pack, but that's exactly what he did. A horse we thought would be forward, well, he came from the back and he got second. But Hot Blooded was best for Mike Maker.
Yeah, I guess that early money was right on a Hot Blooded. Came from out of it. Look, the one was pretty aggressive to find that inside position. The 2B here, they were both pretty close, but this was a race that was dominated by horses that were coming from off the pace.
And I think after that, it's easy to feel like B here just doesn't really want to win because got a good trip and couldn't even pass the 1. Anyhow, it's been a pleasure. I will see you later. I'll probably see you tomorrow as well, but I'm going to step out. And Greg Wolf, he's really the host of the show. He'll be up when I leave. America's Day at the Races continues.
the nation's #1 Horses of Racing Age sale. Over the last decade, this sale has produced earners of more than $88 million. Top grads include recent graded stakes winners Newgrange and Fort Washington. Grade 1 winners Atone and Stiletto Boy, and Breeders' Cup champion Wavell Avenue. Fasig-Tipton July selected Horses of Racing Age, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old, and multiple graded stakes winner. Graded stakes winning 2-year-olds Hidden Connection and Whitwater's Rand. Graded stakes winning 3-year-old Implicated. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on FS2, and welcome to the paddock. I'm Maggie Wolfendale, pleased to be with you all for the second half of this card, as we'll welcome a new host to the set momentarily. But we do have horses to talk about here in the paddock for this claiming 25, and some serious defections with the morning line favorite #1. She's a little edgy coming out, as well as #5 Timed Out, who looked to take money. And now all that money going to #6 Condiment Girl in here for Rob Atras, shipping in from Kentucky, where he does have horses stabled throughout this spring and summer. Last time she was literally just run off of her feet. That was a very quick pace. It came apart a little bit, but not that much. It basically held together, and at the end of the day, she just had too much to do to make up the difference. I like what I'm seeing here. She's well conditioned. She's your typical good-looking Rob Atras horse who seems as though she is shipped in to Aqueduct and Fine Fettle. Now, a horse that is looking to get back to some of her go-back races is #3 Bank on Anna, who does drop to the lowest level that she's ever been in her career. Her recent form is dubious, to say the least, though wired last time by Jackson's Dixie, who was aggressively handled that day, and she was really kind of unable to make up the ground. She looks very healthy, as she typically does. I want to watch her warm up. You know, sometimes with these warmer days, a horse can really tell you what energy they possess once they get out on track. Little quiet here in the paddock as the call to post. We're calling Greg Wolf out of the bullpen to take us the rest of the way. Hey, Greg.
Hey, Maggie, thanks. Good to be here. Yeah, stepping in for Andy Serling as we get set for this Pick 6 coming up. We'll get to that post parade in a moment. Good to see you on a warm weekend here in South Ozone Park, New York.
It is. It's good. It's good to see you as well. I love Andy, but it's very nice to see you. It's very nice to see you.
We've got some good ones coming up. We miss him. He'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, of course.
Wild applause we have to come. Gallibranch, she beat the boys at Saratoga on the turf last summer with anticipation, and a crafty move by Bill Mott. He entered her against her own sex and against the boys in case the race came off. It did, so she went against the boys, and she won.
Very, very smart. I mean, look, I think this is a 2-horse race between the 1 Galabrand and the 9 Oversubscribed. Oversubscribed, the Now horse, very impressive. The 1 Galabrand was the Now horse, and if she takes a step forward from 2 to 3, I think she could be tough in here today.
Yeah, even for those, I guess, somewhat new to the sport, can see that trouble in that race last time out with Oversubscribed. It was dramatic.
Yeah, it was very significant trouble, that's for sure. And while that horse deserves an upgrade based on that trouble, I do think that Galabrand also deserves an upgrade based on the fact that she'll be making her first start as a 3-year-old.
All right, look forward to that. That's race 10 on the program today, 5:13 Eastern start time. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Pick 6 next. We are 5 minutes away from the start of that sequence. Late Pick 5 begins in the 7th. Fast and firm here today on this warm Saturday afternoon. And Monmouth races 6 through 10. We got Paula Duke out in Oceanport. They're fast and firm. That Goldwood sprinting on the turf. Big scratch. One of the key speeds in that race actually came out, which could change things a bit. Play all the action by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in that code at sign-up. For new members, match $200 at NairaBets.com. So good to all week long. Belmont Stakes Racing Festival did not have a voice. Good to have it back.
Yeah, it's coming back. It sounds nice.
It's more fun.
It was good timing by you, huh? Your body failed you.
Here we go with our post break. $25,000 claiming race, 6 furlong sprint. We start with Violent Vixen.
Yeah, Violent Vixen on the trainer change. Once upon a time had a little bit of tactical speed. Will need it from down on the inside.
Back class, former stakes winner Bank on Anna, 9-2.
Yeah, another one who I think will appreciate the 6 furlongs. Didn't last time, but I forgive that performance. 2 races back, I think this horse could make a little bit of noise.
Fontana Freda for Randy Persaud.
Comes in here off a little bit of a break, but that race 2 back for Fontana Freda absolutely makes sense for this one.
Condiment Girl, Cantor Carmouche, she can be forward.
Yeah, I'm just going to draw a line through that last race. She was wide all the way around there. If she can run back to what she did at Churchill, where there's been 3 horses that have won out of that race.
Speedy Filly just went by. She's adding blinkers as well, the 7. And then here is Jackie the Joker for Jimmy Ferraro.
Yeah, this is where I landed. And Andy Serling also, we did Talking Horses together. He landed on this horse. We don't often land on the same horse, but tactical speed drawn towards the outside. I just feel like this horse is going to always be in control in this race, the 8, Jackie the Joker.
Favorite here, 2-1. Kendrick Carmouche for Rob Atras on Condiment Girl. And you look back, Oaklaunch actually did go gate to wire in a victory for 10,000 starter allowance.
Yeah, and look, I'm not going to allow that race to influence me. It just feels like too much of an outlier. All the rest of her races look extremely similar. That one is the one that doesn't necessarily fit. Think about Sesame Street, which one of these things is not the same. I think the race 2 back for Condiment Girl makes sense for her in this spot. She ran that way off of a trainer change. There's been 3 horses out of that race that have come back to win. You just have to find a way in your brain to get creative to forgive the last performance. It wasn't very good. She makes sense in here to me, but I'm going to look elsewhere.
This was back on April 30th, the win, sitting just off the pace. And you would think with the 7 in here is probably quicker. Probably going to have to find a trip sitting off that one early, no?
Yeah, you would think the 7, putting the blinkers on, who's been running at 6 furlongs, should probably pop away from there. But the 8, Jackie the Joker's got some speed as well. Condiment Girl's got some speed. I'm going to go, which I often do, will defer to, if they all look the same, give me the one that's drawn to the farthest outside.
And that'll be Jackie the Joker, 3-1 right now on the 8. With more, let's go back down to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, Jackie the Joker, she looks great in here. I have no problems with her. Maybe she, because of her draw, sits that kind of perfect stalking trip. But I do think that number 7, Willful Desire, is the speed of the speed in here as those blinkers go back on. Gustavo Rodriguez and his team trying to get a little creative when they claimed her in taking them off, as she's now 3rd off the bench. She looks incredibly fit, but she also looks as though she's lacking a bit across her top line. She just could look a bit stronger. Look, she's 6-1, so I don't want to be too critical of her because she's a decent price in what is now a shorter field. But again, I just thought that Condiment Girl can actually sit the catbird seat of letting these 2 go, stalking from behind, and I really don't think she's going to see that 21:45 flat opening half mile that she saw last time at Churchill, in which I just think she got too far detached from the field. I think she is showing great energy out on the racetrack and pre-race that I just couldn't see past her, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here's a look at the 4, 5-2 right now. Second choice on the board, Fontana Freda. Off since January 14th. We're going to go back to the most recent effort. And it was at a mile, so going to cut back in distance today.
Yeah, and a cutback, it's always, I wish it was snowing a little bit out there right now, as hot as it is. When you look at a cutback like that, you'd like to think that the horses are going to be finishing up. They're coming out of longer races. Their stamina is obviously going to be a little bit better, but there's also the argument that they can kind of coach the speed out of them. And in a race like this, I feel like you're going to want to have a little bit of speed, and that is a little bit of a concern.
I don't know how to turn off voice text. It's recording everything you're saying on my text bit right now on my phone. I can't shut it off.
That's great. Well, it's very weird when that happens.
All right, let's see if I can get that worked out. 9-5 favorite on Condiment Girl. Kendrick Carmouche, we'll see if he can set up shop. Maybe just, it's very accurate, by the way.
Is it spelled Carmouche right? That's impressive.
Wow. There's the 7 stepping in. Speedster. Blinkers going on to get even more speed, perhaps. Set for the pick 6. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
Jackie the Joker goes in. All set. And they're off. Jackie the Joker breaks very well from that outside draw right out towards the front, and also right there is Willful Desire in the early mix trying to join them. It's Condiment Girl, and those 3 hard scent. They all want the front, but Willful Desire is quickest, is up by a full length. Right there in second is Condiment Girl, out wider. That's Jackie the Joker. That's still the leading trio. Just off of them is going to be Violent Vixen, is to the inside here of a patiently ridden Fontana Freda. It's in the 5th spot, is 3.5 off the lead. The trailer, Bank on Anna, 22 seconds flat. Pumped up opening quarter mile. Willful Desire's got the lead. Jackie the Joker in full pursuit is right here in second. Condiment Girl has lost some ground. The favorite trying to pick it up there. Just lost about 5 lengths on the leading duo, and Fontana Freda is rolling towards the outside. From the back, Bank on Anna. They reach the top of the stretch, and it's still Jackie the Joker now trying to fend off Willful Desire. No, not today for Condiment Girl, who's at the back and is last. It's Jackie the Joker who's up by a full length. It's still Willful Desire battling on. Bank on Anna is rolling, but running out of time. Inside the final 16th, Jackie the Joker, Lane Leslie almost there. Jackie the Joker will win it. Jackie the Joker over Willful Desire, then Bank on Anna in 1 minute 11 flat.
Jackie the Joker, the win, goes off at 3-1. Lot to like here. That outside post, as you talked about, was dropping from 50 down to 25.
Yeah, I mean, look, all those things help, but I just think when you're in dirt racing, being drawn to the outside with tactical speed, it's just a great place to be. You don't get any dirt kicked in your face. You're outside on the clear. No one's leaning on you. You're doing the leaning. I just think that gives you so many more options from a tactical position from the outside, and it makes it even easier when, on paper, you know, you've got some of the best races in a group of horses. And I thought Jackie the Joker had that. 2 races back, showed a ton of early speed. That 7 furlong race, the pace was very, very quick. And look, I thought this horse was impressive in here. There's been a lot of really nice performances so far on the card today. Wolfie, Jackie the Joker, just the most recent one.
So 3-1 here to kick off this pick 6. Getting by the Speedster, Flavia Pratt on Willful Desire, the 7, who backs up here to this 5-year-old mare, gets the 6th win of her career. Lane Luzzy, represented by Dad, who had so many wins on this circuit. Battled with the MiG for several years. Who's going to be stepping in for you here in a minute. But father-son combo, getting it done.
Absolutely. Yeah, me and my dad maybe hit a couple of superfectas together. That was about it.
8-7-3-4 to kick off this pick 6. Good for Lane Luzzy. Back at Monmouth, going to wrap up a race we just showed you out in Oceanport, New Jersey. Hot-blooded with the victory back in race 5, pays $8.20.
Yeah, basically Andy and I just told you why we like horses that are a little bit more forward, and the race fell apart, and 2 horses that ran first and second came from off of it.
Mike Maker, Isaac Castillo, Paradise Farms, and 6-year-old by Declaration of War with the win. Race number 6 starts the 50-cent pick 5, 6 furlongs. Condition claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, and 8-5 on Quincy Market right now. Blinkers go on.
Yeah, horse was 5-1 on the morning line, but the morning line, just a prediction of what the public will do. That can move and adjust, but right now, like you said, the 6 Quincy Market, 8-5.
I think my math is right. I've added it up over the last 3 days, and I had the same number every day. 19 days, I believe, until opening day at Saratoga.
It'll be the longest 19 days and the longest 40.
Longest 40?
Shortest 40 is what I'm
saying. Yeah.
Shortest
okay,
40,
thank
thanks.
you. Opening day coming up. We'll have a preview right after this.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Looking for the perfect spot at the track to host this summer's company outing, your family get-together? Check out the Stella Artois Spa Verandas located on the final turn. These trackside suites accommodate up to 50 guests, provide trackside race viewing along the route. Each private space includes partial cover, lounge furniture, betting machines, TVs. They got it all, and maybe, if you're lucky, you could coax JK to come over for a guest visit. That costs extra, though. Go to NYRA.com/Saratoga, or you can call 844-NYRA-TIX.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that at all. A little outside.
It's a great spot. Here's our Fox Saratoga Saturday schedules. Kicks off with 3-year-old fillies and likely Torpedo Anna, the Kentucky Oaks winner, and the Coaching Club American Oaks.
I just get so excited looking at this this list of horses, the Coaching Club American Oaks, the Jim Dandy, the Whitney, the 4-star Dave, the Alabama, and then, of course, the DraftKings Travers. It's what makes Saratoga so special.
I get stressed out looking at that list because already it seems like it's going to go too fast.
That's what that's what I tried to say when we were going to break. Is that?
Yeah, no, I feel you.
These, it takes forever for Saratoga to get there, and then once it's there, it flies.
It really does.
Flies by.
Got to make the most of each and every day. Again, just 19 days away. Premium giveaway at Saratoga. It was announced just the other day. What's happening? How about this tumbler?
Yeah, I like this one better than those other ones you see all over the internet. It's a little jersey.
Baseball jersey?
I'm gonna get LaDuca embroidered on the back of mine. Huh?
Okay. Interesting choice.
Well, he's the only person I know that played baseball.
Professionally, you mean?
Professional, yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people that played baseball, but no one played it as well as he did that I know.
You gotta ask him for the rights. He might charge you. Premium giveaways: the drink tumbler, that 19th, the jersey, trucker hat, and then the windbreaker on the final weekend of action. Do you need extra incentive to come out to Saratoga?
Yeah, you know what? The lines are always.
They're crazy for those giveaways.
People love the giveaways. They love the giveaways.
Yes, they do. So I guess that, yeah, there is extra incentive to come out. But seeing those lines lining up that Friday and Saturday, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival Day, that was fun just to see coming into the racetrack how deep those lines were.
Yeah, that was crazy. I came early for something and I saw the line, and it was like, I feel like it was all the way back to the Yaddo, if you're familiar with Union Avenue.
All right, I got about a half segment left with you before you're gone for the afternoon. I'm sad already. Mig going to be joining me in a moment, though, coming up. We're going to get to the late pick 5 at Belmont ahead. This happened earlier on the card. This is probably a horse we're going to be seeing in some big ones at Saratoga. 2 for 2 now and lived up to the billing off that brilliant debut for Chad Brown and Klarovich, Unmatched Wisdom.
Yeah, this horse is outstanding at a 98 buyer on debut. I would imagine that he'll be close to that off of this performance, if not a little bit faster, a little bit slower. Nonetheless, I think he proved that what he did on debut was no fluke, was very impressive in here. You know, he's still eligible to run in the Curlin, the 3-year-old race, Jim Dandy weekend, or he can run in the Jim Dandy depending on what Chad and Klarovich stables decide to do. But there's also the world in which you can give the horse some time. Into the Travers doesn't typically oversubscribe the Travers. I don't know about this year. We'll see what happens, but you know, we'll see what they decide to do next. But I thought he was impressive in his lightly raced career, and one that could be a superstar that we'll get to see at some point this summer at Saratoga.
Wins at a mile first time out, now a mile and an eighth, and as you see from his action, I mean, he was not slowing down at all.
No, I thought that this horse had more. And look, this pace was pretty honest, too. It wasn't like he galloped around there in 49 to the half and then came home like a good horse. I mean, he was challenged a little bit in this race from a pace standpoint, and be excited to see what he does next.
Another exciting 3-year-old in a completely wide open division this year, where for the 6th year in a row we had 3 different winners of the Triple Crown events.
Yeah, and what that means to me is there's an opportunity for someone else to kind of thrust themselves into the picture for 3-year-old champion, right? A horse like this, if he goes on to win the Jim Dandy or the Curlin and then go on to win the Travers, and I mean, he's right there equal with the rest of them. So we'll see what Fierceness and Mind Frame do and the Haskell. But yeah, you're right, it's wide open.
I'll give you Mind Frame, or I'll give you that horse we just saw in Sierra Leone as a package. Who do you want for the Travers?
Oh, definitely the horse we just saw in Sierra Leone. 2 for 1, it's like the entry, yeah. Look, I think Mind Frame showed a ton of talent in what he did in the Belmont Stakes. But Sierra Leone has been consistent, just hasn't got over that hump. And what we just saw today from this one, I think could be pretty special as well.
Just part of the picture that we're so looking forward to coming up this summer in a wide open 3-year-old division. So a lot going to be determined over the next couple of months in upstate New York. Been working on that flipping of the crop there. Nice work, Lane Luzzy. Still learning that from Dad. 3-1, Jackie the Joker. Mig couldn't toss it like that, could he?
I'm sure he could. I'm sure there wasn't too much.
Twirl it, I mean.
I'm sure there wasn't too much that the Mig couldn't do on horseback.
You're right. Jackie the Joker, 3-1 here. 6th win. This horse has already had a workman-like year. This is the 8th start of this 2024 season for him, and his first win. Her first win, excuse me.
Yeah, it was impressive and did it the right way. I mean, look, drew well, but still went off at 3-1. Some other horses, they were taking money, but Jackie the Joker, easy in the end.
$8.30 for the win. We move on to the late pick 5, $25,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price. Horses who've not won 2 lifetimes, sprinting 6 furlongs. Venge right now 9-5 off a big effort in the 13th start of his career. He broke his maiden impressively, but against soft company where he was the favorite.
Yeah, this horse took a lot of money in here. I thought for sure the 3 Messi, the Magician, would be favored in here, but Venge does take some early money, and I ended up picking the 7. I thought I'd get a better price than 4-1, so that's a little bit more of a deterrent, but I did pick the 7 in here.
All right, we'll get back to that race. Kicks off again the late pick 5. We return to Monmouth Park, race 6. Condition claiming race, 6 furlong sprint. Look at the current odds, and everyone with a chance, according to this betting board, coming up. 6 and 7, both as co-top choices at 2-1. One Fast Dream, the 7, coming off an April 6th break. We start with the 2 Running Lucky, inherits the inside.
Yeah, it did improve last time on the cutback. Still feels just a little bit slow.
Zava gets Lasix.
Yeah, this horse has had a couple of chances at 6. Been 14, beaten 22. Not really picking up the feet.
Dr. Schuster, 1 for 12.
Yeah, has some back numbers, maybe 5 and 6 races back, but just seems to be going the wrong direction.
Sways in my DNA, 1 for 17.
1 for 17, but does come in off of a break, which I think can be interesting sometimes to wake a horse up.
Blinkers on Quincy Market, the 9-5 favorite. This horse I thought looked really good warming up. The 7.
Yeah, for sure. Cutting back, gets the blinkers on as well.
5-2 on One Fast Dream.
Drawn towards the outside with that tactical speed. We just saw that in the last race at Aqueduct with Jackie the Joker. It's just the best place to be on the racetrack. I think the 5-2 that you're getting on this horse makes a ton of sense. The 7's going to be my top choice.
Let's go back to the favorite, though. He is Blinkers going on Quincy Market, 9-5. Melissa Iorio will ride, beaten favorite in a tougher condition last time, and that was going to mile 70, so cuts back today.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because on class, the 6 Quincy Market makes the most sense. On figures, Quincy Market makes the most sense. The problem is that there's not a lot of early pace from Quincy Market and is cutting back. So you'd like to think Quincy Market's going to have quite a bit of ground to make up in this spot. That's a little bit of a concern to me at 9-5.
And to the outside, again, One Fast Dream. We'll try and track down here. There is this 4-year-old by Always Dreaming. Really like how he looked in the warm-up here. He has speed. He cut back a distance last time out, and he was just off those early leaders sprinting.
Absolutely, and look, that's to me, that's the reason the 7 makes some sense to me in here is you're drawn towards the outside. You've been running in races, in sprint races and being close in those races. And now from the outside, you get to just kind of break away from there and see what all the horses to the inside of you are going to do. You don't get forced into any situation that you don't want to be in.
He might be quickest, though, right?
Yeah, but that's the part about it that I like is this horse. If you're quick naturally, then you can get to that position very easily. And then when they turn for home, because you're naturally quick, you have dead aim on everyone, and you're going to have a lot more energy in the tank because your natural quickness carried you to that good spot.
2-1 on One Fast Dream off since April, coming in from Gulfstream. Has had a couple of works over this Monmouth track. That cozy outside post. But again, you go through, look at this field, and good chance the quickest of the quick anyway. Here's the 3 Zava for trainer Tim Hills. Paco Lopez winning about 1 out of every 4 races he's in.
Yeah, when Paco shows up, you know, it's especially on Saturdays. This guy's really dangerous on Saturday. I think a couple weeks ago, Rajiv, what do you call it? Paco Saturdays instead of Taco Tuesdays.
It's a good way to put it. It's been that way. It's played out that way. This race, again, kicks off the 50 Cent Pick 5 on the Saturday card from Monmouth. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Quincy Market just unseated the rider there behind the gate. Didn't get very far. He got loose for a little tiny ways there. So Quincy Market behind the gate. There's 2 more runners to load in, and he is one of them. He pulled these antics the last time where he was right at the gate, then made a wheelie and threw the rider that day as well. They're gonna load him without the jockey, Melissa Iorio, and he went right in. One Fast Dream to the outside post. Here's One Fast Dream. We're ready to go. And Lyroff, Quincy Market off a little bit slowly from the gate. There's a lineup for the lead early. Dr. Schuster's there. One Fast Dream also in that group as well. Zava easing off the pace here is third, not far off. Dr. Schuster with the lead down the back stretch, leads by a length from a wall of runners who are right behind. Sways in My DNA takes the second position with One Fast Dream. Running Lucky got shuffled back to fourth. Zava to the outside fifth, pushed along now 2.5 behind in a space of 5 to Quincy Market as they sail into the far turn. Sways in My DNA, One Fast Dream go on and they speed away to a 4-length edge. Dr. Schuster losing ground. He's folded. Zava claims the third position, while sent along from there, then Running Lucky and Quincy Market still well out of it. Quarter mile remains. One Fast Dream outside of Sways in My DNA. Sways in My DNA on the inside. One Fast Dream is outside. They're head and head approaching the furlong pole and they're going at it here. Zava, though, continues to make up ground on the outside and Running Lucky in fourth on the rail. 16th to go. Sways in My DNA has shaken past One Fast Dream, but Zava continues to run on and Zava's going to win it. Zava gets up over Sways in My DNA, then Quincy Market and One Fast Dream.
What do we call it?
What do we call it?
Paco Saturdays.
Paco Saturdays.
Zava from off the pace with the win.
No, look, I mean, I think at this point of the stretch, most people were looking at the 5 and the 7 to identify what was going to happen here. One of those two, who was going to hold on. And right about here, the 3 looked like they had just kind of caught that momentum and were going to run right on by. It happens from time to time. When the 5 and the 7 hooked up around the 3/8 pole, it felt like it was going to set up for someone from off the pace. It just so happened to be Paco Saturday.
At a bit of a number, too, 7-1. How do you get that on this guy? 3-5-6 finish to kick off the pick 5 at Monmouth. Got to say goodbye to JK. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. You back with us tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
Mig stepping in for Jonathan after a short timeout. We'll continue along. Belmont at the Big A, more from Monmouth as well. Not quite as good as the superstar he's named after, Messi, helping Argentina get by Canada in that Copa America opener. See if a horse named after Messi can pick up the second win of his career coming up.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races. Horses in the paddock. Chuck's waiting for the signal to get up here for race number 7, that non-2 life for 25. And we're going the 6 furlongs. We'll check in with your 2 favorites. I'm beginning with Messi the Magician, who does drop back down in class after facing some pretty salty New York bred, other than fields. You know, last time was won by Dr. Kraft, who would come back and run second with an 81, and then Jackson Heights came back and complimented things, running a 79 in his subsequent start. I do really like the turn back with this horse, who just got a bit tired going the mile, couldn't sustain that run. So we'll see what he does here. I like what I'm seeing from him, but I gotta say, I actually like the appearance of Venge, who is inside just a bit better, who comes in with a couple of pretty quick works here for Jimmy Ferraro, who picked him up out of that blowout win for the maiden 20, getting the job done in lucky start number 13. He looks fantastic. The front wraps do stay on for this effort here. Is quite quiet in the paddock, but overall physically really does look best in this field. As we jump to the outside with a bit of a price in number 8, that is Piccolo Diavolo for George Weaver. Broke his maiden in front-running fashion last time out. Haven't seen him since late April now, but he's very energetic. I don't know if he's quite fast enough here to get to the lead again, but he's definitely acting like the horse who should show that early speed. And on top of all that, I had always written in my notes, just looks backwards, just looks a bit underdeveloped. He has done so well. He's filled out and gotten so much stronger here, Greg, that I think he's interesting at a prices. You have a new friend joining you on the desk.
Yeah, our pal the MIG, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, stepping on the set, in for JK. Good to see you.
Oh, good to be here. It was nice downstairs, nice warm day, but good to be on the desk with you for at least the last part of the card.
Yeah, we got the late pick 5 coming up that kicks off in this race ahead. So we'll get a look at the post parade here coming up in just a moment. Right now it is still Messi the Magician, 7-5 favorite. As they step onto the track, we'll start with Bon Chance, who has been off since early January for Bruce Levine.
Yeah, you get Lane Luzzy for Bruce Levine. Mike Luzzy, his dad, used to ride quite a bit for Bruce back in the day.
Venge, what do you do? I mean, was favored in that spot. It was a soft 20 maiden claiming race. Took him 13 starts to do it, but got the win. And as Maggie mentioned, now a couple of quick works.
Well, it's very difficult to go from a maiden win right to winners, but this horse has a lot of practice at it.
Got a big figure, too, in that victory. Did it nicely, even though it was a soft field. Messi the Magician hasn't quite lived up to the name.
Has not, but finds easier company and turns back in distance. I think that's the key here.
Dad's good runner, cutting back as well.
Cutting back, but also raising up in class.
Big price, so Mama Beach, biggest on the board.
Yeah, we just feel like a bit of a surprise here.
Muzara certainly seems like a player and getting bet at 9-2.
Definitely a player on that drop in class. Cheapest this horse has ever been in for.
Piccolo Diavolo, the one Maggie was touching upon, off since April 21st.
Yeah, but has speed and an outside post. Gives Eric Cancel the opportunity to get into the race the right way at a big price.
Mentioned that Copa America win, by the way. You could see Messi, Argentina, take on Chile on FS1 Tuesday at 9 p.m., day after he turns 37. So our feature coming up later today, Wild Applause, 3-year-old fillies on the lawn, and Galabrand beat the boys in that Grade 3 with anticipation last summer at Saratoga, back for her 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, listen, she was very good as a 2-year-old. Her one misstep, her only poor race, was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, which was against considerably tougher as well. She handled that very, well, it wasn't soft ground, but good ground up in the with anticipation against the boys. She's catching pretty firm ground here today.
And we've seen it on the program a lot the last few days. We've talked about it, that troubled trip from oversubscribed. Clean trip could be very dangerous today.
Should get a clean trip, too. Not a big field with the scratches. Outside draw, you get Flavian Pratt, who is just so good at placing horses and avoiding those traffic jams that can cost the horse, particularly in these turf races.
That's our feature coming up in race 10, 5:13 Eastern start time for that Wild Applause. Want to remind everyone, 20% trifecta bonus in play today. Earn more with Naira Bets. Hit a trifecta on Belmont at the Big A, and you'll get that 20% bonus. At the Big A or at Monmouth today. Go to NairaBets.com. You got to opt in to take advantage of that promo. So good luck to everybody playing this afternoon. As we get back to Messi the Magician. The cutback in distance. Horse had been facing maybe a little bit better too sprinting prior to that. I thought looked great right there warming up. 7-5.
Yeah, I like when you see a rider warm up and they're doing figure eights with them at the trot. It makes them use every one of their legs individually and get stretched out really well. And I believe in big warm-ups. Listen, Messi the Magician is very consistent, and the turn back in distance to me is the key here. You see very game in between here.
And now, you look at that last race. Can you just say, I'm not concerned about it, throw it out? Horse does not want to do a mile.
Yeah, I just think, sometimes you just got to have enough insight to put a line through a certain race. And I think the stretch out, it proved last time she does not want to go quite that far.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, I had said that I liked Venge better in the paddock over Messi the Magician. Total 180. Absolutely go Messi the Magician based on warm-ups. I didn't like what I saw from Venge. He's taking an awful long time to warm up, and it does feel like Trevor McCarthy, very conscious of that, kind of slowly galloped him all the way to the backside, trotted him all the way back to the Outrider pony, which is about a 1/16 of a mile past the wire here, then asked him to gallop all the way back. He's trying to give him every chance to warm up, and for me, Messi the Magician's just looks far better out on the racetrack. So I do want to mention number 1, Bon Chance, who does feel like a pretty big price. I mean, if you can come up with excuses, which I admittedly cannot, for his last 3, and those were more as a 2-year-old, and now he's legitimately now a 3-year-old. His first 2 races, at least if he just improves off them from 2 to 3, then he makes a little bit of sense here. I mean, you look at his second start, finishing, albeit well beaten, behind El Grandeo and Aguilos the Great. They were arguably the 2 best 2-year-old New York breds that we saw running last year. And then his maiden special weight win up at Saratoga was pretty good. He's back to the fast track today. He looks fit enough. Bruce Levine's one of those trainers that I feel like doesn't always have them completely cranked up off a bit of a layoff here. But again, I think he's just a little bit too big of a price. If you can even remember those first 2 races, he could make some noise. Yep. Okay. Just got word. Their 2 is a scratch, Greg. Right choice here today. Venge will not participate in this one.
There's Trevor McCarthy, who was to ride Venge. Saddlecloth going to head back to the jocks room. Venge heading back to the barn.
Yeah, and listen, it's another one of the safety protocols in place here and in most jurisdictions where a rider doesn't like the way a horse is warming up or just not getting loose enough. The attending veterinarians will scratch a horse. This horse will have to go through a battery of exams and have to work for the vets before this horse is cleared to run again. And my apologies to all of these male horses. I was calling them she's, trying to get settled in here at the desk. But you could really see Venge just was having a difficult time in the warm-up getting loose and just didn't like his energy level. So there'll be another day. Always better to err on the side of caution.
And Messi the Magician now down to 3-5 as a massive favorite.
Well, you take the second choice out, and this horse was already at 6-5. And with my insight and imagination, that's where I landed.
I mean, the horse just looks sensational warming up, drops in class, tactical speed. There's so much to like. Here's the 7 Mazzara. Used to be with Todd Pletcher, now with the Wayne Potts barn. And this horse would need to get back to a couple of races that he has not run the last 2.
Yeah, the last 2 leave him wanting. But also when horse drops in company, they don't have to work as hard, Greg, to get into position. And sometimes when a horse is digging in and they just can't make an impact against their rivals, they'll, like people, you tend to give up a little bit. When things come a little bit easier, sometimes they stay on a little bit better. I think the drop in class is key.
Here we go, lining up. 3-5 favorite, Messi the Magician. With the late scratch of the 2 in here. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call upstairs.
Mazzara. Piccolo Diavolo. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow start for Piccolo Diavolo as the early trailer. Speed from Dad's Good Runner in the yellow cap in between horses. Samama Beach is right there in the early mix, and Muazzara joins them 3 across the racetrack, 3 wide as they move up the backstretch. Just off of them is Messi, the Magician. Second to last is going to be Bon Chance. The trailer, slow starting Piccolo Diavolo. Dad's Good Runner's got the lead. It's Boca Chica, and Dad's Good Runner at 5-1. They're up by a neck, 22 seconds flat the opening quarter mile. Samama Beach is in pursuit, the big long shot. Losing a touch of ground was Muazzara as they move into that turn. And here comes Muazzara's ranging up on the outside here. Samama Beach starts to lose some ground. Under a drive behind them, that's Messi the Magician. From the back gets Piccolo Diavolo. The trailer is Bon Chance. They reach the top of the stretch. Dad's Good Runner still got the lead, and Dad's Good Runner is doing it very easily. It's Dad's Good Runner who's still 4.5, 5 lengths in front. Dad's Good Runner is well clear. Messi the Magician, the 3-5 favorite, is making up some ground but running out of time. Approaching the final 16th, just too much ground to make up for Messi the Magician. As Dad's Good Runner, Abnel Boca Chica, they're going to win this one easily. Dad's Good Runner wins it over Messi the Magician. Tight there for third. An oncoming Bon Chance is in a photo with Muazzara in 1 minute 10-1.
Dad's Good Runner just gets away from this group. This one cutting back in distance as well. And it's for Messi the Magician, a little further back than we're used to seeing him.
I think sometimes, when horses stretch out to a longer distance, it dulls their speed just a little bit. But second best, Dad's Good Runner, moving up from that $14,000 level. You had Abnel Boca Chica, an apprentice aboard, who horses run for. And he allowed this horse to show speed. Randy Prasad quietly putting together a nice meet here at Belmont at the Big A. And this horse just kept finding. This was a really nice effort. And this horse is really well bred by Gunrunner out of Seeking the Silver. This horse a half to a couple of Grade 1 winners, including Paula Silver Lining and Dad's Caps.
Hadn't really panned out, though, to this point. Now just 2 for 24, but gets the win against this non-winners at 2 life group. On the turn back a distance, Abnel Boca Chica, as Mig mentioned, apprentice aboard for the victory. And just too much work for Messi the Magician to try and do to get back into it. Photo for show. We'll make that official for you when we come back from a timeout. Late pick 5 begins with an upset. 3-5 favorite defeated, 5-1 shot to start things off on a gun runner for Randy Prasad, an apprentice rider, springing the upset. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Prices from this race when we return. We'll get into the pick 4, and we'll look forward to the Grade 3 Gotham winner and his trainer making a change of surfaces for Deterministic. We'll see it June 29th. Grade 3 Manila next on the schedule for him. We'll have a preview of that when we come back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 right after this.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us. America's Day at the Races. Brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. That's the offer for new members. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Punch in that code at sign-up, match 200, and you're ready to rock and roll right there at NYRABets.com. Late pick 5 begins with Dad's Good Runner. We got a dead heat for third. So the 1 and 7, Bon Chance and Muzara cross the wire at the same time.
Yeah, dead heat for third. Kind of give you a couple of different trifecta combinations there.
No doubt about your winner, though. Dad's Good Runner, decidedly best.
And it just shows you, particularly in these lower level races, speed is so dangerous. Horses get easily discouraged from kickback, from having to work so hard to stay within range of the leaders. And a lot of times, that just is why they're horses that are running at the lower level. They're just not as determined as, let's say, maybe your stakes runners. I think getting your position going forward, particularly in dirt races, is critical.
And again, Messi the Magician, we've never in his career seen him that far back early.
And he was sent along early by Manny Franco. He could not keep pace. So Manny said, okay, I got to go to plan B, put his hands down, allowed his horse to drop back, find his stride, worked his way to the clear, came up second best.
Cross country pick 5, you can play in your NYRA Bets account. It begins with a turf sprint. In the next at Belmont at the Big 8, race 8, 6 furlongs, outer turf, New York Breds entry level allowance race. Then it shifts to Monmouth, includes that Goldwood Stakes where, again, speedsters come out in that race, which may have changed things a little bit with the scratch of Shoshana coming out of there. Big scratch. So good luck in that cross-country pick 5. Right now it's the 7th at Monmouth. Mana 16th on the turf in this $16,000 claiming race. Even money right now on Good Medicine. Todd Pletcher, Paco Lopez teaming up, and a horse coming out of a marathon mile and 3/8 race. Start with Hard Spun Fantasy.
Ran extremely well last time at the same level on the Monmouth turf course with Vincent Cheminou, who's really making a nice impression there.
Kathleen O'Connell trains No Regard.
Really well beaten last time. What happened? This horse going to have to find better form.
Stablemate, next door, Festinate the 3. We saw with Sam Camacho, and here's Shogun Be Fast.
Stretching out and changing surfaces.
Equal Justice for All, 1 for 19.
Another one, just going to have to find a better race than we've seen recently.
Here's the favorite, Even Money.
Dropping down in class, Todd Pletcher, Paco Lopez, who's fighting for lead rider with Jairo Rendon. Lot to like.
That son of a gun went by at 7:01 for Pat McBurney. Here's Diablo Daddy.
Diablo Daddy showed flash speed last time and stopped badly. Drops in class.
Ballandine just left our screen at almost 40-1, and then Son of Liberty outside post.
Yeah, add speed to the affair with a tough post. What kind of trip does this horse get? Chasing wide?
3 starts on turf. The good one was on the lead, but that was on a soft turf.
Soft turf, slow pace on that soft ground.
Really slow.
Ran a mile and a 16 and 151-2, so you know that turf was extremely soft. And that was at the Meadowlands meeting in 2022, a long time ago.
Yeah, among those beat that day, the 5 in here is a 19-1 shot. So it seems like an outsider at a bit of a price. As we get a look there at the 1 warming up, Hard Spun Fantasy, who is taking play for trainer Dan Ward. And getting back on turf looked like a positive thing for this horse last time out.
I think this is the horse I want. This horse gets an inside draw. The 1, Hard Spun Fantasy. And closed under a very slow pace last time.
Meanwhile, there's the 6, Even Money, Good Medicine. Paco Lopez for Todd Pletcher. Let's go to Paulie for more.
Yeah, and the heavy favorite here is Good Medicine for Todd Pletcher and Paco Lopez. This horse is dropping down to an all-time low. You just need to figure out, this is a tough read. Let's just put it that way. When you look at the horse's numbers don't really tower over the rest of the field. If you consider, Greg and I are thoroughgraph players, the 1 in his first time on turf basically just ran 1 point behind basically the 6 in here. And the 6 is a heavy favorite. Now, I understand that Dan Ward horse was the second time on the turf and enjoyed it a little bit more. But, the 6 at Even Money it's hard to get around. I just kept on looking and looking. And, you know, another horse in here would be somebody like the 3 in here, Festinate, a horse that is usually around. I don't know if he can win this race, but he ran a pretty good race 2 back on the turf, and he was up on the pace. And, you know, Mig was talking about the 1 Hard Spun Fantasy. Like, you know, this is a horse that, like I said, ran a really good race from the 10 post last time off the claim, a heady claim for $12,500 to put this horse back on turf, but just was at this, you know, at this $16,000 level, Greg. You know, when I look at this race, I just had the race 6-1-3. I can't give you anything else. My one horse that I'm throwing in is Shogun Be Fast, because I just think the 4 is going to be out in front by I don't know how many. I just don't know if this horse is going to take to the turf or not, but I just think the 4 will have a lone lead in here. I just think the 6 is probably going to be tough to handle in here along with the 1.
And look at Paulie, thanks. Big drop for the 6. Entry level allowance, 40 non-winners at 2 before that, in for 16 today.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a drastic drop in class for a horse that shows consistent numbers to be very tough here. He's a 5-year-old that's made 13 starts, and Todd Pletcher is a barn full of stakes runners. So they just have to be realistic and put horses where they can be competitive.
Is going to be coming from far out of it, though, so we'll see. Trip may matter a little bit on a short price on the grass. Let's go back to that dead heat for 3rd. And as you might have expected, they crossed the wire at the same time.
Yeah, camera could not separate these two, and see, game of inches, right?
Did you usually know?
I would say 95% of the time when you were involved in a photo as a rider, you knew whether you won or lost.
Did one ever stick out that you were just, I mean, I know there's one that you actually did win and you didn't get the win, and the photo proved it. But was there one that you thought for sure you won it and you were just dumbfounded?
Yeah, there was one I rode for my boss, Steve DeMauro, as a kid, and I honestly thought I won the race by a head, and it was the craziest bob. Like, when we came back, I was shocked that my number wasn't up and I wasn't going in the winner's circle. And when I went back to the room and I watched the replay, it was the most incredible unlucky bob on our behalf and the most incredible lucky bob on their behalf.
This game can be strange in the final stages in the heat of battle. And those bobs, getting that head down at the right time means a lot. As we get back to the 7th here at Monmouth, mile and a 16th on the turf. So Paco Lopez, no question the horse to beat. But usually comes from off the pace. We'll see. Paulie thought this 4 was the one who's going to be in front. There's not a ton of pace in this race. Now, maybe the 10 might try and show a little pace as well.
Well, I think the 10 is kind of the hands forced a bit, isn't it? You don't want to just sit out there and be victimized. You've got to go forward, and if not be in a contending position, at least find that break in between flights of horses and find a place to tuck in. Saving ground is so important in turf races. You have to be decidedly best to have wide trips and win turf races.
Yeah, maybe this 3-horse, too, coming out of a 6-furlong sprint. Horse who actually was somewhat forward in the only turf try. Another one that could be part of that pace.
I think coming out of that sprint, that's the key. I'm not seeing an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree, but obviously this horse was claimed with an idea. And they're going to try the turf here. Coming out of those sprints, you got to think this horse is part of the pace.
4-5 now, odds on Good Medicine. Trying to get just the 2nd win of this 5-year-old's career and career start number 14, and you're taking a short price here to try and get it, but a big drop in class as well. Logical favorite. See what happens here in the 7th. From Monmouth starts at pick 4. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Ballandine. Equal justice for all. Second to last. Son of Liberty to the outside. We're ready to go. And Leroff Shogun Be Fast gets the first call. Is pretty fast coming out of the chute and has the lead clearly coming out of it. Opens up 2. Shogun Be Fast clearly ahead as they come out of that chute. Festinate takes the second position. Son of Liberty a little bit keen with Diablo Daddy, and those two are getting after Shogun Be Fast, who continues to lead the way. Son of Liberty second with Diablo Daddy. Festinate to the inside. Hard Spun Fantasy in 5th on the fence entering the clubhouse turn. Then comes Good Medicine. No regards in that pack. That's Son of a Gun and a deeper Ballandine. The trailer is Equal Justice for All as they approach the backstretch run. Over 10 lengths from first to last. Shogun Be Fast is the fastest in the first half mile here. Leads by 3/4 of a length. Festinate getting off the fence. Son of Liberty right outside of him. Another length to Hard Spun Fantasy in the 4th position with No Regard, and Diablo Daddy, who's 3 deep with that pair. Another 2.5 to another pair. Good Medicine alongside of Ballandine and that Son of a Gun. Equal Justice for All. Still the trailer clearly behind is on the outside. Only about 7 lengths from tip to tail though as they approach the 4-turn run. And Shogun Be Fast is still in control of things. Shogun Be Fast, a 1.5 length lead. Festinate clearly second. Son of Liberty retreats. He's done. Hard Spun Fantasies on the move. Claims 3rd on the rail. Now getting outside into the 3 path at the top of the lane. Shogun Be Fast still going on with it here on the front end. Now Good Medicine cut the corner. He got a good ground saving trip. He's going to switch lanes to come and tackle that front runner. Good Medicine on the outside of Shogun Be Fast. Good Medicine right to the front with Paco, and it's going to be Good Medicine to win it. Shogun Be Fast just got up for second over Hard Spun Fantasy, and then Equal Justice for All and Festinate, those two in the photo for 4th.
Red Sea parted, and Good Medicine took advantage. Here's the odds-on favorite up the fence.
A terrific trip and ride under Paco Lopez. He was following the one Hard Spun Fantasy, who was getting a great trip, and decided to angle out to the 3 path, and that left the rail open for Paco, who took the spot that Vincent Cheminade wound up vacating. And listen, this was the best horse, but when you have the best horse and get the best trip, that's a formidable combination. This is one where patience and tact and saving ground made a lot of the difference. So you get Paco the Jocko for Todd Pletcher.
Multiple wins Saturday for Paco. He's used to that. Teams up with Todd Pletcher here. And a 5-year-old son of Mastery gets a 2nd win of his career with a big drop down in class. Cross Country Pick 5. You can play it on Ira Bets. Begins next with the 8th. Belmont at the Big A, and a horse we heard a lot about last summer, Saratoga. Finally put it all together here in April to get that maiden win for Danny Gargan. Instamatic facing winners for the first time next.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into 2nd. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Gunrunner is the sire of 12 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunna, and classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry soil room, and cryotherapy treatment. all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage of America's Day of the Races here on Fox Sports 2, getting set for the cross country Pick 5, combining Belmont at the Big A and Monmouth Park. You can play in your Naira Bets account. And there's Christophe Clement, who hopes to have a say in this 8th here. He's got Final Denial, the 6 he will send out, and of course Deterministic, Grade 3 Gotham winner, who looked like such a promising Kentucky Derby prospect, and things did not work out for him on that Derby trail. We'll talk more about what's next for him in just a little bit. In this race, though, coming up, he'll have a horse trying the turf for the first time in the 6.
Yeah, a horse that doesn't have an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree, although by Mendelssohn, homebred for Chester and Mary Bowman.
Let's get to our post parade for this 6-furlong turf sprint. 7 minutes from a start, wide open betting board with our favorite at 7-2 right now. Though one Instamatic, who we talked about going to break, a little late to the party here with Kendrick Carmouche. It's been favored every single time out. Finally just put it all together last time.
Yeah, put it all together. And actually all the races were okay. Even the debut, when this horse really didn't break sharply at all.
Here's Creaso as the inside post.
Has races last year that would certainly put this horse in the frame. The recent form leaves more to be desired.
Major player next door, but a long time away for Hey Mac. It's Jack, who's quick.
Yeah, very quick, and half to a horse that it's a fact, Jack, 6-time winner on the turf.
Your man Alex ran a dominant performance in the debut for Melanie Giddings.
That was a big effort at a big price under Lane Luzzy, who rides him back today.
Golden Arm, Francisco Martinez rides this long shot.
This horse shows speed going 4.5 furlongs at Charlestown. You've got to be very fast to show that kind of speed.
There's the Clement runner, first on turf, Final Denial.
Yeah, horse has been training down here at Belmont, has not been on the turf, and I don't see a tremendous or an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree.
On his best, that 28-1 shot I went by, he fits with this group, but just 1 for 16 in his career. Kern River at 54-1.
Yeah, a long shot. Was going to have to improve. Broke his maiden for maiden 16. This is considerably tougher.
Brennan's War, some good efforts against state-bred maiden claiming on the grass.
Yeah, it's run good sprinting on the turf, making a nice physical impression.
First on grass, collected special the 10.
Add speed to the affair if that speed translates to the turf.
Mike Maker with Allied Attack.
Horse that should be well placed. Kind of ran unevenly 2 starts on the turf.
And the 12 interesting second back off the bench, a horse who was in stakes company late in his 2-year-old season.
Yeah, and you get Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez in the boot.
And there's Instamatic making his appearance here on the racetrack, who we touched on for Danny Gargan. As we're 5 minutes away from the start of this cross-country Pick 5. Back to Christophe Clement's Deterministic, the Grade 3 Gotham winner. Did not provide what a lot of people expected in the Wood Memorial. They tried him again on dirt in the Peter Pan. Was a distant, non-threatening 5th, so they're going to try grass with him in the Manila Grade 3 on June 29th.
Well, this horse has tipped his hand that he has a tremendous amount of ability. Now, he ran extremely well on a sloppy sealed racetrack where they run more over the top of the ground. And Christophe is a trainer that kind of has a pretty good handle on what surfaces horses will excel at. Maybe he just won those races because he was good, but wasn't as comfortable on the surface as we all maybe wanted to believe.
Worked over the Oklahoma training turf June 14th, and Clement said he moves like a dream on the grass. So looking forward to see that performance again June 29th in the Manila. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, let's hope he can get back to some of that talent we have seen glimpses of in a few of his races. And I think it's promising with the switch to the turf with Deterministic that he ran so well on that sloppy sealed racetrack. So looking forward to it as Christophe will send out another first-time turfer in this current affair who managed to do something to me that I thought would never happen again, considering I don't really gallop horses anymore. He managed to kick a clod of dirt into my eye and all over my dress. I don't know how he did. He must have kicked at a fly, and the dirt in his feet flew up at me. Anyway, Final Denial is a son of Mendelssohn. There isn't much turf pedigree on the bottom side, but this guy does have a turf look. Very much of that slack, angular pastern and those flat feet to him. So I'm on the positive end of the spectrum in taking him at a 5-1 and him liking the turf. I think there's a lot of reasons, at least looking at him physically, and the fact that Kristoff, right off the back of a win on a muddy sealed racetrack, switches to this surface. So I think that's a very, very positive sign. As a horse that I've always been intrigued by to take on the turf is number 10, Collected Special. Now this guy, a son of Collected with the City Zip influence, is okay. The Dam handled the turf, but overall she was better on the dirt. There's been 2 turf winners out of 4 to try, albeit on the cheaper side. Honestly, when this guy debuted, I wrote, has a turf hoof and a very springy stride. He looks tremendous. I mean, if you're just blindly picking horses on appearances, Collected Special would be your selection because he's so big and brawny and really just makes this excellent impression. Each time I see her, I think he improves too. So I'm really intrigued to see what he does on this surface change. As number 11 is Allied Attack, another one that first start, I said, is a bit more turf. He was entered for the turf that day. They finally got to it 2 starts ago, and we did see a market improvement with at least his Beyer speed figures. Honestly, I wish he did a little bit more running, as Mig kind of mentioned, just couldn't sustain the run. Was in position and then just stayed on evenly. Behind a gate-to-wire winner, albeit in a horse that I really do like, a New York bred by the name Power Attack. He just honestly caught my eye because he was moving so well in the post braid, really throwing his legs out there, really floating over the surface. So he's one that just on appearances on the racetrack caught my eye. And then definitely taking the worst of it with the price now on number 4, Your Man Alex, who won at 32 to 1 last time out. I thought an impressive looking victory too. Good looking horse. I wish I'd seen him first time out to kind of compare notes. But again, I don't love taking this price disparity from, you know, if you had him at 32 to 1 last time, congratulations, and now you're getting the worst of it at 9 to 2, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, tough call. He ran that good to, I think, to warrant that. He ran huge in that debut.
That was a huge debut. Like Maggie's saying, you kind of missed the day when this horse was a big price, and now you're going to take a much shorter price today. I went with a long shot here, Greg, the 7 War Terminator. I thought this horse had subtle trouble beyond the break last time and actually was kind of a perfect comeback race. And I think a race to step forward off of and a big price, I'm taking a little bit of a swing.
Again, cross-country pick 5 starts in this race coming up, and late money coming in on Instamatic. And now all 5 career starts. If this holds, he will have been sent off as the favorite. Although this by far the biggest price he's ever gone out off at. First time in against winners off that maiden score for Danny Gargan. We heard about this horse before the get-go last summer, last July in Saratoga, that he had ability.
There's always buzz horses heading to Saratoga. We're already starting to hear little whispers about horses working well as we're getting closer to the summer oasis for horse racing.
19 days away. Here we go with the pick 4 and the cross-country pick 5 again. Kicks off right here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Allied Attack. Jimmy the Tooth. Isn't. All set. And they're off. Golden Arm with early speed from in between horses. War Terminator is right there. Also Collected Special out wider. Allied Attack in the early fray, and joining them, Your Man Alex. Now 4 across the course. Creases back to the 6th position now. Is in behind Rivals. Is also there is Haymack. It's Jack, who's a shared 7th. Out wider there is Instamatic. In behind them comes Final Denial. Far back early is going to be Brennan's War is towards the tail end of the field there with Kern River. The trailer is Jimmy the Tooth. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. It's a pressured pace. But now kicking on, it's Allied Attack, and Allied Attack is doing it nicely. Losing some ground there was Collected Special towards the inside. Your Man Alex is right there 3rd. Out wider, Instamatic. Haymack gets Jack is looking for room as they reach the top of the lane. They're still chasing Allied Attack, get 11-1. It's Allied Attack who's kicking on. Instamatic is in pursuit. Your man Alex is right there. Heyman, it's Jack is chasing Instamatic, who's the leader. It's Instamatic who's in front. Haymack, it's Jack is in full pursuit, trying to run this rival down. Also, Final Denial's up there late as well. Instamatic is looking for the line, chasing Haymack, it's Jack in between horses, but Instamatic will get the victory. Instamatic over Final Denial. Hey, Mac, it's Jack and your man Alex in 1 minute 9 seconds flat.
Instamatic starting to show what all that buzz was about before he ever started last summer, Saratoga. Back-to-back wins now for Danny Gargan.
And sometimes horses show ability in the morning, and they just have to get used to racing. Running with a lot more horses than they train with in the morning, breaking from the starting gate in a fashion that puts them in position. This horse just was always traveling well under Kendrick Carmouche. He gave this horse an extremely confident ride. Danny Gargan having a terrific meeting here, coming off his Belmont Stakes win up at Saratoga.
Oh yeah, there was that with Dornick. That was huge from another horse too from the get-go with his pedigree, full brother to last year's Kentucky Derby winner Mage. So much expected of him and comes through in the third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Things going good for this morning, certainly right now. Instamatic, though, showing a big finish.
Yeah, big finish. And again, always making that nice, steady forward progress under Kendrick Carmouche. Lost a little bit of ground, but was unencumbered. And it held off a nice run from Final Denial, who's making his turf debut with Joel Rosario, who continues to show why he was elected into the Hall of Fame this year, continually riding those turf sprints as well as anybody I've ever seen.
Well, some dark skies in the distance and potentially some isolated thunderstorms on their way. We'll keep you posted. Instamatic with the win here in the 8th. 1/6. Final Denial for Christophe Clement, first on turf, getting second. Hey, Mac and Shaq and your man Alex complete the top 4. Can't Hurry Love. We're going to go back-to-back. And the Dancin' Renee, we will have a preview of that on our Sunday card when we return.
The rumbling started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Love is in second. Sterling Silver is down towards the rail. It is Granny's Connection in front as they move for the 16th pole. Sterling Silver down at the rail. Can't Hurry Love. Betsy Blue on the outside. Granny's Connection trying to hang in there for another 100 yards. It's Granny's Connection and Can't Hurry Love, and it's a bang finish.
How did she pull that off? But yes, Can't Hurry Love just did by a nose in last year's edition of the Dancing Renee. She was almost 13-1 in this race last year. Going to be very tough to go back-to-back because, well, mare she beat in this race last year has really seemed to have gone on quite nicely, Sterling Silver.
Yeah, Sterling Silver has really kind of found herself now. She's a 5-year-old mare. Horses don't get fully developed till they're 5. But Can't Hurry Love, 6 furlongs against New York breds. She's been a pretty salty customer.
4 wins, 6 seconds of the distance, over $340,000 in earnings, and showing that grit and that heart to get that win in this race last year. So it'll be a fun rematch with those two going at it. And then you got Lilu in the mix as well, who's a 5-time winner coming out of a grade 3 last start.
Yeah, Lilu is another New York bred that's really found herself. 5 for 19 lifetime. Interesting, Dave Duggan used to train Lilu. He trains Can't Hurry Love now. A little familiarity with the competition. This is a really nice group of New York bred fillies and mares. They're hickory. They show up every time.
Race 8 on our Sunday coverage tomorrow, 4:42 Eastern post time for that Dancing Renee. We look forward to it with that rematch with last year's winner and Sterling Silver. And Sterling Silver, again, going to be the favorite. Instamatic, Kendra Carmouche make it back-to-back wins after some bumps and bruises the first 3 starts of their career, and finally now putting it together.
Yeah, again, just because a horse shows ability in the morning doesn't mean they have all the puzzle pieces fit together when they start competing. Obviously, this horse was very green first time, but did flash ability despite losing as your favorite that day. Came back with a second, stretched out unsuccessfully, was second again. Now back-to-back wins now as a 3-year-old son of More Than Ready.
So Instamatic been sent postward as the favorite. All 5 career starts, last 2. Has been able to get his picture taken. $8 for the win. 109 final time. And again, final denial, first time on the grass. One to keep your eyes on maybe next time out.
Really nice effort from him, but I guess it's fair to say that Instamatic liked getting his picture taken.
At least lately. Rename him Polaroid. Race 9, 6.5 furlongs, 50,000 starter allowance coming up. Gav's Dream Girl. Huge performance last time out against really soft company, but deserves the step up, trying to win 3 in a row. We'll talk more about this field in a moment. As we get to Monmouth and we check in with Paul LaDuca, and we continue on in this cross-country Pick 5, Paulie.
Yeah, we do. And guys, we're going to have a little bit of a weather delay. I mean, the wind is actually just started coming down like I couldn't believe. It was actually, we were trying to move out of here. And then when we got to the paddock, a lot of the horses were really acting up. So Matt Dinnerman just said over the loudspeaker, there is going to be a weather delay. Now, we didn't know if the weather was going to come through. It kind of has gone around us. Now, we've missed most of the weather, but as of right now, it's just blowing really hard and had a giant gust. And like I said, Mig, you can attest to this. When you have horses and lightning did come out there a little bit earlier, but when it was blowing so hard with the trees in this paddock at Monmouth, the horses were not loving it.
All right, so holding pattern at Monmouth for this 8th race coming up.
Animals feel the weather coming before we do. And lightning and horses do not mix. Always better to err on the side of caution. Plus, you think about you're on a horse, so you're already elevated. Now you're going into a metal starting gate. Not a great thing and not a great feeling if you're a rider. I remember one day, Greg, at Belmont, we finished the race. It was pouring rain. Lightning came in. Lightning hit the training track. And the horse I was on literally wheeled at a full gallop and ran faster back to the winner's circle. I had won the race than he did the last 1/8 of a mile. He said, "I'm out of here." And he went home.
Always, when there's that weather in the air, it's mandatory. You're going to err on the side of caution and wait till that potentially destructive weather passes through. We're going to take a timeout. In the meantime, we'll be back with more coverage coming up here on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us, continuing along in this cross-country Pick 5, and still waiting to see Gallibrand making her return to the races for a Hall of Famer and reigning Eclipse Award champion trainer Bill Mott come back for that 3-year-old debut in the Wild Applause. Stay with us, more ahead.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 places at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Saturday coverage. Underway in the cross-country Pick 5. First leg of that sequence from Monmouth, Leg 2, is coming up next. It's in a holding pattern right now because of some high winds in the area. We've got weather coming in Monmouth and here in South Ozone Park, New York as well. So we'll keep you posted. Live look there in the paddock at Monmouth. This race actually very wide open, I thought. 6-furlong sprint, starter optional claiming group. And you know, Abby the Bulldog, the 5, I guess probably the one to beat. Morning line favorite right now, 2-1.
I think this is a really tough race. I mean, there's just so many good, hard-knocking fillies and mares in here. I like a horse from the Mike Trombetta barn, Hollywood Walk. Ultra consistent. Trombetta is a guy that excels with all kinds of horses, but has done extremely well with turf sprinters. And he's also a trainer that's won over 2,300 races.
Yeah, he's been there quite a few times in his career. Goldwood, the feature from Monmouth today, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And we talked earlier in the program how this race has completely changed. Shoshana, the 4, coming out, lightning quick mare, takes away some of the primary speed in this race. So does that make you pay a little more attention to horses like the 2 Beauty of the Sea and the 3 Maserati?
Well, I think you have to. You know, one thing, Beauty of the Sea, Joe Orsino is a trainer, been winning races for as long as I can remember, knows the importance of speed. Paco Lopez at Monmouth Park, and it's Paco on a Saturday. It seems like he just really enjoys riding on Saturdays, doesn't it?
He really, well, anytime he shows up, he's dangerous, but certainly in the big days. And here's Queen of the Mud, Graham Motion, 2 for 2 start at the meet. And Queen of the Mud came back at Pimlico, got beat by Shoshana, who ran second in there. We'll have to deal with her today. Hollywood Walk was 3rd. She wound up 4th off the bench, so certainly could move forward.
Yeah, it definitely could move forward. Moved up like it was going to make a big run, and then just seemed to flatten a little bit, floundered. Maybe it was that layoff, and will be better for that effort. Graham Motion having another good year, winning it better than 18%.
Meanwhile, Beauty of the Sea, as you mentioned, Paco will ride for Joe Orsino. 3 wins, 2 seconds, 7 tries on the grass. and is very quick early, although some speed outside of her as well.
I think she plays out to be the main speed, though, to me, after Shoshana scratch, and especially with Paco. Paco is an aggressive rider. She's drawn down towards the inside. And sometimes trainers' instructions get in the way of a rider doing what they want to do. Joe Orsino's not a guy to over-instruct a rider or take speed away from a horse that comes natural.
She just might be best. Bazarati is lightning quick, though. She actually did get the lead against Beauty of the Sea once when they met before. Probably not as strong a candidate to be around late, though.
Yeah, and I just wonder, Beauty of the Sea was just off of her last time, flip-flopping post positions, being right inside of her, Paco aboard. I think he comes out running. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I guess a lot has to do. Fernando Yara, who is starting to make some noise at Monmouth, was a rider that looked like he had a great deal of promise, was riding some very good horses, won a Belmont Stakes, and then things kind of flattened out for him. But now he's back, and it looks like he's focused. He's got Jose Santos Jr. as his agent, so it'll be good to see him kind of maybe fulfill his promise.
Meanwhile, our feature here, Belmont at the Big A, these 3-year-old fillies in the Wild Applause, and Galibrand for Belmont, returning now for that 3-year-old debut. You might look at that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf, too, and say, wow, she really went backwards there. I don't know if she really did. Obviously, that was a really tough field, and thoroughgraph-wise, she got the same figure as she has in all 4 starts of her career.
Yeah, she's been pretty ultra-consistent. I just kind of show up and do what she was supposed to do every time.
Meanwhile, oversubscribed. We've talked about this trouble. Those Klarovich Stable Silks near the back, trying to chase down Makanga on the front end, and certainly had a troubled trip.
Yeah, I mean, listen, both her first start and her second start, she had trouble trips. This was dramatic. I mean, this is a critical juncture in a race, particularly on the turf, where the race is going forward, and you've got to pull up, and you're going backwards as the race takes shape. And the fact that she found her stride at all again and finished as resolutely as she did speaks to the quality of this filly. She's already shown the ability to overcome adversity. Dead heated on debut with a tough trip that day at Tampa. I think this was a much better effort than maybe people even realized. Obviously, us highlighting that trouble accentuates what happened. But if she finished 4th or 5th, you would say, okay, give her another chance. The fact that she rallied to second.
She might have been best that day.
Absolutely. Horses weigh 1,000 pounds. They can't stop and start easily. You think about, some of your handier horses can make multiple runs within a race, but it's like the difference between driving a Porsche, right? You can accelerate, hit the brake, re-accelerate. Some of these horses have to build into a momentum, and once they have that momentum, you can't stop that momentum because they can't regain it. If you've ever driven a heavier car or a truck, you hit the brakes. It takes you a while to get that momentum going again. And I'm not saying she's a truck. I'm just saying it's not easy to get a 1,000-pound animal to stop and start.
Yeah, they're not push-button machines.
They're not push-button, no.
Although some are.
Well, your very best ones, and that's what distinguishes them. That's what makes them as good as they are.
So we're looking forward to, with a clean trip. Going to be exciting to see what kind of performance that she can put together. Does have to deal with that outside post this afternoon as well. Galibrand, meanwhile, gets the rail, which seemingly for her is exactly where she wants to be from the outset. Going to save ground from the get-go.
Save all the ground. You get Jose Lezcano, who broke her maiden first time out, going 5.5 furlongs in Saratoga. We're taking a look at her with anticipation here, if I'm not mistaken, when she beat the boys. But it was also soft ground, and sometimes fillies and mares handle softer ground better than the boys because they're just lighter framed, and they don't sink into the turf as much. And even though the turf was labeled good that day, it was definitely on the soft side of good.
She makes that run from way out of it. It's been thrilling to watch. I mean, she won from a dead close, going 5.5 furlongs sprinting in her debut, and then did it routing, stretching out.
And then the horse she beat here, Carson's Road, went up to Canada and won the Summer Stakes at Grade 1 on the turf and had a very, very tough trip on his 3-year-old debut right here at Aqueduct.
So 3-year-old return for Galibrand coming up ahead in race 10 this afternoon for Belmont with Jose Lezcano.
What a pretty chestnut filly with a lot of white markings, a lot of chrome, as we like to say. Really flashy, pretty filly.
Let's take a look at where we stand here back in South Ozone Park, New York, in this slight delay we had. This race again, 6.5 furlongs, 50,000 starter allowance, and six-pack Senorita. Flavien Prat, Rudy Rodriguez, coming off a second at this condition and reportedly working pretty strong.
So it'd be fair to say this six-pack Senorita has been working out well? I knew you were going to hate that.
I love all your Migisms. 6-5 right now. Let's go down to Maggie.
I would take a six-pack right now and be that six-pack Senorita, as I'm sure everybody else would, as we're going to have a little bit of a delay here in the paddock. As we've heard some thunder roll. We see some light rain falling at the moment. It's supposed to get a little bit worse than what it is right now. So I think we're going to stay in here, guys, for a little bit to let this first cell go through, and then the horses will head out to the track as we see most of the horses saddled. Anyway, we'll see if they change the racetrack too, because they were harrowing it and having it open whilst this rain was coming down. So any further updates, Greg, I'll be sure to bring them your way.
All right, Maggie, thanks. I thought this race was fascinating. I mean, you got Gav's Dream Girl, the 3. It was such a big performance, but it was against very soft company, the 3-horse. Can she continue to do that now, facing a lot tougher?
Yeah, listen, when a horse starts a winning habit, it's, you know, they have confidence in themselves. Confidence is key in anything in life, and particularly pertaining to athletics. And it's no different with horses. You go back to a barn after a horse has run poorly, and they're not friendly. They don't want to be at the front of the stall. They almost sulk a little bit. Horse has a good effort. They're out in the front of the stall. The atmosphere around them's big, and winning habit is something that's good. The thing you got to watch with the 3, Gav's Dream Girl, this is a horse that can have trouble at the start, and she creates her own problem because she doesn't stand quietly in the gate. She has a tendency to get very worked up in the gate.
Rider change on the 5 was going to be Dylan Davis. Now his sister will ride in his place, Katie Davis, going to take over on Perpetual Praise for Ray Handel.
Well, the Davis clan, that's the riding Davis clan there. Their dad, Robbie, heck of a rider. And you know what? They've got 3 children that are riding, Katie, Dylan, and Jackie, and they all can ride. And they're all fearless. They're really just born to be riders.
Yeah, the steps that her brother has taken to become, near the top of this calling, one of the top riders certainly out here. He's really progressed. And Katie, of course, great success. And you can just always shows, how much she loves what she's doing. But she's really developed a reputation too to be able to work well with some horses that are difficult to handle.
She handles very difficult horses well because she has a lot of patience. She has very soft hands, and she does love what she does. And horses feed on energy. If your energy's negative, their response is going to be negative. If your energy's positive, they respond in a positive fashion for you. And Dylan, he's 1 or 2 really good horses away from being a completely elite rider. He's firmly entrenched in the top 5 here in New York, but he's like a real good horse away from being looked at in that elite category.
We got to go back to this 8 because, this is major money on six-pack Senorita. And I got to think it's probably that workout. Obviously the horse was a major player in the race, but that's significant, isn't it?
It just feels like that's too short a price to me.
Wow. So 6-5 on this Rudy Rodriguez run, and we'll get to the post parade here in a moment. Let's go back to Monmouth, checking again with Paul.
Well, guys, you're hearing the call to the post right now where Matt Dinnerman went over the loudspeaker. The lightning had stopped finally, and it seems like the light rain too as well. Wonder Twin Powers activate. We're going straight to the gate just like Aqueduct. So let's play to the racing gods that they don't go off together, Greg. I'll get back to you guys in a little bit.
All right, Paul, so that's good news. Back to action at Monmouth shortly. Here's our post parade for this 9th and that remaining half of the entry. Golden Degree. This horse working reportedly pretty good too. Ran huge, going longer.
Going longer than an off-the-turf event when she just outmatched 3 other rivals.
Franny Lou went by, who has speed from inside. And there's Gav's Dream Girl.
A lot of ability. Love the last race. Got to watch her at the starting gate.
Roman Goddess, 14-1.
Yeah, horse that can lay up fairly close, going to have to get a little faster.
There's Katie Davis, rider change on the 5.
Yeah, I think she plays out to be the speed here, don't you? I don't see anybody outrunning her for the top.
Will Be Famous, 15-1 next door.
Well, that's another one with speed. Maybe this is the one that could give her a problem up on the front end. Good movie, right? Isn't that Will Be Famous? Was that a movie?
Almost Famous.
Almost. Yeah, I
Close.
knew it was something famous.
Spiritual Lady, Kendrick Carmouche, Joe Sharp.
Should be getting a good, decent stalking trip under Kendrick.
I thought the 2 might have some speed as well. I don't know if that horse can be around late at all. And then still significant support for Six-Pack Senorita.
Yeah, comes off a really nice effort where she was second best. Broke her maiden for 40. I just didn't see anybody in here as an overwhelming favorite.
Public seeing it differently. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, the officials keeping us on our toes is yes. We got the word at 7 minutes to post that we'll go straight out to the gate. All right, let's go quickly. Here's 1A honorary degree, or excuse me, golden degree. She won emphatically, as Mig said, just because she was so much better than the rest of her foes as an entered MTO that day. But I love the turn back in distance for her. I was dubious about her really handling a mile, but she gets it here, getting back to the 6, and I think that's just ideal. I think she's a generous 6-1 right now, and I would take her, hoping that Linda's figured her out. Number 3, Gav's Dream Girl, as you heard Richie say, she is a little bit tough at the gate because she's huge. These big horses, they find it harder to stand in the gate. They get a little claustrophobic, and they find it hard to push off because there's no room for them to push off. So that's just because she's a big girl. And then number 7, Spiritual Lady, she is one coming in from out of town. Disappointed in her last effort, though made a lovely impression against these foes here today, guys.
Maggie, thank you. And about to load up. Here we go. That is an awfully big price on Golden Degree for Linda Rice, the 1A. Monmouth, right-hand side of your screen. They're going to the gate as well. Favorite in that race, that's the 7, Between Dreams. Paco Lopez for Anthony Pecoraro. So we'll get back to Monmouth when we conclude things here in this 9th Belmont at the Big A. There's the 6 about to step in, but even money, Six-Pack Senorita, that's been the story. This 8 just has been hammered by the betting public. 5-1 morning line, even money favorite with Flavian Pratt. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call. Here's the 9th.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Golden Degree in between horses right out towards the front, and there's Perpetual Praises in that early mix as well. Out wider, Red Cap is Will Be Famous, joining them Spiritual Lady. Also in that early mix at the rail, there's Franny Lou. Roman Goddess is in tight in between horses, second to last. Six-Pack Senorita and the early trailer Gav's Dream Girl. As they work up the backstretch, the leader is Golden Degree. Golden Degree secured the front end, is up by 3/4 of a length. Engaged to the outside is Will Be Famous from second, now in the clear. There's Spiritual Lady is right there with Roman Goddess, who shoved along here from 4th. Also trying to run on Six-Pack Senorita from the back. Losing some ground, Perpetual Praise. Gav's Dream Girl's got a late rally. The trailer is Franny Lou. 22 seconds flat was that opening quarter mile. And they're chasing Golden Degree, who's just skipping away. It's Golden Degree, who's now 4 lengths in front, 44.40 for that half-mile time. And at the top of the stretch, they've got to catch Golden Degree and Jose Lescano, who's widening this margin with every single stride. Six-Pack Senorita has now run up into second, also trying to rally on Gav's Dream Girl, Roman Goddess. On the far outside there is Spiritual Lady, but no catching this leader right now, who is still way out in front. Golden Degree has a 16th left to go, and Golden Degree at 9-2 is going to win this one easily. It's all Golden Degree to win it. Golden Degree wins it over Gav's Dream Girl. Tight there for third. Give it to Roman Goddess and Six-Pack Senorita in 1 minute 16.54 seconds.
Flying early on the front end, 44-2 for the half. That is moving. Golden Degree very sharp in victory today.
When you saw her make the lead coming out of that mile race as easily as she made it, even though she was going fast, you knew she was going to have the stamina and she was going to be very tough to beat. And this is another example of why Jose Lescano is consistently one of the top riders on the New York Racing Association circuit. He understands the value of position. He understands the value of speed. He doesn't get in horses' way, and he's a consistently good rider. He delivers consistently good rides. And then the 3-horse, Gav's Dream Girl, ran extremely well. Again, she broke slowly. Maggie talked about the size of her, was shuffled back to last, and ran on well to be second best here.
Golden Degree, 32-length win last time out against 40 Maiden Claiming Company. Goes back-to-back. This race at Monmouth happened just moments ago while we were running here at Belmont at the Big A. 8th from Monmouth, part of the cross-country pick 5, 6 furlong sprint. Starter optional claiming race, Larimore, the 3, trying to go back-to-back. Nick Juarez aboard 5-length winner last time out. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. And Larimore blasts out of post 3, goes right to the lead. Parisian Vibe takes the second position. Between Dreams is third, easing off the top pair who go battle on the front end here. Miss Casey taking the third spot away from Between Dreams. Then Tappett's Girl a half length to Simple Souvenir, and 3 more to Abby the Bulldog, who can see them all down the back stretch. 7 lengths from first to last. Larimore leads the way here, opens up the lead to about a length and a tail. Between Dreams is backed off. On the outside, Parisian Vibe comes back on again, got a breather and kicks on again with Larimore. These two together. Simple Souvenir going well on the outside, takes third and comes after the top pair around the turn. Between Dreams shaken up from the 4th spot. Miss Casey down on the rail in an all-out drive. Abby the Bulldog trying to make up ground is going to get to the outside within 4 lengths of the lead. Top of the stretch, and Larimore is being tackled on the outside by Simple Souvenir, who gets the cue to go and kicks away to a 2-length edge. Between Dreams second. Abby the Bulldog on the far outside unleashed, about to claim the second position, but it's Simple Souvenir. She was ready to run today. She's got to deal with Abby the Bulldog. Simple Souvenir, she's got it. Simple Souvenir, your winner. Abby the Bulldog second. Between Dreams third. Miss Casey was 4th.
Simple Souvenir with the victory. Jomar Torres, 7th career win for this 7-year-old mare, holding off that late charge from the 5-horse Abby the Bulldog.
People go back and watch this replay. Just cue in on your winner leaving the half-mile pole. This horse looked like a winner every single step of the way. 2 horses are battling, cruising up in hand under Jomar Torres, and was able to hold off the late rally of Abby the Bulldog. Dan Ward's horses are running extremely well at Monmouth Park. He was second best here with Abby the Bulldog, but going out on his own after many years of assistant training to Hall of Famer Jerry Hollendorfer.
I don't understand what happened here. This horse was 9-2 morning line, probably should have been. Somehow goes off at 13-1. I mean, this was a play. This horse was off a slight, layoff last time out. Ran pretty good against better company. Had multiple races that fit against Abby the Bulldog in here. That's a huge price.
It is a huge price, and really this horse looked like a winner leaving the half-mile pole.
4, 5, 7, 1 in a big number now in your cross-country pick 5 in leg 2. As this race part of the sequence as well, it's the Goldwood Fillies and Mares 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs on the turf, and Beauty of the Sea, who we talked about for Joe Orsino and Paco Lopez. Winner 2 back at 5 furlongs on the grass at Gulfstream. Job got potentially a little easier with Shoshana out of the mix. The favorite right now, 9-5. More on this when we come back. That's the feature today from Monmouth. Meanwhile, Jose Lezcano, Pros Pro, jumps to the front on Golden Degree and never looks back. Dominant here in the 9th from Belmont at the Big A.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Saturday afternoon. America's Day of the Races with live action from Belmont at the Big A and Monmouth Park. Goldwood feature coming up next at Monmouth, and the feature here in New York. Now, wild applause with the return of Galibrand for Bill Mott, making her 3-year-old debut. And, of course, beat the boys now with anticipation last summer at Saratoga. This race we just saw, Golden Degree did not, especially coming out of a route race cutting back, but never really had shown a whole lot of speed sprinting with some of the others in here. Got to the front, and when you saw that, it looked like this race might be over, and it was.
And not only was she showing that kind of high speed, she was doing it extremely well. It wasn't as though Jose Lezcano was sending her along. He got her out of the gate, got his position going forward, put his hands down, and she just carried him into the race. And once they have that stamina coming up that mile race, you know they're going to be very tough. Gav's Dream Girl ran extremely well to get up for second after a bumbling beginning, which, like Maggie talked about, the size of her, she's never going to be handy away from the gate.
You know early on when they open up like that and have that kind of speed, they're going to have plenty left.
When they're doing it that well, yeah. Once they're traveling up underneath you like that.
Couple of big upsets now in this cross-country Pick 5, including one that was a massive overlay. Simple Souvenir at Monmouth paying almost $30 from a 9-2 morning line. And Golden Degree here got hit down a little bit late. It was about 6-1 right before the gates open. Goes down to 9-2 still. Big upset on a horse who took a ton of money. Six Pack Senorita got bet extensively by the public. So back-to-back favorites defeated with prices. Wild Applause is next. Our Saturday feature from here at Belmont at the Big A. 3-year-old fillies. Mile on the turf and oversubscribed. We've talked so much about that trip when she was compromised and steadied, had to take back, still finished on big for Chad Brown. Very short price right now from that outside post.
Yeah, this is a filly that really had significant trouble last time in the 3/8 ball. It's a critical juncture in the race. It's when the pace of the race is heating up. The race is going forward, and she had to hit the brakes hard, go backwards, regain her stride, and actually finished extremely well.
Flavian Pratt will be aboard with Arad Ortiz Jr. out of town at Churchill Downs. Right now, she is the one to beat. Looking forward to this field coming up in our Saturday feature. Mile again on the grass for 3-year-old fillies. $150,000 Wild Applause when we return on our Saturday coverage.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeds, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
On America's Day of the Races, it's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Good to have you here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage with the feature races coming up at both Monmouth Park at the Goldwood and here at Belmont at the Big A for the Wild Applause. As you take a look at the field, current odds, it's even money on oversubscribed. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and Flavia Pratt, and there she is.
There she is, a filly that's actually had 2 tough trips when she broke her maiden and dead heated that day, and then the last time, and this is just so evident, you really couldn't miss this trouble. She was trying to fit between horses as they headed into the far turn. This is when a race really starts to take shape, a turf race. See her with the red and white colors of Klarovich Stable, and right here, look, I mean, that was dramatically having to check, lose all position, basically lost all chance. And if at this point, Greg, you know, she finished midfield and just ran on, you'd say, wow, you know, that was an okay effort. But she tried to angle out, now she has to angle back in. And the fact that she rallied on to be second, I think speaks a lot of this filly's ability and determination, because she did not throw in the towel.
And to do that running down on the inside, too, showing some heart. Huge effort from her in just the second start of her career after winning that debut at Tampa, and took a massive move forward as well, getting a much bigger buyer speed figure in that performance. Here's a look at Galibrand. She's making her 3-year-old return. We've said it so much over the last few days in the program. This win, the standout, beating the boys, including, as you pointed out, a very good one. It went on to win a Group 1 north of the border, and Carson's running this performance in this victory over the boys and then with anticipation at Saratoga.
Yeah, just put in this nice late run after breaking her maiden, going 5.5, big step up in company to a grade 3, taking on the boys, and got it done nicely. Her Miss Grillo was okay, and then just a much tougher group in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. She's interesting. She's very interesting.
And just forward progression that you expect 2-year-old fillies to 3 make when they have her kind of quality. She could definitely take a big move forward.
Absolutely.
Looking forward to it. Wild Applause, our Saturday feature. Coming up next, as is Monmouth's feature, the Goldwood. They'll be sprinting 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Let's check in with Paulie.
Yeah, in the paddock here with all the fillies and mares here for the Goldwood. And they're all acting very, very well, especially now that it's sort of calmed down around here. What a change in 15 minutes. It's actually, the sun is out and it's actually beautiful. But when you look at the 2 main contenders in here, you know, the 2 in here, Beauty by the Sea, you know, Greg, you'd mentioned it earlier. The scratch of the 4 in here, Shoshana, was big, or Shoshana, excuse me, because that horse was the speed of the speed. And now who's going to assume that? Now do other jockeys look now and go, okay, is the speed out? We're all going to go towards the front end. That's going to be the interesting part of this race. I do think the 5, the Queen of the Mud, looked tremendous here in the paddock, and I think she's the filly to beat. I just think that her last race was, you know, a good enough race over a little bit of a soggy ground, but I think she sits in a good spot. And Graham Motion's horses, when they ship to Monmouth, they just run. And then Hollywood Walk in the 10, all that magic. I thought they both turned out very well. The 9 looks tremendous. And also the 10, I thought those were 2 outsiders that could maybe run. I'm not giving you much. Those are the 4 horses they're kind of betting. But I think Queen of Mud's going to be really, really tough in here, Greg.
Queen of the Mud for Graham Motion. That is the 5 filly who is making her second start back off the bench. When you see her win, you know, breaking that maiden, she wins by 4 1/4 lengths in a turf sprint. It's a big margin on the grass sprinting.
Yeah, hard to put that kind of separation in turf sprints. You don't have a lot of time to put that distance between you and your rivals.
Get signed up just in time to play these features on Saturday with Naira Bets. You can go right there at NairaBets.com. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. New members put in match 200 at sign-up to take advantage. Play with us all summer long and beyond. Yeah, Queen of the Mud for Graham Motion. What a start from limited starters he's had here at the meet. 2 for 2 coming into today. And Queen of the Mud certainly catching Paulie's eye from an appearance standpoint. From a resume standpoint, though, as well.
Oh, absolutely. You know, 4 starts. All of her races have been good. Had that race off the bench. Could move forward. She got a good trip that day, too, at Pimlico last time in the very one.
Post parade coming up. Beauty of the Sea, the second choice at 9-5. 3-time winner on the lawn for Joe Orsino. Came up just short at Churchill Downs last time out. This is going to be her third start off the bench as well of her 4-year-old season, sometimes the best in your form cycle.
And gets back to Paco, who last time was aboard 2 starts back. Ran her best race of her life. And Paco gets, horses run for Paco. You know, he doesn't do everything conventionally, but they do run for him.
So here they come for our post parade. Going to see a horse inside who's been quick on dirt, but dirt speed does not always translate to turf speed.
No, he's going to have to show that speed can translate. The mare was more of a turf mare, and this is her first foal, so getting onto that. And you get Jairo Rendon.
For Terry Pompey, turf debut ahead, 20-1 long shot. See if that speed can translate here to the surface switch. 4-time winner, has been fairly successful, including a stakes winner on dirt, but they want to try something different.
Yeah, well, again, the mare was good on turfs, and sometimes you want to follow up with that, particularly being by Quinteros. Absolutely deserves a chance on the turf.
I'll make that turn here in just a moment. 12 minutes to post as well in the Wild Applause back at Belmont of the Big A. Features coming up at both racetracks here on our Saturday coverage. As we'll get another look here at Trefaros. Again, turf debut, as we've talked about. Speed on dirt, stakes winner on dirt, but some pedigree to like the grass.
And she's faced some really good ones on the dirt as well. I'm looking down Frank's Rocket, Society. She's kept some pretty good company on the dirt.
Beauty of the Sea, 3-time winner of over $150,000 on the lawn.
Yeah, proven commodity in turf sprints. Certainly very, very good. I think very much the horse to beat.
Maybe the speed of the field. Next door, Bazzarati.
Depends what Bazzarati wants to do. She has speed as well.
Queen of the Mud, 7-5 favorite for Graham Ocean.
I understand why this filly's the favorite. I'm surprised that there's such a big disparity between her and the 9 coming out of the same race.
32-1 La Traviesa.
Yeah, another one that comes out of that very one. Had a good trip that day. Really no excuses.
And back-to-back wins at Laurel. The 8 Frau Diablo turf debut.
Turf debut, not an overwhelming amount of turf pedigree there to back it up.
Hollywood Walk, Sam Camacho for Michael Trombetta was 3rd in the very one.
This is who I like. The favorite last time got to save ground. She was wide and finished well.
She's only a neck behind Shoshana as well, who's been a major player in this race. And then All That Magic, 9-2, and by Nick Juarez also comes out of the very one. We also get an also eligible that draws in here. Valicki for Dan Ward.
Yeah, for Dan Ward, you get Vincent Cheminot, horse that obviously they claim with the idea to put her back on turf. This is considerably tougher what she's been facing, though.
There's Galibrand back for her 3-year-old return to the races as we get set for the Wild Applause. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll begin with her, Greg, as horses are about to make their way to the track. And this one, she showed so much promise going back to her 2-year-old season. I do, wonder if she's one that might appreciate the ground a little less firm. But again, because I say that because she does have that physical makeup. She's very, very narrow. My problem today is that she has done no physical maturing from 2 to 3. At all. And maybe she'll get there as the year progresses, but she has not filled out at all. In fact, she looks weaker than what she did when she was doing the running in those races as a 2-year-old. For me, she just needs a start to really, truly strengthen up, and I'll take the wait and see approach with her, as I feel like the public does have the right to pegged, as we do see number 4, Makenga, as your second choice. She looks fantastic here for trainer Rick Dutrow, and she's the controlling speed, full of energy as well, forward and engaged in the paddock too. I think she honestly gets stronger probably with each subsequent start. She's very robust looking now, coming out of that win last time out where she was able to control and get things her own way, whereas her main rival and the current favorite, number 9 in here, Oversubscribed, did not. Obviously, we've highlighted the trouble that she had. And two, I'm a person who does lean into horses that have early speed more than ones that want to be deep closers. I wonder what they do with Oversubscribed today. Oh, she's a little bit agitated, I think,
about her bridle. Oh, behave. About something with her ears. I don't know why. She just started this. She's itchy. I don't know. A bug flew in there. Something got in her ear, and she is not happy. Other than that, Greg, she looks fantastic. Hopefully she sorts this out because she is not a happy customer at the moment.
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, see if they can get things corrected there with oversubscribed. Hopefully it's a minor issue. Looks like she's over it, potentially. So we see riders up. Kendra Carmouche about to does hop aboard Curlin's Girl. And Vino Rouge, interesting for Anthony Dutrow. That was a big comeback for her.
Oh, that was a really good comeback for her, and she's the one that I'm absolutely interested in at a big price.
Right-hand side of your screen, Goldwood feature at Monmouth. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the lawn. Or Queen of the Mud for Graham Motion, the 5 remains your favorite. We'll get there momentarily. Post parade, though, coming up right now for the Wild Applause. And we'll kick things off with Galabrand, 3-year-old debut, winner of last year's With Anticipation.
Yeah, already a Grade 3 stakes winner, defeated the boys. He's going to have to show she made that step from 2 to 3.
There's Kendra Carmouche on Curlin's Girl.
Yeah, Curlin's Girl showed high speed last time in the Wonder again. Will she revert to more rating tactics, which she had success in the past?
She was third in the stake with a troubled trip. Vino Rouge, we just talked about, second off the bench.
I thought she was very interesting. I thought that was a really nice run from her last time and something to build on. And you get Anthony Dutrow, a trainer I have a lot of respect for.
Makanga went gate to wire in that race where oversubscribed had trouble.
Yeah, Johnny Velazquez just let her go along, put his hands down, let her do what she wanted to do.
Awesome check, Horacio to pause.
Another one showed more speed last time, but has been successful rating just off the pace.
Manny Franco will fill in for Dylan Davis. The 8 Shanti Road, Chad Brown.
Another one that showed speed, kind of soft paces, but certainly was forward. You get Joel Rosario.
And the even money favorite from the same barn, Klarovich Stables, Flavian Pratt, oversubscribed.
Well, listen, she has the credentials, and that last race really pointed out how much ability he has. I did not like what she was doing with her head in the paddock, and maybe she's fine. You know, it looked like sometimes when riders sponge off a horse, like you see them on top of them, water will get in their ears, and they'll kind of toss their head around. Maybe a bug did fly in her ear. Hopefully it cleared out. I'm going to keep an eye on her going to the gate, though.
Goldwood feature, 5.5 sprinting on the grass here at Monmouth, 8-5 favorite. The 5 for Graham Motion, Queen of the Mud. Probably going to be sitting just off the early leaders in here. The 2 has speed, the 3 has speed. We'll see if that dirt speed translates for the 1 Drafaros. Competitive feature coming up. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
All That Magic, post position 10. They've loaded Queen of the Mud. 2 back, All That Magic. All That Magic walking up to the gate goes it. Velicki to the outside. Here's Velicki. We're ready to go in the Goldwood Stakes. And Laraf Basarati blasts out of post 3. Caught a very good beginning today and strides to a clear advantage in the early parts. So coming out of the chute, Basarati is quickest from a wall of runners behind. All That Magic takes the second position. Queen of the Mud is also in that group. Frau Diablo, Beauty of the Sea down on the inside. As they head down the backstretch, she's only 2.5 lengths off the pace. Another 2 to Drafaros, who's alongside Hollywood Walk. La Traviesa easing off that pair is second to last. Now Velicki is the trailer as they round the turn. Basarati with a neck lead. All That Magic right there to hound. And those 2 approach the quarter pole, locked in battle. Beauty of the Sea third. Queen of the Mud creeping in. On the outside is a clear path to run down the leaders if she's good enough. They're off the turn. Basarati in front. Behind horses, Beauty of the Sea has nowhere to go. Is going to duck to the inside. All That Magic weakens. Queen of the Mud far outside, asks for her best. Beauty of the Sea finds daylight on the rail and punches forward forward to the lead under a rail skimming ride by Paco Lopez to win the Goldwood Stakes. Queen of the Mud was second, Basarati third, Andra Faros was fourth.
Beauty of the Sea, we've seen it before. A rail opening up and a free pass to Paco Lopez. Beauty of the Sea, and he takes advantage.
Worked out a good trip. He had a steady once going into the far turn. You saw him kind of bounce off the saddle one time, looked to come out and split horses, but nope, that ain't working. Up, they drifted off the rail, go back in, and the trip made the difference. I mean, he got to save the ground and cut the corner.
A password that others don't know there?
Easy pass.
Works out for Beauty of the Sea as the slight second choice on the board. Back to our Saturday feature here, Belmont at the Big A. The Wild Applause as we take a look at Vino Rouge. Jose Gomez riding for Anthony Dutrow, and second start back. If she can improve off that return. I mean, she's a major player in this race. She's 12-1.
This is who I like. I thought her comeback was really good, and I just think she's going to be tough to beat here.
She has been completely forgotten on the tote board. She was 6-1. Morning line, double that now because everyone is just, and look, oversubscribed. That trouble was easy to see, and she's getting heavily bet as a result. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check it back in with oversubscribed. I'm going to step on my soapbox for a minute here, guys. I'm sorry to do so, but something that bothers me that is in high fashion when it comes to show horses, and some trainers choose to do so, and they are their horses, so they can do what they want. But there is hair in a horse's ears for a reason. There are whiskers on their muzzle for a reason. And when you shave all of that off, you're, allowing things to come in to a horse's ear, or you're taking away a horse's sense when they feel things around their muzzle with their whiskers. So oversubscribed, she has no hair in her ears, so opens her up for things to get in there. She seems perfectly fine now, though. As number 3, Vino Rouge, I totally agree with you guys. I really like this filly. She's done well from 2 to 3. She's really grown, and because she's such a big horse, I really think that race that she got under her belt, in which she ran very well, will do what it needed to do, in which strengthened her up, got her fit, and furthermore, I know she's only been on the turf twice. This is where she belongs. She looked so comfortable and so happy over the turf course last time when she ran to that 3rd place finish against older horses. As number 8, the backup plan here for Chad Brown, Chantilly or Chantilly Road, whatever you want to say. Good looking filly. First time laying eyes on her. Very good mover. So I wonder if she could be one that's on that upward trajectory and does have a little bit more early pace than her uncoupled stablemate, Greg.
And I don't want to say it because we see him do it so many times before. Chad Brown, I mean, back-to-back years, he's won with the 4th biggest price of 4 in the Diana. We routinely see him do it in other graded stakes races. This horse seemingly would need a huge move forward to contend, but Chad Brown does it all the time.
He does, and you get Joel Rosario, horses run up into his hands, so she's been showing good speed. If she's forward, you know Joel's going to have horse underneath him. He doesn't overuse a horse.
Wild Applause, Saturday feature, Gallibrand, winner of the With Anticipation against the boys last summer, Saratoga with the rail. Even money, though, on oversubscribed. There she is in those Soksa Klarovich stables for the Chad Brown barn. That compromised trip. Can she get a clean go today? If so, going to be very difficult to beat, as the price would suggest. Even money. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
All set. And they're off in the Wild Applause. Chantilly Road flashes early speed right out towards the front. Makanga's in the early mix too. Chantilly Road has got the front end as a nose in front, but Makanga goes right after her, and these two hook up. Pace duel on the front end, and they are quickly about 5 lengths clear from Vino Rouge, who's going to let the pace setters press on, and they go at it on the front end. It's Makanga to the inside and Chantilly Road, neither giving an inch, and they speed off quickly. Take a look at that opening quarter mile, 23 seconds flat. Vino Rouge is settled into the 3rd spot as alone, is now 3 in front of Awesome Check. In behind them comes Curlin's Girl. Second to last is oversubscribed, and the trailer That's Galabrand. The front two do not want to give up the lead. Makanga and Chantilly Road, they are about 15 lengths clear from Vino Rouge, who's alone in third, and they went 46 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Can the front two keep going? It's Makanga to the inside, and Chantilly Road will not give up the lead, is now only about a half length back. Makanga's trying to put away Chantilly Road, and these two continue to match race into the far turn. These two are still about 10 in front, but they start to creep closer. Makanga reaches the top of the lane, has put away Chantilly Road. The rest have a lot of running to do. Can Makanga keep going? Vino Rouge oversubscribed. They are in pursuit. Makanga's got a furlong left to go. Oversubscribed in Vino Rouge. They travel as a pair, and Makanga is now shortening strides. Oversubscribed is going to push on by. Oversubscribed is now opening up in the lane. Subscribed wins the wild applause. Oversubscribed wins it over Vino Rouge, Makanga, and Awesome Check in 1 minute 35.59 seconds.
Oversubscribed, rolling late, wrapped up late for an easy win here for Chad Brown-Klarovich and Flavien Prat.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very fast pace on early when Chantilly Road with Joel Rosario really engaged Makanga with Johnny Velasquez, who won the battle but ultimately lost the war. And here come Oversubscribed. You got that very well-timed ride by Flavien Prat. No traffic today. Put her out in the clear, and she rolled home. Nice effort from the three. Vino Rouge was second best, but you got to give high marks to Makanga, who really took a lot of pressure and was fighting all the way to the wire. I mean, she hung in there until the 16th ball and just ran out of air.
It seemed to be going pretty good at this point, but look out. Here comes the even money favorite, and this wasn't even close.
No. A perfect setup for Oversubscribed, who had already tipped her hand with how much ability she had. And, you know, last time was just a very unlucky loser having a tough trip. Today, cleaner trip, more pace to run into. Gets it done. Nice filly.
I have a feeling we'll be seeing her at some of those graded stakes for 3-year-old filly Saratoga this summer.
I'm sure she got raced like the Lake Placid, Lake George on her dance card.
No question. Even money favorite, and looks like it in this performance. And, you know, no doubt she was a standout winner, but Vino Rouge winds up getting second here at 9-1.
Worked out a really nice trip under Jose Gomez for Anthony Dutro. Just second best. I mean, she rallied kind of in just ahead of your winner and in concert with her, and just got out finished. But a nice effort by her at 9-1. That was way too big a price for her.
And a lot of upside for this lightly raced 3-year-old filly. Now 2 victories. Who knows? Could have been perfect if not for that troubled trip back in early May. Meanwhile, back at Monmouth, Paco Lopez and Joe Orsino, Beauty of the Sea. Inside opens, and Paco takes advantage.
Yeah, listen, Paco's fearless. He's not afraid to rally inside. He was bottled up. It looked like at one point right in here, Greg, he was like, all right, maybe I'll come out and try to split them. Not a great option. Horses are tiring. They're going to ebb and flow. All right, they drifted. Let me go back to the inside here and scoot on through. You always get a little bit more, a couple more feet there where that extension rail breaks away from the chute, and you kind of ducked in there and gets it done. And it was the ground saved that made all the difference here. Nice effort. Should not be overlooked by the one, DeFaros, who wound up rallying for fourth at a huge price trying the turf for the first time. I think she handled the turf very well.
2-5-3 finish, Beauty of the Sea. That's her 4th win from 8 tries on the lawn. Owned by Iron Horse Racing Stable. And again, Joe Orsino and Paco Lopez, your winning connections. Back in the wild applause, there is one of the best in the business. Flavien Prat, part of the reason he moved east, the urging of the man he was riding for here, Chad Brown.
Well, and he's riding a lot of Chad's top horses. Rode a really nice 3-year-old earlier in the day. It's 2 for 2 now for Chad, and sure looking ahead for Stakes Comedy. And also, Flavien is a rider that wants a challenge. He wants to be the best, and the way to be the best is you got to compete against the best.
And he's more than holding his own against the best right now.
He's not only holding his own, he's holding some of theirs too.
Yes, he is. Our Fasig Tipton Winter Circle lead-in. Here it is. Visit digital.fasictipton.com to learn more. Oversubscribed. That even money warranted with that performance. And excited to see this filly now later this summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, she got a perfect setup today, but she's one with a lot of ability, really finished. Vino Rouge, a nice effort. Makanga might have been a different outcome if Chad's other filly, Chantilly Road, wasn't in here. They had 10, 12 lengths on the field on the backstretch. There were no breathers on from Makanga.
9-3-4 finish. Cross-country pick 5 follow-along comes back over $1,200 with a favorite Instamatic to begin it, an even money favorite to end it, an odds-on favorite in Beauty of the Sea, and then Linda Rice with Golden Degree was in the tough one. Simple Souvenir, but keep in mind, Simple Souvenir was 9-2 morning line.
Yeah, really drifted up too.
Where's that hardware going? Who gets it?
I would have to think Seth Klarman gets that, right?
Well, he's probably got so many. Does he have room for it anymore?
I'm sure he'll get another trophy case.
Look at this duo today. Chad and Flavien vesting. Unmatched Wisdom might be the big new face in the 3-year-old division, and now oversubscribed. Here in the Wild Applause. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I really wonder what Seth does with all those trays that he gets. So many trophies, but oversubscribed. Much the best today. Guided to Victory by Flavien Pratton. Flavien, we saw him have trouble last time. Obviously, you weren't aboard, but clear sailing today. How much of a turn of foot, how much of a kick does this filly have?
Yeah, no, she was calm and collect before the race, so Chad told me that she could be a little busy, and I was very pleased the way she warmed up, and pace was good, so she had, she had something to run at and relax, and yeah, when I turned for home, she gave me a good kick.
Did you see her in the paddock? We were talking about her. She was really annoyed by something about her ear, but it seemed like once she hit the track with you, she was cool.
Okay, no, I didn't see that, but as I said, no, on the track she was very calm and correct, so I was pleased with that.
Flavien, we see you with so much success, having moved here from California. I've been asking everybody, kind of, what are your goals for Saratoga as we are just 2 weeks away now?
Hopefully winning some good races, winning races in general, and see what happens. I never really set myself too much goal. I'll just try to do my best race after race, and then at the end of the year, you kind of see what happened.
Reevaluate. Is that eclipse still on your radar?
Well, I mean, we'll see. Obviously, it's always something that it would be a dream to do that. But I mean, as I say, I'll just try to focus on race after race, and we'll see what happens.
Well, another one in the win tally. Congratulations here.
Thank you very much.
Oversubscribed. She was good today. And Greg, it does feel like we're going to see a big summer from this Chad Brown trainee.
Yeah, bookmark those graded stakes for 3-year-old fillies on the lawn when we get to upstate New York, and oversubscribed. Looks like she's going to be a major player in those races. She won this race very easily.
Did it the right way, got a great setup. But I think her 3 races and the way things have gone for her, she learned so much in her first 2 starts that it's really set her up for a solid career with her ability. She's already shown she can overcome adversity. She's shown that she's brave. She's been in tight spots. Today, clear trip, pace to run at, much the best.
Going to close things out on the Saturday card here. Belmont of the Big A, mile and a 16th, outer turf, and a New York bred $40,000 maiden claiming race. Cousin Ed, a first-time starter, trying to go long in the debut for Christophe Clement is the favorite, and Joel Rosario will fill in for Dylan Davis.
Yeah, Dylan taking off his last 3 or 4 mounts, suffering from the effects of the heat a bit.
We're going to look ahead to Sunday when we come back. Sterling Silver beat in this race last year. Oh, sorry, this is oversubscribed we're looking at from the Wild Applause performance. And you see Flavien wrapped up late there. We're going to take a quick break. Back with more right after this.
It's By My Standards and spinoff By My Standards to win the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won the New Orleans Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oaklawn Handicap.
My Standards attack. Rushing by My Standards to the wire.
We're back on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2, America's Day of the Races. Features in the books, both at Monmouth and Belmont at the Big A. And we're going to close things out at Monmouth with a mile and a 16th, $5,000 claiming race. 3-year-olds and up who have not won a race since December 22nd, who have never won 3. Canadian Pharaoh right now for Dan Ward taking the majority of the money, dropping down a class from that inside post. 3-2 on the board. We're going to take a quick timeout. We will be back. Finale from Monmouth, finale from Belmont at the Big A when we return on our Saturday coverage.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage out to Oceanport, New Jersey. Finale coming up in Monmouth. Mile and a 16th here of this condition, $5,000 lower level claiming race, and Canadian Pharaoh the one. Your big favorite, and there is the 7-year-old for trainer Dan Ward with Paco Lopez.
Yeah, taking that drop in class and just inside post, Paco, a lot of things to like.
Wednesday night lad, 9-2 with Jairo Rendon.
Should be forward. Paco takes the call on the 1. Jairo Rendon takes over here.
Jump to the 4 here with Isaac Castillo, Wandering West.
Yeah, ran okay in this condition last time to be second best.
Prince Fire, big price.
10-pound apprentice aboard here. Got a win on him last time, showing good speed.
Yeah, went basically gate to wire last start. Here's the 6 Coco Shell.
Another one running in this level, was well beaten by a couple of these that are competing back in here.
And Durkin's call 6-1 outside, first off the claim.
Yeah, would have to get back to some of the races he's had in the past, and his recent form would really have to improve.
All right, so back to the favorite. There's Canadian Pharaoh. And it has been a while since this horse has found the winner's circle. But the big drop, you get Paco Lopez, there's a lot of positives.
There are a lot of positives, and Paco's had another multiple wins Saturday. His agent does a tremendous job for him, finding him a steady supply of live mounts. And it's nice to see Dan Ward have the success he has now as a head trainer. He was assistant, again, like I said earlier, to Jerry Hollendorfer, a Hall of Fame conditioner for many years, and he was an integral part of that team.
It's pretty sharp out on the racetrack. Usually comes from fairly far out of it in here. 8-5 favorite. We'll see if he gets that pace to set it up for that closing kick for this 7-year-old. Meanwhile, the 4, Wandering West, 3 consecutive runner-up finishes, Tampa and then 2 at Monmouth.
Yeah, but he is a horse that I don't think is one of those horses that wants to be second. I think he just came up second best in these efforts. He does sport 7 wins compared to those 7 seconds. Isaac Castillo, a rider that we really became more familiar with watching Oaklawn Park, has moved his tack to the East Coast. Billy Castle is his agent, splitting up his time between Monmouth and riding here occasionally as well. I think he's a terrific rider. Young man that I've really been impressed with.
Yeah, it's really, seems like we just kind of started saying his name a couple of years ago, and it's been a pretty rapid rise for him.
It really has. And then when you speak to him, not only does he have ability as a rider, he's also a really good human being. And I just love when you get a guy that's humble, hardworking, and does things the right way.
You know, pace in here, you have the 2, you have Prince Fire, the 5. On brief occasions, Coco Shell shown some speed. Enough to set it up here, you think, for Canadian Pharaoh?
I do think so. I mean, you know, that drop in class is significant. I just think he's in a proper spot now. And, you know, especially when you're talking about a 10-pound apprentice, Cesar Gonzalez on the 5, Prince Fire. When you're an apprentice jockey, Greg, you have success with a horse. You don't change from what that's, you know, how you had that success. And he had that success allowing this horse to show high speed. I don't see him saying, well, I think I'll rate him today. I think that just lends to the pace that's already what appears to be a strong pace.
Yeah, Prince Fire, not necessarily all-out sprint speed, but close enough sprinting that this looks like probably the speed of the speed in the race. 16-1. We'll see if this long shot can continue and take him gate to wire again. Tougher task, though, this afternoon. Well, it was a big price last time.
But you're also getting 10-pound break in the weights, riding an apprentice rider that has yet to win 5 races. He's 3 for 23 lifetime. That's not a bad percentage starting out. The way it was in the old days, they wanted you to ride like 50, 100 races before you won your 5th, because then your bug starts and the clock starts running on your apprenticeship. They thought that you would see a lot of different scenarios and learn more about a race just being out there, even if you were on a horse that was 100-1.
8-5 favorite. Paco Lopez for Dan Ward on this 7-year-old by American Pharaoh. It's amazing he has 7-year-olds, isn't it?
I believe when horses are in good form, they should run. I don't think this should be an 8.
That's American Pharoah already at 7-year-olds on the racetrack.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Seems like yesterday he won
really
the Triple Crown.
That I was standing in the winner's circle with you, ending that 37-year drought in the Triple Crown. See if the favorite can close out this card with a win. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
Coco Shell is second to last, goes in into the outside. Durkin's Call. Here's Durkin's Call walking up to the gate.
Got a strap on, Mike.
We're ready to go in the finale. And they're off. Good beginning. Coco Shell shown rain to get forward position. Prince Fire a little bit quicker. Coco Shell matching him in the early part. Wednesday Night Lad off of them, tipping outside to track from third, approaching the clubhouse turn. Then comes Wandering West, racing alongside of Canadian Pharaoh and Durkin's Call, who's deep. Achilles Heel drops to the back of the field, 8 lengths behind the front runner, Prince Fire, who leads the way by 3/4 of a length. Coco Shell on the outside, applying the pressure, a gap of 2 to Wednesday Night Lad, racing alone in third. He's 2.5 clear of Canadian Pharaoh. Has been passed by both Wandering West and Durkin's Call. Canadian Pharaoh, Paco Lopez staying busy aboard him, and a space of 3 to Achilles Heel, who's the caboose of the field down the back stretch. Prince Fire, the leader, a half length. Coco Shell still there on the outside. Wednesday Night Lad parked 3 wide in third, 2 lengths off the lead now. Canadian Pharaoh joining him. Wandering West, the 2 favorites getting going. A joint third with Wednesday Night Lad, who's going to lose ground into the far turn run. Durkin's Call at the back now with Achilles Heel as they round the far turn. Prince Fire's dropping anchor. He calls it an afternoon. Coco Shell's in front, but he's hard ridden to keep pace. Wednesday Night Lad moving up alongside to come in challenge. Now Canadian Pharaoh got blocked behind a weakening horse, Prince Fire, so he's going to have to re-rally. Has lost several spots. Wandering West, who was moving with that rival at the half-mile pole, though, he's gotten a dream run up the rail. And Wandering West goes to the front. Coco Shell behind now in second. Big space back to Canadian Pharaoh and Achilles Heel with a 16th to go. Wandering West shakes away by 4 lengths coming to the line. And Wandering West will give Isaac Castillo a double. Wins it very easily. Canadian Pharaoh rallies on to snatch second over Coco Shell late in the game. Achilles Heel was fourth.
Wandering West with the win. Wayne Potts, Isaac Castillo.
Worked out a beautiful trip. Got a great ride from Isaac Castillo. Came out around horses, ducked back to the inside, saved that ground, cut the corner, and drew off for Wayne Potts. The runner-up was just very unlucky, Canadian Pharaoh. Paco Lopez, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. We've seen Paco get through on the rail and deliver some tremendous efforts that made the difference. Today, he got caught behind a tiring number 5, Prince Fire, had to wait, backed up, re-rallied to get up for second. Maybe he was second best anyway, but that's a jockey's lot in life. You get through a spot, you're a hero. You get stuck behind a tiring rival. What was he doing? And everybody is going to second guess you. Meanwhile, you've got split seconds out there to make decisions. It's a little easier from the comfort of this chair here at the desk.
And these kind of horses at this level can't overcome being stymied like that, can they?
It's harder. He actually did well, Canadian Pharaoh, to re-rally to get up for second, but he was just a bit unlucky. That's not a bad ride. That's just an unlucky ride.
Back to the nightcap, Belmont of the Big A, and our post-parade. We start with the remaining half of the entry. Neptune Beach will break third from the outside.
Yeah, he's going to have to work out a trip, but he's got the right rider, Fabian Pratt, with that wide draw.
Rider change on the 2. Who gets the rail? Omar Hernandez Moreno.
Actually showed life in the only turf start in the maiden allowance.
Yeah, that's interesting at a big price, 14-1. Your Mission, Trevor McCarthy, 7-1.
Another one that I think had the race off the bench, could improve off of that at this level.
Here's Waffler with Jose Gomez.
Dave Donk getting back to the turf. Turf races were a little better than the dirt races.
Jose Lezcano for Rachel Sells with his son, a tonalist.
Ran well last time under Irad Ortiz, and you get a top rider in Jose Lezcano.
First-time starter for the Tom Morley barn.
And you're getting Eric Cancel here for Tom Morley, a horse that's been working well.
It's a huge price. It has some sneaky good turf races against the level.
Yeah, and they go to the apprentice, Abno Boca Chica. We saw him win a race earlier today.
In my shadow, big number, 42-1.
Going to have to improve.
The favorite, a first-time starter for Christophe Clement, Cousin Ed.
Now, is this a matter of this horse has worked so well on the turf up in Saratoga, or they're just looking for the stranger?
And maybe there's just not a lot in the race, maybe a little bit of both. Dancing in the Park, another first-timer, this one for Tom Morley.
And this one, you get Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Here's the 11, Jefferson's Ocean turf debut.
Going to have to really turn it around getting to the turf.
And another one making the turf debut, Arco Augusta.
Horse that's flashed ability at times early on in his career. He could be a little bit difficult. It looks like he's settled into his racing routine a little bit better.
Christophe Clement going to send out first-time starter Cousin Ed. Public saying this is the one to beat, 9-5. Joel Rosario will pilot in place of Dylan Davis. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, Dylan showing the effects of the heat today. Got to him a little bit, took off the remainder of his mounts. Joel Rosario more than happy to pick up a first-time starter for Christophe Clement, who is 9-5 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you look at the form of a lot of the others in this race, and it's a bit lacking.
Yeah, I think it's kind of almost a prudent move to look for a new face, because the ones that have, you know, proven form, you're not crazy really about any of them. At least I'm not.
Get signed up, play along right there with NowRebets.com all summer long and beyond. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. New members code to punch in at sign up to get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus. Match 200. Good luck to everyone playing out there. So 9-5, this first-time starter right here. And another first-time starter who's, you know, taking some money as well for the Tom Morley barn. Dancing in the Park, the 10.
Yes, Son of War Dancer stands just a few miles from Saratoga Racecourse and has been a tremendous addition to the New York breeding program.
And that 7-1 is actually the coast's second choice. Wow.
Doesn't that make you feel like everybody's just kind of searching?
Yeah.
Honestly, I think the two-horse, Holder Closer, is very interesting here. This is a filly taking on the boys. Gets in with 113 pounds. I don't know if this rider was able to do that weight. But the lone turf try was actually pretty decent.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought this was one to use if you're playing multi-race wagers. It was 1 mile and a 16th against better state-bred maiden special weight.
It was against a better group. Now, it is Omar Hernandez Moreno, not the rider that was listed in the form, and he was able to tack 117 pounds, so still in receipt of weight from every other rival in this race.
Let's go back to Monmouth, wrap up their Saturday action. Wandering West, Isaac Castillo and Wayne Potts, much the best in the finale.
Much the best with a terrific ride, a terrific trip to beat Canadian Pharaoh, the co-favorite, who had to wait for room, had to back up, but again, that's the way Paco Lopez rides, and it works out for him far more than it doesn't. So nobody can really complain about a favorite getting stymied in traffic. You know that Paco is a rider that rides that way. He believes in saving ground, and that's how he won the stake the race before.
And to a runner with that kind of running style, he would have had to circle the field coming from far back. Probably a horse that had to try and save some ground to win.
You know, that's one of the characteristics, or one of the abilities of a rider that gets overlooked a lot of times. Being able to assess how much horse you have underneath you and make that decision. Do I have enough horse to lose ground and come wide so I don't run the risk of losing momentum, or do I have to cut corners? Do I have to take chances because I don't have enough horse to do that? And usually lower level horses aren't that much the best, where you get that luxury of saying, well, I don't care about going 4 or 5 wide turning for home.
Yeah. See what happens here in this nightcap coming up. Not just 9-5, as we pointed out, your second choice on the board now 6-1. So big disparity between your first and second choice and then everybody else. I was trying to pull up how things are going to play out today. Let's see if my connection works. The 2, 6, 7, 8, 11, and 12 all would result in a pick 6 carryover. So ability for that to happen.
Out of those, I'd take a little stab with the 2 here. I think this horse is interesting.
I'm with you. 17-1 from that inside post. 8-5 now on Cousin Ed. Chris Griffin with the call to close out this Saturday card here in South Ozone Park, New York.
Thank you, Greg. There's Jefferson's Ocean to go in. Waiting on A-Lister. A-Lister and Arco Augusta going to be the last two. There is A-Lister. Arco Augusta to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Your Mission right out towards the front. It's Your Mission, and also right there is Temple Creed from in between horses. A-Lister in the early mix. They're lined up across the course. Trying to join them is In My Shadow. Is going to be 3 wide as they are tightly bunched here, and drifting off the rail was A-Lister, and that's going to carry out In My Shadow, who's right there in second, and 3 wide. Here comes Cousin Ed to join this early fray, and those 3 across the course. Arco Augusta from that outside draw is settled nicely, is tucked in now at the rail in 4th, is a length in front of Temple Creed, who broke with the leaders but is now back to 5th. Neptune Beach is sharing that spot, now claims that 5th position to make Temple Creed 6th. In behind them is Your Mission, who broke with the leaders, is towards the back end of the field now. Dancing in the Park is trying to progress there, is actually the trailer is Jefferson's Ocean's moving forward there with Waffler. Also right there is Holder Close. They sort themselves out. A-Lister is in front. It's A-Lister who's got the lead. Cousin Ed is trying to make up some ground to the outside here of In My Shadow. In behind them, Arco Augusta, then Neptune Beach is rallying on. Temple Creed is in that mix as well. Also coming on is Sweet Tone. Sweet Tone to the outside of Your Mission. The rest with some running to do. Well into the far turn, 47 seconds flat. And the big long shot, A-Lister is in front. A-Lister is 3.5 lengths clear. Cousin Ed in full pursuit, 1:11 and 4 for 3/4 of a mile. Can A-Lister keep going? Cousin Ed is within range, and here comes Cousin Ed to A-Lister, but A-Lister is still there. The big long shot. A-Lister has not come back to the field yet. Your Mission, though, is launching. Trevor McCarthy weaving between rivals with big bounding strides, and here comes Your Mission to push on by. Your Mission found clear running room, and Your Mission's going to win it. Your Mission wins the finale. A-Lister a good second there. Temple Creed and Waffler up late for 4th. Then 1 minute 43 seconds flat.
Your Mission goes bounding by this massive long shot A-Lister. Trevor McCarthy, Juan Bernardini.
Yeah, this horse, you know, flashed ability in the past. Race is good enough. Maybe, arguably, this horse's best race came under Trevor McCarthy last fall. Had 1 race off the bench, so it was right where he needed to be. And second start for this trainer, gets it done. Trevor McCarthy contributing a nice ride here, weaving his way through traffic, and gets it done with Your Mission. How about the effort from A-Lister, the 7, Abno Boca Chica, an apprentice rider? Horses run for this kid. He's actually been doing well here and at Monmouth.
Yeah, long shot we thought was interesting. The horse had a wide trip against Better last time out, drop in class, and gave it a run. Winds up second in the end at 39-1, 3-7-6-4. Your Mission, this horse had faced and was very competitive. A couple of runner-up finishes against Better. I know it was some time ago, but there are a lot of reasons to like this horse.
I agree, and this also ran well off the bench, and you had to think was going to improve, and did. And I think that the favorite here, Cousin Ed, just strong connections, people looking for a new face, and probably, well, obviously in hindsight, overbet.
Yeah, winds up not hitting the board here. Again, 3-7-6-4. 6-1, Your Mission. We're going to take a timeout. Prices when we come back. We'll look ahead to Sunday action again in the Dancing Renee. Sterling Silver had a big win on a wet track last year in the Iroquois, beating a couple she'll have to face on Sunday again. Stay with us.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse, is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the Storage Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. Soon we will be upstate at Saratoga, and one of the great spots to catch the action in the Paddock Suite. Reserve your spot at the Treehouse this summer. Get a bird's eye view of historic Saratoga Paddock. Climate-controlled space, features a private bar, wait service, and balcony perched above the horse path and paddock. Group reservations, individual tickets for select days now available. Call 855-NYRA-123 or go to NYRA.com/Saratoga for more information. This is the lineup for Fox Saturdays on Big Fox. Kicks off with 3-year-old fillies and very likely the Oaks winner, Torpedo Anna and the Coaching Club American Oaks.
She is a star, and I'm a racing fan at heart, so it's always nice to see the top level of competition. And in Saratoga, the cream usually rises to the top.
What a lineup that is. Get excited just looking at that schedule. Here's a look at the giveaways they'll be having this summer at Saratoga. The tumbler, gonna get fans out. How about the baseball jersey? You look good in that.
I'm all in on that. You'll be seeing me sport that around Saratoga.
Get me one too, will you?
Yeah.
Saratoga cap, gotta go pair that up with the baseball jersey.
I'm not good with hats. Like, one asset I have is my hair. I don't want to cover it up.
I get it. You got a great lid. Should we field a softball team this year?
I'm in. I'll do that.
We got all the gear now.
I got bats too. I'm a good hitter.
Drink tumbler July 19th, and then concludes with that Saratoga windbreaker that final weekend on September 1st. So extra incentive to come out to the summer place to be.
Saratoga windbreaker just in time for that fall weather. You never know.
Yes.
Come on.
It can turn quick. So we look forward to it again. We talked about it earlier in the program. We're just 19 days away from heading to Saratoga. We got some very big races still to come before we wrap up this meet.
Oh yeah, we're not done by any stretch of the imagination here at the Belmont at Aqueduct meeting, and looking forward to Saratoga. Years ago, Saratoga was 24 days. Now it's 40 days, but it's not the 24 or 40 days that get you. It's the 40 nights.
Yeah, pace yourself. Everyone is going to be up there for the meet. No question. Nightcap Belmont at the Big A. Your mission, Trevor McCarthy, rolling on by that 39-1 shot. We tried to wire this field. And gets the win here, career start number 13.
Worked out a good trip. Nice patient ride from Trevor. Runs down A-lister. Loose on the lead at 39-1 on Abda Boca Chica. Underscores once again, speed is always dangerous.
Pick 6 hit, 22,871. And that pick 5, even $2,000 in a couple of quarters there. So well done. You put those together. Nice handicapping. Again, Sunday feature that Dancing Renee. It's going to go as race 8, 4:42 Eastern time. Last year's winner back, but it's got some formidable opposition to deal with. Can't Hurry Love, of course, won it last year. Beat Sterling Silver in the process. Just seems like Sterling Silver is really come on since then.
Yeah, it really does feel like Sterling Silver has raised her game to another level. She was disqualified from a Grade 2 victory. She comes out of a Grade 1 at Churchill Downs. Grade 1, our highest level of competition, and she was beaten 3 1/4 lengths.
Take a look at the Iroquois from last year that Sterling Silver won on that muddy seal track, beating Lilu and Captain's Daughter, who will line up against her tomorrow.
Yeah, and she was floated out wide, turning for home by Lilu, and just came with this relentless, grinding run to get it done in the Iroquois. She's just a really nice daughter of Cupid who shows up. She's earned over $740,000, and looking to add to our bank account tomorrow. Buy a lot of carrots with that.
Indeed. It's a good group. Excited for this race tomorrow, but excited mainly to see if Sterling Silver can really keep things going, because she has really been good. She faced, look, Vava last time out, who won that Grade 1 Derby. She was in a Grade 1 last start. Vava just came back and won earlier today at Churchill, adding another victory for Cherie DeVos. She's probably, she is the leader of that filly and mare sprint division.
Oh, I absolutely think so. And here they had an opportunity to run for a big purse in their own backyard, lead her over. She wins the stake at Churchill. And I'm sure her huge summer objective, Vava that is the Ballerina. And I'm sure that Sterling Silver would like to get back to the Ballerina. She ran it last year, but I think she's a better horse this year, Sterling Silver, as a 5-year-old. But she's got to face a Hickory group of New York breds tomorrow in the Dancing Renee. A Hickory mare herself, Dancing Renee, a New York bred, Sanford Bacon, unfortunately lost a few months ago. A terrific owner, had Say Florida Sandy, had Dancing Renee. Fitting that she has a race name for her.
Feature from Monmouth tomorrow. You know, we talked so much about Galibrand and who she beat against the boys last year. Now the one she beat, Carson's Run, going to line up in this race tomorrow for Christophe Clement, West Point. We will see it tomorrow. 12:30 Eastern start time on FS2. It was Beauty of the Sea, that inside opening up for Paco Lopez, Joe Orsino. They win the feature. Wild applause, oversubscribed, clean trip this time, and she was absolutely dominant with a stakes victory. Now 2 for 3 on the turf for Chad Brown and Klarovich.
Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch up both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle.